What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, October 6th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we don't want to talk about it, but we have to talk about it. Texas gets punked in its SEC opener in the swamp. What went wrong for the Longhorns, and where do things go from here? We'll give our post-game reactions and let you hear from Steve Sarkisian's post-game press conference. We'll go around the country, a few thoughts on some of the biggest games in college football. Of course, a crazy NFL Sunday, blowout wins for both the Cowboys and the Texans on the road. Some stunning upsets in the NFL as well. And Bucky's New York Yankees are one game away from being eliminated out of the MLB postseason. A lot to dive into in the world of sports and beyond on a loaded Monday edition of Bucky and BK. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. We appreciate y'all starting your weeks off with us. How are you this morning, my man?
Doing pretty good, man. Don't fade the Buck. That's all I can say. We're on a move right now. Fade the Longhorns, but then again, it's Texas OU week, so don't jump ship too soon. Don't jump ship. It's hard not to think about it after what you saw on Saturday, but there's a glimmer of hope because there's always the OU offense that, I don't know, somehow got 50-some points on Kent State. Well, then again, it was Kent State. And, Texas played as if they were playing the ghost of Sam Houston. They must have practiced like they were still going to play Sam Houston again, obviously. That was a debacle Saturday. That was not understandable. The head coach will let you know today that they prepared really hard, and we were really prepared. When I said last week for this football team to get some time away from football, I didn't mean the whole 2 weeks don't practice. I didn't mean like just get away from football. It seemed like they just got away, period, and didn't do anything. That was so embarrassing.
Embarrassing.
It really was. That's what that ended up being. It ended up being embarrassing. I'd had those weird thoughts before the season even started that this would be the game. This would be the one that really would get them. And this is the one that really got them. This one right here will sting.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't let it sting you 2 weeks in a row because no matter what, you're still better than OU. I don't know if you're better than A&M. Maybe.
OU's ranked number 6 in the country, and Texas is no longer in the AP top 25. Are we better than OU? God. Are you sure we're better than OU, Buck?
Hey, I think you're better than Penn State.
Yeah, how wild is that, right? That's your preseason number 1 and number 2. Both Texas and Penn State are now outside of the top 25 in the Week 7 AP poll, despite starting the year 1 and 2.
No kidding. All right, well, let's get rolling. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate the great work that you do for all of us, and to you and your families, do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. And we're not going to use the word congratulations a lot on today's show because there's not a lot of congrats to give out. But we do need to congratulate the Buck on the bounce back of all bounce backs. It was a get-right weekend for you and your cousin.
Yes.
After you guys lost 400,000 units last weekend, you bounced back with a 6-1 weekend of football picks, and you went up 350,000 units.
Went up 300,000 units?
You're now up 100K for the year.
Okay. We just barely we had a long way to come.
Yeah, 6-1. You made 350K over the last couple of days, and now, you are up 100,000 units on the season. So, tip of the cap to you, my friend. You called a bounce back. You got your bounce back. Well done.
What was my biggest play? What were my two big plays? Three big plays?
Your 2 biggest plays, your 2 100,000 unit locks. You had Texas Tech crushing Houston.
They did.
And you had Pitt with a backup quarterback.
Oh my God, did they kill BC?
BC is alma mater. It's your alma mater. You bet against them, and it turned out to be the right move.
Hey, Fade the Eagles all year long. Hey, Bill O'Brien may be gone.
Yeah, he should be gone. I'm surprised he's not gone already after that performance on
Was
Saturday.
that a
So
0? Was that 48-0?
it was a lot to a
Or
little.
48-7?
There you go. The only game you missed was Texas State, who
Oh,
lost
come on.
to Arkansas State.
Yeah. Hey, Coach Kenny, maybe you need to think about staying there and don't worry about these other jobs.
Maybe
Stay
that's
right
why.
there. Go to the Pac-12 for a year or two. See how you do out there.
Maybe that's why they're losing, because he's already flirting with some other teams and his attention is elsewhere. But great weekend for you, my friend. You deserve your flowers, and there you go. There are your flowers. We'll see if you have a pick for Monday Night Football a little bit later in the show. All right, well, let's dive into Texas and Florida. As much as we don't want to talk about it, the Longhorns dropped their SEC opener 29-21, the final score in Gainesville. This game wasn't as close as the scoreboard indicated. I mean,
No.
Texas got crushed. Texas got worked in the line of scrimmage. I mean, Florida dominated the battle of the trenches. You look at any stat, if you watch the game, you know what we're talking about. This was a pretty one-sided affair on Saturday, and Texas just didn't bring enough. And I was on post game with Zay. A lot of folks have already heard my thoughts. Obviously, I'll give mine throughout the course of the show as well. But I'll open it up to you first, Buck. Your biggest takeaway or takeaways from Florida 29, Texas 21.
One of my biggest takeaways is the quarterback. The game starts at 2:30. He doesn't start playing until 4:30. That won't make it. He doesn't play with a sense of urgency. The head coach who's had him around for 3 years, who should know the player as a person and as a player, looks like that they're like foreign to each other, like they've never met before when he takes the field. There's no sense of urgency to get down the field and score points. He just kind of he may just only be a good player, folks. He may not be a great one. I know we've everybody's suited this guy up as to be the next great thing. He may just be a good player. And if that right now he's not even a good player. He's just quarterbacking. Hell, the backup quarterback comes in and his first pass, he looks sharp as can be. And I was thinking, well, leave that dude in the game. But I know Sark is gonna go down with the ship with this kid. So get ready for that. Get ready for that. But it's not all his fault, but his sense of urgency early is like you should know what gets the guy going. If Sark says he knows, that he's this and he's that, he doesn't know him. He doesn't know him. That I won't buy that again, that he's been around. He's been with him for 3 years, BK. He should know everything about this guy as a player. He doesn't. And as I said, the game starts at 2:30. The kid plays at 4:30, and you can't have that out of your quarterback. The offensive line, I mean, Coach Flood and Sark must be looking at each other going, we went out and got all these guys on the defensive line, and we got no offensive linemen. That number 71 is not good. And now it's already gone out to the left tackle who didn't play well. That whole offensive line, they look like 5 hamsters versus a couple bobcats trying to get in the house for a chicken. I mean, and now they're going to have to face the Tigers. They won't be bobcats this week. It'll be a bunch of Tigers, but it was disappointing to watch the offensive line play. Well, we already know this. We can say the P word now. They are one of the top dumbest teams in America. That right there, you can't have 10 penalties on the road that they had. It's just embarrassing that you could be this far in the season and have this and be penalized the way they're penalized. And not only that, the offensive line play was so bad, it moved over to the defensive line play where they got just rolled over, got beat outside. There weren't great holes for their running backs, but their running back said, you know what, when I want to bounce this outside, I'll get around Trey Moore and anybody else playing on the outside. I'll bounce around and get out there. The secondary looked like kids that were a couple years ago, BK, where they were diving for legs. They were diving at air. The running backs were stepping over tackles. The wide receivers, hell, they made a freshman look like he'd been playing in the NFL for 5 years. It was an all-around embarrassment. Banks, the special teams guru, the block punt was punt blocking 101. You take the inside rusher first. You let the widest guy go. He's the furthest away from the punter. Instead, the blocker went to the outside guy. The inside guy came and almost took it right off the foot. I mean, they got 2 points on that. He could have just got the ball, taken it off his foot, and walked into the end zone. It was a total debacle. It was a game that they looked like they had practiced, like they were playing one of those 3 teams again, like they were playing Sam Houston again. That's the physicality that they play with. Hell, Sam Houston may have beat them Saturday.
Yeah, that's well said. There's not much
I mean,
more
just
I
a
need to
lot, just a
add.
lot. I at the pregame I said, can we try to average 4 yards a clip on first down runs from the running back?
Yeah.
Well, they were minus. They were 0 or minus yards on first down runs. And once again, the quarterback's still their best runner. There's a lot to be said about him as a player, but he's the best runner they have because they don't have a running back. They brought back Trey Wisner. It looked like he hadn't played in 6 months. There was nothing for him to run through, but he still didn't have any velocity. I'm going to ask you the question because I really, after I saw it again, did Gibson even get in the game going back to the state of Florida? You're trying to recruit the state of Florida, Sark. Give the kid a carry or two. He didn't play?
Didn't get a single touch.
Yeah, that's great for recruiting. Let me tell you how great that is for recruiting. That's not great for recruiting. And you've got a running back thinking about coming here from Florida. That's mentally bad. Your team is bad that day. Put him in. Give him a couple carries so his family can see him. Don't not play him. That's bad recruiting. That's bad management of your program.
Oh, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Everybody's at fault. I don't know how the offensive line coach thought that they can get away with this offensive line this season. They understand what the SEC's like. Number 71 was awful.
Well, he was inserted into the game at halftime because the starter ahead of him was so bad.
Oh, my God. They were both – obviously, once I saw 71, I was like, oh, my God, they're getting whipped on every play.
Yeah. Now, Texas had all sorts of troubles up front. And, look, I don't know. For me, I kind of want to start with the defense because that was the most surprising part of Saturday. Like, I was very confident that Texas was going to win. Clearly, I was wrong. I've got egg on my face. I'll wear it. If you want to bash me for that prediction, whatever. I'll take it.
No, I said that I thought that they would win by a field goal or 4 points or so, but this game just worried me because of the physicality of Florida. It wasn't backs against the wall. It's just the players that I
don't know. Like, I don't think either of us were very worried about the Texas defense. I think we were worried about the Texas offense going up against a pretty good Florida defense, right? With what we had seen from the Longhorn offense against teams with the pulse this year. But the way this Texas this defense was elite at Ohio State in week 1. So, like, the one game against a good team that Texas had played before Saturday, the defense did more than enough for the Longhorns to win. So I thought the defense was going to play well on Saturday, and they didn't. And they gave up 29 points to a Florida team that had averaged 11 in their 3 games against FBS opponents this year. And Florida scored those 29 points in the first 3 quarters. They didn't even score in the fourth quarter. They got to 29 in the first 45 minutes after their previous season high against an FBS team was 16 that they got against South Florida, also at home. You know, Florida had 141 yards of offense against Miami for the game. 141. Buck, they had 146 in the first quarter against Texas on Saturday.
They ran that ball downhill around the corner. The running back looked like Gale Sayers. I mean, he was making guys just absolute. They were trying to grab his legs or go down and not wrap up, and he walked right through so many damn tackles.
Oh, it was a Manny Diaz defense on Saturday. Like that, I can't say that's the worst defensive performance that PK has ever had because the 2021 season happened and there were some brutal games in that 5-7 year. But I think that was the worst Texas defensive performance, especially considering the opponents. A 1-3 Florida team that had one of the worst offenses in Power 4. Like that was, I think, the worst defensive showing for Texas since 2022.
Yeah,
Insane.
well, when you can go out and buy players now and you don't go out and get any offensive line and you really thought that offensive line was going to be good enough, I'm still saying that's not good, BK. There's some managerial things that looked really bad in that football game that made them look absolutely bad. It just and the defense, the secondary guys, I didn't know Manny Muhammad was going to be missed that badly. I thought that they could get through that game without that dude. I guess not.
Yeah, y'all. No one should ever say another bad thing about Manny Muhammad again.
Wow.
The guy may be the most valuable player on the entire team, considering how much he was missed on Saturday. But yeah, it was like you said it. I mean, defensive breakdowns, horrible tackling, no push up front. Texas had 0 sacks, Buck. 0 sacks. We talked about it. Florida entered Saturday tied for 100th in the country in sacks per game allowed. And Texas, this supposedly elite defensive front that the Longhorns had, 0 sacks and only 3 TFLs. They couldn't get into the backfield at all.
Like I said, that's managerial stuff. That was poor preparation right there. That tells me, like I said, they were thinking they were playing like Sam Houston again. They must have practiced as if the last 3 games that they had played, that's what was going to show up from the kids at Florida. Because that's what it looked like. It looked like, they could have got away with that against Sam Houston, but you couldn't get away with that with Florida. That's just somebody messed up in preparation there. That's all that was. I mean, the Arch Manning threw the nice bomb to Wingo, but then there's a pass on the sideline that Wingo at 6'2" needs to make that catch, just a high ball with 2 hands on it, dropped it when they needed it at the most because they were still right there. The guy dropped another ball. They went out and got Jack injuries. Why? So he could catch 1-yard outs? Why did they bring that guy here? That guy must be out of his mind pissed that he came to he could have stayed at Cal and caught 20, 25 balls by now.
Yeah,
they throw sideline patterns to him, 1 yard. He catches the ball for 1 yard, maybe. I'm like, what are they doing with this guy?
You want to hear Jack Injury's stat line, Buck?
What was it? Was it 1 catch for 1 yard?
2 catches for 2 yards.
Oh my God. They throw 1 yard outs to this dude. I'm like, come on, guys.
It's bad. He was open on it.
That's bad preparation, BK. That's not I'm looking at the coaches as much as I'm looking at the players right there. I really am.
The coaches should all.
I know it's a players game, but they look like they weren't prepared. They look like they weren't mentally prepared. If Sark tells you how mentally, he likes to tell you about, we were prepared on Thursday. We really had a great practice. You need to say, no, coach, we're not buying that from last week. Your group was not mentally prepared.
Yeah, I mean, it was all bad. And the crazy part is they had 2 weeks to come up with a game plan.
That's what I'm saying. They took off for 2 weeks. I said go to school. They went to school every day, BK. They stayed in school the whole time.
Well, I don't know if they got a lot smarter because they had 10 penalties again.
No, they didn't get any smarter. It's the dumbest. It's one of the top dumbest teams in America right now. Yeah. I mean, really, that's a joke. That's a whole lot of explaining at noon today. He's going to come up with, I thought we prepared well. No, you didn't. You didn't prepare well. You thought you were playing San Jose State again.
I don't know what they thought.
By the way, does it get worse?
It could. I think Florida's one of the worst teams in the SEC. I still think Billy Napier is going to get fired at some point this year. And I think Florida at best is a 7-5 football team.
Or you mean the same as Texas?
Maybe that's what Texas is. Who knows? But Florida right now already has 3 losses. They've got to play at A&M this weekend. They still have Georgia on the schedule. They have at Ole Miss on the schedule. They've got Tennessee and they've got Florida State too. So they could lose 6 or 7 games this year, but one of their wins will be against Texas. Here's Steve Sarkisian. We've got post-game sound from Saturday night. Here is Sark's introductory statement saying that his team and his coaching staff just not good enough.
Yeah, obviously a disappointing loss in the fact that we just didn't play great. We didn't play very good, and especially early on in the ball game, we struggled to get stops defensively. We really were not very good at the line of scrimmage on either side of the ball early. We got a little better on defense, but we just weren't great at the line of scrimmage on offense. Had some opportunities, missed some opportunities, but we battled and competed. We competed till the very end. I love the fight of the guys, but we got to play better, and we just didn't play good enough, and that's on me. So we got to get that fixed.
Well, he took the blame, and rightfully so. And he ought to get the rest of his coaches to take the blame too, not just him. There's a whole bunch of them that need to be looking in the mirror for that performance from their individual players. Their individual stars don't play like stars. They talk a good game, but they don't show up and play in the game. And I don't know if that 3-game schedule was good for them. I don't know if they needed to play more competition, but dude, that was like he said, that's hard to understand. That was really embarrassing, actually, to watch. And hell, don't go back and watch it again because it even gets worse if you watch it the second time. It's just They got too many. They have too many okay players. I mean, the kid Mosley, man, do I wish he was playing early. He looks like somebody that has a little bit of a spark.
Yeah.
The quarterback damn near got his roommate's leg taken off, which I'll be surprised if Livingston can play this week. I was surprised that he walked off the field, folks. I mean, that ball needed to be fired in there really, really kind of quickly. And that thing hung up in the air, and that guy took him and hit him right on the knee. I was thinking, I know what those feel like. I was thinking he's going to stay down, but he came back. He tried to come back in. And I know that was sore than a mother on Sunday. I'd be surprised if he shows up for this game this week. I know I think you said that came out negative, x-rays and stuff, but that bone's got to be bruised. That's one of those bone bruises on your knee that doesn't go away in a couple of days.
Yeah.
And they need him because the other guys, Wingo, if you throw it, if it's not into his body, that dude's not going to make – he's too inconsistent. They had a freshman that looked like a grown man out there playing. There's just a lot of deficiencies on this team. And like you said, the biggest surprise was that defensive line. The ability for that team to bounce outside at will just totally surprised me. When I saw that, I knew it was going to be a long day. When the running back sucked into the line and then bounced around the guys at the end of the line, it was like, oh, my God, this is a long day. Because that guy he's a good runner.
Yeah, maybe the first play of the entire game may have been foreshadowing for what was to come. You know, Florida started with the ball. DJ Lagway completes a pass to the stud freshman Dallas Wilson. Texas forces a fumble, and Michael Taff overruns it. Like the ball was on the ground. It looked like Taff was going to get there first. He overruns it. Wilson is able to recover it. Florida keeps the ball. They march down the field and open the game up with a touchdown. Like maybe right then and there, it was like, oh, we should have known that this was going to be a long day for the Longhorns. But yeah, that's the most surprising part is this defense. Just it looked so good this year. They'd really looked so good the last couple of years. And Florida's offense, which had been anemic to this point, went for 457 yards. But Florida had a bottom 10 third down offense in college football going into this game. They were 7 of 14. I think they started 7 of 11. Texas finally got some stops in the fourth quarter, and that's why it was only 7 of 14. But, you know, Florida's offense pretty much got whatever it wanted in this game, and I did not see that coming at all. I don't know if anybody did.
Yeah, and I'm still really confused that Sark's such a great recruiter, how that kid offensively didn't get in the game. He's in the state of Florida. Sark is a player's coach. And you don't put him in for 2 plays, 3 plays, 2 or 3 runs in his home state, and you're recruiting guys out of that area? Why not? Can't you see that the other guys can't run? They're going nowhere. You don't have a runner right now. And if Sark had a 1,000-yard rusher all these years, every year, well, guess what he's going to have this year? A 400-yard rusher. Maybe.
Oh, that'll be Arch Manning.
Oh, that's true. I'm sorry about that. He's going to have a 400-yard quarterback rusher because he's not going to get it out of the running back room. Those guys, he needs to go out and find a bunch this year. There's a lot of things, but the offensive line is first of all, you got to straighten out your quarterback. You got to get him with a little bit more. I'm not going to say anxiety because he looks like he's got anxiety. By the way, it was tough when there's people in your face. I'll say this: it's not easy to play that position where. When you got guys in your lap, I thought some of his escapes were right into the arms of a couple guys. But, dude, there's pressure on every drop back just about. And the ones that he didn't, he either floated the ball. The ball's either floated or thrown too hard. The running backs don't pick up the blitz. They had guys in the secondary come on the running backs, BK, and they put the running backs in the lap of the quarterback. The running backs didn't pick up the blitz either. That was a total breakdown offensively. Of this group.
Yeah, I don't know where you start. There's a lot that you've got to fix, and this is your biggest game of the year coming up with Texas OU. And Oklahoma's got an elite defense that's probably better than the Florida defense that you just saw a couple of days ago. So, look, we'll see if John Mateer is going to play. Texas actually opened up as a favorite in that game in Dallas. The Longhorns opened up -2.5. I think that's Vegas probably assuming that Michael Hawkins Jr. will once again be Oklahoma's quarterback. But, yeah, I mean, obviously Texas has a lot to figure out. I think it starts in the trenches, don't you?
Well, yeah. I mean, but you can't – I don't know what you do. You can't go recruit offensive linemen right now. Right. You're mixing, matching guys, and it's not working. and then you're getting penalties that put you behind the chains with a quarterback that's it has no spark early in the game. It's just, and you can't run.
Yeah.
You can't
Yeah,
turn around and hand it to guys and expect to get 4 yards. It's just,
well, that's the thing. Like we talked about it last week, right? The reason LSU beat Florida, the reason South Florida beat Florida, the reason Miami beat Florida, their quarterbacks didn't have incredible days. They won those games because their defenses showed up and their running game was good enough. Texas was 0 for 2, right? The Longhorn defense didn't show up. How about these numbers, Buck? These have to kill you as a former running backs coach. The Texas running backs on Saturday, 11 carries, 15 yards.
yeah, I need to be fired this morning on Monday morning by the head coach if that ever happened.
As a team, the Longhorns had 26 carries for 52 yards, which is a whopping 2 yards a carry. But those numbers were inflated. Despite Arch Manning getting sacked 6 times, those numbers are inflated by Arch Manning's 15 carries for 37 yards.
Yeah, he's definitely their best ball carrier.
Yeah,
And
Trey Wisner, 8 carries for 11 yards. Ryan Niblett got 2 carries for 4 yards.
No, you knew it was over when you saw him as a running back in the backfield. I said, it's over. They're putting that kid in there now who's played 18 different positions as their running back. Still tell me, BK, why didn't Gibson play? What was the deal?
You know, it's interesting.
Did he fumble all week? I was going to say maybe fumbled at his classes or something because they didn't practice. I mean, when did he fumble? I mean,
I don't know. Yeah, Steve Sarkisian. Sark was asked on Thursday. We played some sound on Friday's show. Remember, Sark was asked on Thursday about Jarrett Gibson. Now, Sark doesn't ever bash his players, right? Even the 6-string walk-on, he's not going to say anything bad about that guy. But he was asked a question about Jarrett Gibson, and he raved about him. Says he looks really good, and we love having him on our team, and we expect him to be a big part of things.
And he's going home to his state. He's going to his hometown and his state, and his family's there. Yeah. I gotta give him a couple carries. Not just give him carries because he's going home. Give him carries because the other guys aren't doing anything.
Right. That's the reason, right? Like that's why you give Jarrett Gibson carries. You don't say, "Oh, congrats, you're going home. We're going to play you."
I know he's a fullback, but at least he could go down and straight down into the backs of the offensive linemen. They got driven into the backfield. I mean, that really surprised me. I'm thinking, did I not see him in the game? Did something happen? Did he get hurt? Or was it one of those deals that they said he got hurt before the game started? Because I thought he would be, and it didn't take many carries to see that Trey Wisner didn't have it. It just wasn't going to happen for him. It looked like he had missed some time. He didn't have the explosion. Even when he hit the line, it was like powder puff ball, you know?
It looked like Wisner maybe got banged up again, too, when he scored that touchdown in the fourth quarter. So didn't hear anything from Sark after the game. Maybe we'll hear something from Sark today. But, here's Steve Sarkisian after the game. He was asked about the run game and kind of, what do the Longhorns need to do to get the ground game going moving forward?
That's what we have to figure that out. I don't have a great answer for you today, Joe. What I do know is we couldn't run it tonight when they didn't know we were going to run it, regardless of when they knew we were going to run it. And so we've got to improve that. We just cannot be a one-dimensional team. When guys can just start rushing the passer and not worrying about the run, the game gets really difficult. So we got to find a way to generate some run game. And generate some run game outside of Arch. We got to find it with the runners, and that'll be a task of ours. Tonight, tomorrow, Monday, to put together a plan for next week.
Yeah, but your runners can't run and block at the same time. And once again, BK, you got to put 2 guys in the backfield. Get yourself an extra blocker. I don't care if he brings attention to where you're going. Too bad. You got to have something. You can't have the. They're not even stalemates anymore at the line of scrimmage. They're in your backfield.
Buck, Texas has lost 5 games in the last 2 seasons, right? They were 13-3 last year. They're now 3-2 this year. In those 5 losses, the Texas running backs have averaged 3.1 yards per carry, and the Longhorns as a team have averaged 60.4 yards per game. That includes week 1 against Ohio State this year, where Texas ran it pretty well. The other 4 losses, including Florida on Saturday, it's been way worse than that. And look, I don't care. This is not to absolve Arch Manning. We got plenty of Arch Manning conversation to have, but I don't really care who you have at quarterback. I mean, Steve Sarkisian just said it. If you can't run the ball against teams with a pulse, it's going to be a really tough time for you to have the offense that you want to have.
In this conference, you can't get away with it. You can you can have some average runners, but you got to have guys on the offensive line that can give you a little bit of push. They got no push Saturday. They got pushed backwards. They didn't even get stalemates. They went backwards.
They went backwards.
So
yeah.
it's not always on the runners, but your runners still they look timid running. I would be tiptoeing too probably, but they didn't run very hard. They really didn't. They were thinking Trey Wisner was going to come back and be physical. Remember, the guy hadn't played in a while. Guy has a hammy. It takes you a while to get going, and it just wasn't there.
You talked about number 71.
Oh my goodness.
So that was Nick Brooks, who's a true freshman, who's actually a tackle. At least he was recruited as a tackle. He was inserted into the game at left guard at halftime. Nick Brooks' pass protection grade, according to Pro Football Focus, 0.0.
Wow.
I've never seen that. Connor Stroh, the guy who started at left guard and got benched at halftime, was at 48.8. So you see why he got pulled. He was doing nothing in the game. But the guy they
from the
brought
center all the way out to the tackle, that left side, starting at the half of the center to the left and going out to the left tackle was there was nothing happening there, but a bunch of guys coming through gaps over there.
Yeah, I mean, watching Florida's left side of their offensive line just move mountains.
They just moved guys out of the way.
And then watch Texas, really their entire offensive line get shoved.
You know
back.
what? And the linebackers had a tough time because the defensive linemen were sitting in their laps. You know,
Buck, Zay and I did post game together, and you and I for our pregame shows we do predictions for offensive and defensive player of the game. For post game, we have to give out those awards. Very difficult to do on Saturday. Did anybody play well for Texas? Like that, there are guys who played better than others, but is there anybody you can look at and be like, they really showed up and did their job on Saturday?
I mean, Michael Taft had an interception. That's about the only thing I could say, right?
Michael Taft had an interception. He also got dragged into the end zone by Dallas Wilson and missed a tackle on Florida's first.
Yeah, he hadn't played his best football yet.
No, he didn't have a great game on Saturday.
I saw Trey Moore. I saw Ethan Burke and Trey Moore. Those guys, have they played football this year? It's sad. Was a sad outing. I don't ever pick OU to beat Texas. I don't give a shit how bad Texas plays. There's no way I will pick OU to win this football game. I may be totally wrong, and they may just tear them a new rear end, but I will never pick OU or I'll never pick A&M to beat Texas, period. So I don't have to worry. So all you folks are saying, oh, you're jumping off the bandwagon. No, I'm not jumping off, but I'm not right now. I'm saying Texas is going to win this game, but I'm telling you, there's a lot of defects, and there's some defects in this football team that go way past what's on the field. And I just thought that was, once again, it was not a good recruiting move. And they went out in the offseason. And if they think they're going to farm high school offensive linemen and make it happen in this day and age, no. If you think you have to get them on defense, you got to get them on offense. And I got to believe that the head coach and the offensive line coach got to be butting heads about this offensive line play.
I don't know. I mean, they had gone the homegrown route before, and it worked, and it didn't work this year. And yeah, unfortunately, there's no in-season transfer portal.
No.
We talk about college football looking more like the NFL every year. There's no trades and trade deadlines and waiver wire in college. So what you got is what you got, and you got to find a way to make it work the rest of the way because you still have 7 games left this season. And look, I mean, Texas probably has to win out to make it to the playoff. And I know people are laughing when I even mention that word today, but the season's not over yet. So they've got to try to, okay, what can we do to make sure the season doesn't end on Saturday?
Well, no, this is about recruiting now. You got to ball up now. You need to have recruits that are still going to come with you or look at you like you're Penn State. I mean, Penn State plays shitty. They still get good recruiting done. So
does Texas. I I mean, when Texas was 5-7 and 6-7, they were bringing
you're playing for a lot. I don't think you're going to get to the 12 best teams in America, but you got a season that you can't screw this up because recruiting is really involved in this, and Texas A&M is beating people and covering.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you look at some of your biggest recruiting rivals, right? A&M's undefeated, top 5. Oklahoma undefeated, top 6. Texas Tech undefeated, top 10.
Absolutely, yeah.
These are schools, and Texas Tech obviously is a ridiculous amount of money right now, which is maybe more than half the battle. And then, SEC schools, your Georgias, your LSUs, your Alabamas. I mean, those schools are still very good. So,
and you got to go ahead and recruit. You got to recruit some specific kind of players now too. I mean, dude, if you don't think you got to recruit a quarterback now, you can't wait 2 years to see if this thing develops, or you get to know the quarterback a little bit better. Hell, it'll be 4 years he'll be here, and you're just starting to know him. There's no sense of urgency with him. It's let Arch be Arch and all this other bullshit and, stuff. It's like, Coach, he's been here 3 years. Know everything about him. You've been to lunch with him. You sit at him at the lunch table. You've been in his home. You should know the kid by now and what makes him tick. It's like you two are like foreign to each other.
Well, let's get to that in a moment. We'll also play you more sound from Steve Sarkisian. We will also kind of figure out, or at least try to figure out, what the rest of the season is going to entail for Texas. But before we dive back into the Longhorns and the Gators, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier. It's starting to feel a little bit better now. Their motto is to live wellness, and right now, head on over there and get those great Tempur-Pedic mattresses and pillows, the human scale office chairs, desk accessories that they have over at Relax the Back, adjustable mattress sets, massage chairs, and the accessories. If you've got problems with, like me, everything about your back now, head on over to Relax the Back. They'll find something for your shoulders, your thoracic, your lumbar area. And they've got 2 great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free, sometimes like the Buck, at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Speaking of pain-free, this can take some of the pain away today.
Oh, yeah. Good morning.
Well, OLIPOP cream soda to start off the week. This is the good stuff right here. If you haven't tried OLIPOP, you are missing out. Great tasting soda. This tastes just like a cream soda, but this is actually good for you. Unlike the other cream sodas that I drank in the past, this has prebiotics, botanicals, plant fibers, ingredients that support my digestive health. Every time you drink a can of OLIPOP, you are supporting your own gut health. They've got more than 20 different flavors to choose from. This is my personal favorite, but y'all see me drink a bunch of different OLIPOPs on the show all of the time. This stuff is growing like crazy. Pick it up anywhere you buy your groceries. H-E-B, Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Costco. Next time you shop, don't shop the old sodas you've been drinking. Shop OLIPOP.
Very, very nice. Our good friends over at Texas Orthopedics, if you're seeking specialized, patient-focused orthopedic care, contact Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, folks, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. And some love to audiovisual consultations.
Yes, indeed.
Best sports month of the year is upon us. And I know our man Tom McKay wants us to mention that hockey season starts tomorrow.
Nice.
That's right. The puck drops on a new NHL season. Of course, Major League Baseball is in the postseason. You've got NFL and college football in full swing. Basketball will be here before you know it. Volleyball going on. So many great sports happenings. It's a perfect time to call AV Consultations to get the home TV setup that you've always wanted. They can turn your TV dreams into reality, whether it's the 85-inch screen like the Buck has, if you want the 4 TVs on one wall like I have, the home theater room, maybe the outdoor patio setup. At some point, maybe it'll cool down out here and it'll actually be enjoyable to sit outside. AV Consultations can do all of those things for you. The TVs, the surround sound, they do whole home lighting, they do surveillance cameras, anything to elevate your home to another level. AV Consultations can do it for you because they've been doing it for Central Texas since 1988. Give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678 or avconsultations.com.
Tell me how they protected that damn quarterback. Because under pressure, him throwing the ball, man, how did they protect him on Saturday?
Well, here's a not so good stat from Saturday. Florida racked up 35 quarterback pressures on Arch Manning. That is the most pressures that Texas has allowed in the Steve Sarkisian era. But the previous high was 28. That was the first Georgia game, the one at DKR last year, where literally everything went wrong for the Longhorns. The previous high was 28. Saturday was 35.
Man.
He only had 29 passing attempts, by the way. 35 pressures, because obviously a lot of those plays he took off and ran or took sacks. So, some of that is on Arch Manning just not getting the ball out of his hands quickly enough. But obviously a lot of that falls on the offensive line.
He doesn't like to throw for incompletions. He'll like to fire it into the crowd or whatever. He needs to just, when it's dead, it's dead. Throw it and hit somebody in the leg.
Well, I mean, that last drive, like Arch Manning had a couple of good plays. He had a few good plays on Saturday, and I'll give him credit for that. But that last offensive drive, somehow, some way, Buck, Texas got the ball back with 55 seconds left, down by 8. And it's like, how the hell? We have played so bad today, and all of a sudden we are scoring a 2.
That's their coach making mistakes right there. How does that happen?
Yeah, well, it's probably more of Florida just not knowing how to win, because they haven't done that very much.
Yeah, that's Billy Napier's deal. They should have never got the ball back.
Yeah, so Texas gets the ball back with 55 seconds left at their own 31-yard line. They've got no timeouts. Again, they need a touchdown and a 2-pointer to force overtime, but they've got a shot. And then on that possession, the very first play, what does Arch Manning do? He takes a sack. And he loses his helmet on the play. That's why Matthew Caldwell came in and threw maybe the best ball of the day.
Yeah, why didn't he just stay in their damn game?
For a Texas quarterback. And then Arch Manning comes back in. A couple plays later, he takes another sack. And it's like, dude, you could be playing your first game of high school football, and you know that you can't take a sack in that spot. I get that it's a year one player, but Buck, I mean, we're 5 games in. We're about halfway through the season. And this is year three of college football for Arch Manning. Right. He knows better than that.
The inexperience. No, he's had enough practices. He's played in enough games now. You're right. He looks very, very young. And taking those sacks, just throw it away. It's okay to have an incompleted ball. Get rid of the ball.
Right. Well, there are also maybe receivers open down the field. You got to take some chances there. Like, you're right. Either throw it away or throw it. Throw it. An incomplete pass is fine in that spot. You cannot go backwards, and you cannot lose all of that time. They had no timeouts. They couldn't stop the clock. You can't take sacks. He took 2.
BK, do they have any screen game whatsoever when the offensive line can't hold up? Is there any dumping the ball off at all?
I think they tried a couple of screens, and they didn't work because the offensive line didn't block the guys that they needed to block.
Oh, you mean they didn't even get a hand on them to slow them down? They were just in the backfield?
Yeah, that's what it was. So for Arch, again, there were some good plays that he made. I still think it's too much bad and not enough good. But, like, to me, so much of the good that he did do gets flushed down the drain when you are that dumb in that spot. Like, that is – come on, man. What are we doing here? Taking sacks, multiple sacks in that situation? Please. Nobody to blame. Can't blame the head coach for the quarterback taking sacks there. He knows better than that. Guy's been trained since coming out the womb to be smarter than that. How are you taking sacks in that spot, Arch? Come on, man. Terrible. Let's hear from the head coach.
He's a very slow starter.
It's too much hero ball. It's too much hero ball from Arch Manning. Like, he's not playing. I talked to a college quarterback yesterday, and he's like, he's not playing within the rhythm of the offense. His best plays are the play starts to break down. He's such a good athlete. He runs around, scrambles, and then somebody gets open down the field. And those are cool. You give the quarterback credit when that happens, but that's not sustainable. He's not hitting his reads. He's not doing what he's supposed to do often enough. And that's not good. It's not good.
He's just compromised.
Okay. The team is compromised
right now.
Yeah, like this offense there are guys open a lot. Go back and watch the game. And I know our guy Matt Galatzan this afternoon will do the all 22 for Arch Manning. There are going to be plays where you're going to see guys wide open down the field, and still Arch Manning just isn't throwing them the football.
Yeah, well, in this particular game, you do have to set your feet. And he's much better underneath the when he's dropping back and getting that rhythm of dropping back than the ball being shotgunned back to him. I think he needs to be underneath the center a little bit more, continue to do that. But, dude, there was pressure on every throw. He almost got his arm hit on just about every throw. And like I said, the ones that weren't there were the ones he missed. But it looked like 75% there was pressure in his face.
Yeah, it wasn't all him, believe me. I don't want this to sound like it's not all on, or that it is all on Arch Manning. But there are also people who are like, Arch was amazing on Saturday and he did nothing wrong. And the only reason he was bad is because the guys around. He's just not great. I don't know if he's good right now. It's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think he'll end up being just a good quarterback. Sorry. We're not looking at Colt McCoy, Vince Young.
No.
Hell, we're barely looking at Colt's brother, the greatest American hero.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not closing the door on him yet, but it's been bad. It's been bad. And I mean, the overthrow to Emmett Mosley, I know there was pressure in his face, but that should have been a touchdown in the first half on Saturday. The interception to Emmett Mosley was way overthrown. He had Mosley
Jack
open
Injuries
on
one that was down the middle. I mean, I was expecting Injuries to run underneath that ball. That one was an overthrow, but
overshot him. You know,
Livingston,
if that's a better, he got Parker Livingston hurt by that ball not being, I mean, that's not an easy throw. The ball was good enough to be completed, but if that's a better throw, then Livingston doesn't get hurt on that play.
Yes.
So the touchdown to Wisner, too, go back and watch that touchdown to Wisner. It's like, why does it take Arch Manning so long to throw him the ball? He's wide open in the flat.
No, immediately throw that ball. Take the easy throw immediately.
He's like letting the defense get closer to him. He is letting the defense get closer to Trey Wisner. Like, it was a perfect play call. And look, it turned into a touchdown. So maybe ridiculous to complain about that. But that's just a sign of like Arch is not, I don't know if it's a confidence thing or he's not reading things as quickly as he should, but he's not as fast and sharp as I think he needs to be for this Texas team to
once again, it's a team sport. How can that entire team not be prepared? Like, how can they come out and have a week off? You know, Billy Napier had a week off, and he still was trying to find a way to blow the game at the end. You know?
Yeah, that's the sad part, is that guy's still going to get fired, and Florida's not going to have a great year, and you lost to them. Like, that guy is really good. Tip of the cap to Billy Napier. He is the best in the world of getting close to fired, but not getting fired. Because this happened last year, and with his back against the wall, he somehow beat LSU and Ole Miss at home. And Texas was that team this year where his back was way against the wall, and he dies another day. Somehow finds a way to coach his team up to a victory. But yeah, this ain't losing to Georgia. This ain't losing to Ohio State. This is losing to a not very good football.
Oh no. This is just the beginning. This thing, if you don't straighten this out, look out. I mean, I saw Mississippi State play Texas A&M. It took A&M in the second half to really just start to roll them up. If Texas goes in with that kind of game plan, they'll get beat by Mississippi State at the Cowbellville. You know, if they play like that, they just will. If they can't protect the quarterback, and if they can't run the ball. By the way, if you just can't run the ball, Arch Manning is not good enough right now to be the guy to put everybody on his shoulders and get you a win. He can't. He needs help. And if you can't help him with the run game, this is going to be a long year.
That's it. I mean, it's all bad. It's like you talk bad about one person. It's not like you're not talking about against the other people, but it's just there's too much bad going on for Texas.
I mean, the special teams, a punt?
Yeah, they had a punt blocked, and that was the easiest punt block of all time, too, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just simple. It was just simple for the guy who's blocking. Hey, coach, you coached him forever to take the inside guy, let the widest guy go, and you decide to take the wide guy and say to the inside guy, go ahead, have a free run right at the guy's leg.
Yeah, that was bad.
It was bad. Once again, when I saw Niblett at the running back position and they've got all these runners and I'm not seeing Gibson, I'm like, they put that guy in to play running back who's played 15 positions. They got problems. They're still searching in game 5 or 6. They're searching for who the running back is.
So speaking of Ryan Niblett and speaking of special teams, he led another couple of punts.
Oh, yeah. He didn't want to go. Hey, he didn't want to go near those balls.
No, I mean, special teams it's just not good enough for Texas right now. I mean, not much is good enough for Texas right now, but that's It's just a lot of the same mistakes being made week after week after week. And again, this weekend against OU is game 6. We're about at the midway. People keep saying it's early. You're at the halfway point just about.
Yeah, you're not good enough to have 10 penalties, BK. You're not. Yeah. The P word, they're not good enough to have 10. They're not.
They are now 129th out of 136 teams in terms of penalties per game.
That's embarrassing. So when the head coach when he tells you how prepared mentally they are, you look at him and say, well, we'll see next game. That's what you say.
Yeah.
You can only say we'll see. I mean, that you got to take – that has to be – when you're not that good, that has to be taken care of first.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. All right, here's another one from Steve Sarkisian here. He was asked at the end of his post-game press conference, how does it feel to already have 2 losses? Of course, this was the preseason -1 team in America. The Week 7 AP poll came out yesterday, and Texas is not in it. Here's Steve Sarkisian talking about being 3-2 heading into OU week.
We're a 1-loss team in the SEC, and there's a lot of football left to be played. We got 7 conference games to be played. I'm not going to sit here and give us the poor me's and the woe is us. We'll get back. We'll get ready to go. Obviously, got a big pivotal game next week against a rival opponent in Oklahoma, a very good football team. We need to get ourselves ready to play and focus on next week. And I think, one of the mistakes we can make is look big picture. We need to focus on this week and put our best foot forward and to get ready to play against a good football team.
Yeah, you need to focus on your personnel and get that shit straight first. But once again, there's nothing you can do about the offensive line. You've seen them all now at all different positions. You've seen them. Now you got to scheme some stuff to help out yourself, because like you said, you can't go get players now. You don't have a chance to go pick up 2 or 3 players. That's over with. So you're gonna have to scheme them the right way. But the physicality of your football team is that you look like you were preparing for San Jose State. That's what they look like. That's how they looked against Sam Houston, and they beat the crap out of them. And when you come back the following, after 2 weeks of practice, and you look like you're preparing for Sam Houston, how does that happen?
Yeah, they got whipped in the trenches. And God, like that, what got into Texas in that Ohio State game? Because the offensive line played pretty well in Columbus against a really good football team. And they gave us
maybe they were pissed because they didn't win the semifinal game, and they were thinking about that. Something that some coach speak thing that worked in that game. Well, that shit didn't work on Saturday.
Maybe
because Florida was the team that I thought that I would see. I didn't think they were going to be that good, but I knew defensive line wise that offensive line was going to. I didn't think they were going to run the ball that great against them. But I definitely didn't think.
You were saying 140 yards is what we were saying at the pregame show.
Yeah, I was hoping. But remember, before the season started, BK, I may seem like the only guy worried about this Florida team.
No, you weren't. There were a lot of people who were worried about it, and you guys were right, and I was wrong. But both of us did pick Texas to win the game on Saturday, and I didn't think it looked like that. Did you think it would look like that?
Well, I thought their defensive line would be okay. I wasn't expecting Texas. Trey Wisner was coming back, but they haven't had any big holes, and they weren't going to have any holes against that group for sure. That defensive line just pummeled the offensive line. The kid at left tackle had one of his worst games that I've seen.
Yeah, Gooseby was bad on Saturday. I don't know. I had hoped because of what Texas did against Ohio State, like that was their only road game this year. That was their only Power 4 game this year. It's like maybe they've been sandbagging a little bit against these non-conference games.
No, they've just been playing those non-conference teams. That's what it is.
Yeah,
that's what it looked like.
They don't care very much, whatever. But no, they weren't very good against 2 of those 3 non-conference opponents, right? And it turns out instead of, they played well against Ohio State, so it's going to translate to Florida, it was, they didn't play very well against San Jose State and UTEP, and that's what's going to translate to Florida because the offensive line is just bad. And what happened to Neto? Neto Umeozulu was thought to be this team's starter at left guard. He was getting a lot of the number 1 reps during fall camp. And I don't know if he's hurt and they're just not telling us. I don't know if he's quietly entered the transfer portal, But that guy, like Texas benched Connor Stroh at left guard at halftime, and they brought in a freshman tackle instead of Neto, who's like an upperclassman guard. So is he that bad that he couldn't see any action on Saturday? What's the deal there?
Well, it's kind of the same way I felt about Gibson. Is that guy that bad? I know he's a fullback. I know he fumbles, but you need a spark. You're in his hometown. Maybe this is a game that he pops out.
I don't know. Yeah.
Maybe he's his own blocker, because that's what he would have needed. He had to be his own blocker. Man, that number 13 for them, Bob, what a running back that dude is.
Yeah,
he's a big old beast.
He's a stud. And that's like, I think we mentioned it during the pregame show. Jaden Ball, Florida was 14th out of 16 teams in the SEC in terms of rushing yards per game. But Jaden Ball was top 15 in the country in forced missed tackles. So, like, the only reason Florida's run game wasn't dead last in the SEC was because Ball's been making a bunch of people miss. You saw that on Saturday, and you saw the Florida offensive line push people around, and that's why the Florida run game was as effective as it was. He's a good player.
He made a miss. He ran through arm tackles. Guys tried to tackle him low. He stepped over the top of them.
Yeah.
And that damn freshman wide receiver ran through them like he was John Mackey, like he was a tight end instead of a wide receiver. You're running over dudes.
Oh, my God. Yeah, Dallas Wilson is going to be haunting Texas fans' nightmares for a while.
Oh, that's right. When does he get out of there? How many years does it take for him to leave now? 3, 2 more?
He's a true freshman. So at minimum, he's here for the next, or I should say he's there for the next 2 years. And, Texas has Florida on the schedule next season. So they will have to see that dude again. And, yeah, he looks like the real deal. But here's what makes me mad as a Texas fan. Texas signed 2 receivers who were rated higher than Dallas Wilson in the recruiting rankings. Now, recruiting rankings don't always tell the whole story. I think we've all learned that by now. But maybe Texas has a guy who's really good at wide receiver. Maybe that's Khalil Lockett. I just wouldn't know because they don't play. The freshman wide receivers here don't play.
Oh, yeah, they're into their three guys now. Now Mosley's a part of the group.
All over the country, we see freshman wide receivers play and play really well.
Yes.
And I see Texas bring in the best wide receiver class out of any team in college football. And either the recruiting services were wrong on all 4 of the Longhorn receivers they signed, or we're not developing them, or I don't understand. I just don't understand. Every Saturday, watching all of these freshman wide receivers get playing time, and it's pulling teeth for Sark and Chris Jackson to get any of the freshmen out there. Like, what's the deal?
Yeah, you're right.
I don't think our receivers are that bad per se, but like maybe we have a Dallas Wilson type somewhere in this freshman class. I wouldn't know because they don't ever get opportunities to play. So that guy was awesome.
The old running back coach, I tell you right now, they don't have a runner right now. They got guys coming off injuries, and they're going to have guys still semi-injured playing against this defense this week.
Yeah, that's a scary thought, isn't it?
Yeah, but their quarterback sucks at OU. How did you get 55 points? Did the OU defense score 21 or something?
You're giving them too much. Oklahoma beat Kent State 44-0. They did not get to 50 or 55.
Okay. All right.
They did not cover, by the way. They did not cover. But they did pitch a shutout. Now, it's Kent State. They're no good. They're 1-4 out of the MAC. But Oklahoma this year, 5-0, ranked in the top 5.
Oh, what a great week. This is such a great week for the Longhorns. You're talking about bouncing back.
It's an opportunity. It's an opportunity against a top 5 team to show that you still have a pulse, because everybody is counting Texas out right now. And everybody is kicking Texas while they're down. So one win doesn't mean you're back and everything's great. But
it sure would be a nice start if you started practicing and not have a third week off.
You lose this game and you're 3-3 and the season's over. The season's over if you lose on Saturday. It is. You win this game, then it gives you some hope. You could beat Kentucky. You could beat Mississippi State. You can beat Vanderbilt. Now, those won't be easy, especially Mississippi State and Vanderbilt. I'm not chalking those up as guaranteed wins, but you can win those games. You can get a little winning streak going. And
you're not going to beat Georgia. Just go ahead and say that.
No, you're not going to beat Georgia. You're not going to beat Georgia.
No matter what kind of role you get on.
No, you're right. And I would just like to simulate that game. I don't even want to play that game. Just go ahead and give them a win, give Texas a loss, and we're
Give
moving
them a
on to
3-point
Arkansas.
win. Just give them a 3-point win and move on.
Sure. Yeah, 3 points. I don't know if Georgia would sign up for that, but I think I'll sign up for that. But point is, like this, look, Texas OU is always huge. It's your biggest rival. It's your biggest game on your schedule every year. It's always massive. But this year it feels a little bit more massive because it can start, again, just if you win on Saturday, it doesn't guarantee anything besides a win on Saturday. But it can start your turnaround. If you lose, you fall to 3-3, and it's the beginning of the end of this season.
Yes.
So that's what's at stake. 2:30 at the Cotton Bowl Saturday afternoon. We'll be there.
Because you know what's going to happen on that Friday in November. You're going to beat A&M because they'll be undefeated. Yes. It's looking good. It's
I hope you're right.
Me.
I hope you're right. Like, look, I'm like you.
You're going to start rooting for the Aggies. You're going to start having to root for the Aggies.
No, I didn't say that. I'm like you in terms of I don't think I'll ever pick A&M to beat Texas.
Never.
But I mean, come on. We got to call a spade through 6 games for them and 5 games for us. They look like the better team. Do they not? Yes. Say it. Sucks. It's painful to say, but I don't even know how it's debatable right now. So a lot of time left before, obviously, we get to that regular season finale on November 29th. But yeah, no, right now, we don't look very good. So
Penn State, Texas, and the Alamo Bowl.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who picked Texas and Penn State to make the national championship game this year. Again, they were the preseason number 1 and number 2 teams in the AP poll. And here we are, week 7. Both of those teams unranked. Stunning.
God, I don't even know who played worse after watching the Penn State game.
I don't think Texas fans are looking for moral victories or anything, and I don't think this really is a moral victory. Texas was a 4.5-point favorite against Florida and lost. Penn State was a 24.5-point favorite against UCLA and lost. Florida's got a tough environment. UCLA had like 300 people there. And again, misery loves company. We're miserable right now, and Penn State is joining us there. You know, Texas, Penn State, and Clemson, that's 3 of the top 5 teams in the preseason poll. Got a combined 7 losses right now. And we just hit October. That's why we love college football. You hate when it happens to your team, but it's so unpredictable. And the AP voters and just fans, media, whatever. We did not have a great pulse on this season. I think it's safe to say.
What did Sarkisian? What did he say about his quarterback play?
Let's get to that in a second. We've got Steve Sarkisian talking Arch Manning. We've got a few more bits of sound from Sark talking about the third down struggles, talking about the penalties, the offensive line play.
He's going to talk the P word?
He's going to talk the P word. Yeah, they look like a bunch of P's out there. All right, before we get to that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at the Lee Kitchen and Tavern, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and Avery Ranch. Lonnie's famous fried chickens on the weekend, of course. Hawaiian wings, pulled pork sliders, of course, teriyaki glazed pork chops, the great Cobb salad, and the all-day breakfast. Don't forget, happy hour each and every day from 3 to 6. Unbelievable savings on glasses of wine, glasses of specialty beers there. They have it there for you also. Thursday, prime to wine, folks. That's half-price bottles of wine with that great prime rib dinner at the Lee Kitchen and Tavern. Once again, all-day breakfast at all of their locations, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and Avery Ranch. Love the Lee Kitchen and Tavern.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to the league and also shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
By the way, our friends at Woods Comfort Systems say, hey, get ready because the temperature is still going to remain warm this week. And if you don't have that air conditioning all set up and those filters are packed with gunk, it's going to be tough to keep the temperature right where you want it. So do be aware that it's still warm. It's going to be warm this week, and it will continue to be warm, BK, through the month of October. I don't see any rain in sight, and I don't see any cold weather in sight. But if you are preparing like I am, of course, for November and getting ready to winterize, my house is already winterized. I've done that. But still, you got to make sure the filters work properly when it comes to air conditioning. And they have been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas, whether it's air conditioning, heating, and they do plumbing also. Woods Comfort System, nobody does it better.
woodscomfortsystems.com is their website. 512-842-5066 is their phone number. And a shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. If you're looking to upgrade your space, maybe a remodeled kitchen, maybe a bathroom renovation, maybe you want to add some new life to your outdoor space. Maybe you've got a growing family and you want to grow your home. You can do that with McCall Custom Homes, custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas. And they've been doing it here in Central Texas for 4 decades. It's a father-son team with tons of experience. All of that experience has been right here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, they are offering free estimates to TSU listeners. Take advantage while you can. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Bucky's had some work done at his place by McCall Custom Homes. Rodney's had some work done at his place by McCall Custom Homes. We trust our homes to them. You should too. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com.
Didn't even go out there on my putting green because of Ryder Cup and now this game on Saturday. Wanted to go out there and hit a few putts yesterday. I'm like, nah, that's okay.
Too disappointed?
Too disappointed.
Yeah.
But I can always lean on Hank, and I always can count the Sooners to screw it up this week.
That's the hope right there.
Because they will have to screw it up. They will have to screw it up.
Explain that.
They will have to their offense. This defense will have to play out of their minds and score points because I don't think the offense will be able to they won't be able to run the ball a lick. You think they couldn't run? They couldn't run against Florida. They're not running against Oklahoma. That's not changing a week. They had 2 weeks to change that. They couldn't do that. But this defense can hold that offense of theirs. Their offense still can't run the ball. They still have problems with the run game. And I can't believe that the secondary could all of a sudden look like the secondary of like 4 years ago.
I am going to make a bold prediction, Buck. I think Texas is going to run the ball better against Oklahoma than they did against Florida.
Is that a bold statement, or is that one that should happen if the couple guys just trip over their own feet?
It's not a bold statement at all because Texas ran it for 52 yards against OU. Against Florida. So I am saying they're going to have at least 53 against the Sooners this weekend. You like that?
Yeah. Trey Wiseman had a pretty good game, didn't he, last year against them?
He did.
Everybody did.
Texas as a team ran it for 198 yards on 6.4 yards per carry in the Cotton Bowl.
Dude, they got 0 yards on first down runs Saturday. 0. They didn't give their quarterback a chance for second down. You had to throw a drop back and pass on every down. Should have been every down. You should even never attempted the run with that. What did 15 yards total?
Total on 11 carries.
That's incredible. How do you do that?
1.36 yards per carry for the Texas running backs.
Yeah, that's the one where that's the one on Monday's film session. I look at my running backs and go, that's not the offensive line's fault. That's your fault. You had 15 yards of rushing. They could have just fallen down on the snap of the ball, and you guys should have had more than 15 yards. I mean, really?
Yeah, it was really bad.
But then again, I would have had 2 backs in the backfield. So I at least had one lead blocker.
Well, why not? Why not try it at this point, right? I mean, Sark said it. We already played that cut. They're looking for answers. I think it was Joe Cook, our buddy Joe Cook from Inside Texas, who asked Sark, like, hey, how do you get the run game going? And he says, I don't know right now, Joe. We got to figure it out. Maybe that's one of the things you could try because clearly what you're trying is not working. So you've got to explore alternative solutions. Maybe that's one of them. Maybe we see that this Saturday in Dallas. They've got to figure it out because, you can't run the ball for 1.3 yards a carry and beat Oklahoma or beat Vanderbilt or beat Georgia or beat A&M. Maybe you could beat Kentucky and Arkansas like that, maybe. But, you've got to be more effective on the ground. And
the other thing for me is there's not much leadership on the offense. And I thought the defense would have some defensive leaders besides Michael Taft. There's nothing that shows me that, and that's that, and especially true on offense. You got a young quarterback. You got a running back that's just coming back after a bunch of games. You have nothing on the offensive line. There's no leaders on the offensive line. Those guys are lost.
Yeah, I'm not giving up on the defense yet. They played a bad game. Like I still believe in this defense. I still think they're really good. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you they were good on Saturday. They weren't. But I've seen enough from this defense this year to where I believe that is still a really strong unit.
Yeah. Colin Simmons had 3 straight plays, the best 3 straight plays that he's played. But that guy's an All-American. And I mean, those 3 plays, people were getting all excited about him. Like, well, shit. That guy should have been tearing up the other teams. He should have 50 tackles by now.
He had
3 straight really good plays in that game, I thought.
He did. Yeah, he did. And you're wondering, why are we not seeing more of that in other drives? But he was a monster on that one drive in the second half. And this is for Pete Kwiatkowski to figure out, right? This is something that we've talked about, I think, a lot this year. Again, the defense was awesome in the first 4 games. So like every sort of criticism we had for them was kind of nitpicky, but we've talked about them not generating a bunch of pressure and not getting a bunch of sacks. They did have 5 against Sam Houston. But they had a total of 6 in the first 3 games of the season, right? So that was a lot of like, okay, like they were top 5 in the country in sacks last year. What's going on? Here's something that PK has to figure out. DJ Lagway averaged 2.32 seconds to throw the ball on his dropbacks on Saturday. That was the 4th fastest time of any quarterback in the country. And he obviously had a great day. So Florida's game plan, and I think we saw that with Ohio State. I think we saw that with San Jose State. I think we saw it with UTEP. Like these teams are game planning to try to take Colin Simmons and Ethan Burke and what's supposed to be this really good Texas defensive line out of the game. So you've got to come up with the way, like you have to expect them to drop back quickly and throw the ball quickly. How do you defend that without getting torched through the air like you did on Saturday afternoon? That's for PK to figure out, because I don't think what DJ Lagway did is a one-off. Again, we've already seen it in other games this year. Teams are going to try to get the ball out quick against Texas's defense. So how do you make sure that they can't do that as successfully as Florida did? That's going to be big.
Yeah, and you can't give up. You can't. You're going to see other runners now in the SEC that can run pretty well. That guy was an exceptional runner. You're going to see a couple more now.
By the way, the worst part, and you're right, Jaden Ball is a stud, but to DJ Lagway, who had been awful this season, look, he was playing on one leg.
I know. I saw him limping around.
It's like he had no dual threat ability. I thought he was too fat to run anyways, but then he's dealing with the leg injury, right? He was in a boot 2 weeks ago. Clearly there was something there, and he's limping around the entire game. The guy can barely move, and you still can't take him off.
BK, was there a number of one-on-ones that these receivers had? Because in a zone, I thought that guy was going to throw a bunch of picks if they'd have just dropped back and got some pressure, but he didn't have enough pressure on him.
Yeah. No, he was getting the ball out quick. Like, it's tough. It's tough to get pressure when a quarterback's throwing within 2.3 seconds. Like, that's just mathematically not enough time to get off the ball and into the backfield consistently. So, like, Texas's defensive backs were getting beat right off the snap. And, Manny Muhammad was out. So Kobe Black played a lot more. And the freshman Cade Phillips played a lot more. Those guys had rough days. And Florida, look, they recruit well. Like, I've made this comparison a lot. Florida right now is what Texas was last decade, where, Texas had athletes. They just didn't have good enough development and good enough coaching to win consistently. But they've got great athletes at Florida, and their athletes out-athleted our athletes on the outside.
Their drawback is their coaching for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they're not a well-coached team. That's why they're 2-3 right now with the loss to South Florida on their schedule. And it's why, I mean, what is Billy Napier, 500 coach in his Florida career? Yeah. Like that's not 19-19. He's 21-22 at Florida.
Not for the kind of athletes he gets.
Right. Yeah, no, it's the same thing we were talking about with Tom Herman and Charlie Strong. It's like, how with these guys, how are you, like, it's great that you could do this, but why are you not doing it consistently enough? That's what Florida has right now. That's what they've had for the last few years. And we saw it firsthand, unfortunately, with Texas. And hopefully we're not seeing that again. All right, more sound here from Steve Sarkisian. Buck, you asked about Arch Manning?
Yes.
So here is Sark and his post-game presser on Saturday, talking about Arch Manning's performance in the loss at Florida.
Oh, I thought he competed his heart out, and again, for all of our entire team did, that I think, most people thought we were probably dead and gone, and we fought all the way back. We had a chance there at the end. I think, a learning lesson for him is the situations of the game, of not taking a sack in 2 minutes with no timeouts and having the ability to throw the ball away. But it was just because he was competing so hard. But he'll learn that stuff, and that's part of the process of growing and developing as a young quarterback. But proud of his competitive spirit, made some big time plays for us. I'm sure there's going to be a few other plays he'd love to have back, but don't question his heart at all. He battled tonight.
Oh, at least you know that about him. He'll battle. Well, I hope so. I hope he'll battle. How about waking him up when he gets to the game and getting him going in the first quarter and having a sense of urgency, Coach? He's been with you for 3 years. You need to know more about him than what you know about him. I hope he battles. If not, grab another quarterback, and if he comes in the game and he does well, leave him in the game. They all better battle. They went to Texas. They got scholarships to Texas. They all better battle hard.
Yeah, I don't have any question about the heart of Arch Manning. I've got some questions about the head and the ability of Arch Manning, but he's a kid who wants to win. I'm sure he's putting in a ton of work every single day to try to get better at his craft. He clearly cares about his teammates and this program and himself, and that's good. Right? He didn't quit on Saturday when things.
Oh no, I don't think they have any nonchalant players that don't give a rat's ass. You got a scholarship to go to Texas. You're at Texas. That, of course, you're not just out there and then say, you know what, we're done. I'll get ready for next week. I hope they don't have any guys like that. I don't believe I see any of that. But they're not the smartest group I've ever seen for sure.
That's Captain
But we know that.
Yeah, it's Captain Obvious stuff. But you can't just want to win. That's not good enough. You can't just have heart. That's not good enough to win on Saturday. So
that's what I mean. Yeah. That's when Sark says that. Oh, he battled. Well, yeah, Coach, you better battle, or they need to get a new coach if he's not battling.
Yeah. That's Arch again. I mean, he made some good plays on Saturday, but there's just too much inconsistency for him, and there's too much hero ball from him. I said it earlier, but a lot of his best plays are not within the flow of the offense, and it's good to have a quarterback that can do that, right? You look at guys on Sunday. I know Josh Allen lost last night, but a lot of Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, a lot of their best plays are the play breaks down, they scramble, they extend with their legs, and somehow, some way, they find somebody down the field. That's great. You love a quarterback who can improvise on the fly like that. But, those guys, and obviously that's ridiculously unfair comparing Arch to two of the best quarterbacks in the world in the NFL. But the elite quarterbacks, the great quarterbacks are guys that can do that stuff, but also they are consistently good within the rhythm and the flow of the offense. And that's Arch Manning just isn't there right now. And
this particular coaching staff on this given week they had a week off and didn't prepare. They look like a team that was still playing that schedule that they played the last 3 games. They didn't look like a team that was about to take on an SEC type of athletes, not team, because the team that they played was no good. But they didn't look like they were prepared to play those type of athletes, BK. They looked like they were prepared for San Jose kind of athletes, Sam Houston kind of athletes, and that's what they look like. That how they practice. They weren't preparing like they were playing. These are SEC athletes. They may not be good as a group, but they got some individual athletes. I said on Saturday that are pretty good. And those guys showed up.
If that team's no good, what are we?
Right now, not very good.
Okay. All right.
They're not very good. Texas not very good. You're the number 1 team in the nation. You're out of the top 25.
Out of the top 25 already. Right now. Yeah.
I'm not going to say they're good. I'm not going to ballyhoo how great the defense is. As a team, they're not very good. And it's we already know it's one of the dumbest teams in America. And if you're not very good, you can't be dumb and not good at the same time.
Yeah. Everybody had different predictions and projections for what Texas football was going to be in 2025. I don't think even the biggest doomsdayer out there thought Texas would be outside of the top 25 right now.
No, I thought they would lose 1 more game than they did. I didn't think they were going to lose 3 more games.
I mean, this is some Texas fans. This obviously isn't everybody, but there are Texas fans who are calling for a change at quarterback. There are Texas fans calling for a change, with a bunch of different members of the coaching staff, including the head coach. Like that's what this season has gone to, which I think is ridiculous. If you're
it is. It's pretty ridiculous.
If you're in the Fire Sark campaign, like that makes absolutely no sense to me. But like that's
I'm going to look at it. I'm going to look. I tell you what, I'm going to look and see what my strategy was in the off season, and I'm not going to let anybody. I'm going to be the head coach and not let too many people talk me into not going out and look for offensive linemen ever again. That'll never happen.
Yeah, the day the portal opens this offseason, I hope Texas signs 3 offensive linemen.
There you go.
Like the day it opens. I don't care that that's clearly tampering. Oh, how do they get these 3 guys to commit on the first day that the portal's open? I don't care. Get 3 of them. Do whatever you have to do. And I know they're not cheap because Texas ain't the only team that's going to be wanting O linemen, but do what you have to do to get some offensive linemen, please. Please,
yeah,
please.
Oh, for sure. And you can never, Emmett Mosley looks like he's going to be okay. I wish he would have been healthier early. That just happened that way. I think he's a good player. But once again, better go and get another receiver because Wingo's always going to have some suspicion about his hands, folks. Sorry. He's going to catch 6 and drop 2. So be aware of that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a tough drop.
And once again, like you said, why do you have the best receiving group of freshmen in America and they don't play?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they don't. Maybe they're all really bad. Maybe all of the recruiting gurus were off and they overrated all of these Texas players and those guys actually suck. Or maybe they're really
that happens too.
Yeah,
the coaches are the ones that see them every day.
Sure. Maybe Steve Sarkisian made the wrong picks with the guys that he did sign. Maybe they should have invested more in Dallas Wilson instead of Jamie French and Khalil Lockett. I don't know. I don't know.
I know this. You can't do that. You can't do what they did on Saturday and not have that running back in the game for a couple plays, and he's in his home state, and you're recruiting that state. That's bad business, BK. That's a business decision. And considering what you put on the field that day, and you can't find, and you talk so glowingly about the guy, and he doesn't get in the game, and he's home in a state that you really want to recruit, and you have recruited running backs. That's a bad calculation of what you needed to do in that game. And it's almost like, why didn't he?
It's funny because we talked about that at the very end of our pregame show. By the way, shout out to Lavaca Street Bar.
Well, what a nice place that is.
On South Lamar for hosting us. And shout out to our guy, Adam, at Waterloo Printing and Graphics for helping to set that up. But we talked about that at the very end of our pregame show. It's like, this game is bigger than just today, and it's bigger than just this year.
Yes, it is.
You can finally go recruit the state of Florida again. When you were in the Big 12, it's like it's hard to convince Florida kids and Florida families, hey, you want to watch your son play in Manhattan, Kansas every year? It's like, no, now you're taking trips to Florida and then to Georgia and Mississippi and Alabama. Like you're in that part of the country. It's an easier sell. And look, Texas, they've got a bunch of really good players from the state of Florida committed for the class of 2026. But we talked about this being an opportunity to go show younger people, right? Middle school kids and younger high school kids what Texas football is all about. Like, yeah, we don't care. We're going to roll into your state. We're going to roll into the swamp. It's supposed to be one of the toughest places to win. And we're going to beat the crap out of your team in your state right in front of you.
And we're going to use your players.
And if you want to be a part of this, we'll come to Texas. You don't want to stay here for this. Come over to the west, I guess.
Now the running back coach has got to go in that area and talk to coaches in that area about, hey, wait a minute, this guy played running back as a freshman there. You mean he wasn't good enough to play against Florida? He's got to explain that,
Yeah, not only did Texas lose and do the opposite of those good things that I just talked about. Yeah, they've got a bunch of Florida kids on the team, and like hardly any of them played. So yeah, that's doesn't help.
And if you don't think that matters, it matters.
Yeah, I'm ceding to your judgment on that. You've done this. You've lived it. You've recruited. So I trust you that that was a missed opportunity.
And that running back coach is going to have to explain, wait a minute, you played my guy, as a freshman, and you guys talk so glowingly about him. You couldn't get him in the game for 2 plays. His parents are at the game. His family's at the game in Florida. He doesn't even get in the game. I didn't realize he didn't even get in the game. I was just like, he didn't carry the football. I didn't know he didn't even get in the game.
Didn't get in the game.
Wow.
That was bad. It was bad. And again, it's not like Texas was running the ball really well with the other guys that they had. So maybe you wanted to see what Jarrett Gibson had or what James Simon had or something else to get the ground game going a little bit. Here's another one from Sark talking about the penalties and then the offensive line. It's kind of a double question here, and there's no real gap between the two answers, so I just left them combined for the sake of this. But Sark was asked about the 10 penalties for Texas and then the struggles up front.
The penalties was odd because I thought we were doing really well there, and all of a sudden they just started coming in waves, these pre-snap penalties. Obviously we had the one series where I think we got 2 or 3 of them in a row. They were stemming their front a little bit, and we were getting a little flinchy at the line of scrimmage. And so, I thought we were handling the crowd noise really well. But again, later in the game, we started to get a little antsy, and that's when the pre-snap penalty started to kick in. Off the top of my head, I don't know, because is it on the O-line? Is it on the backs? We have to evaluate that. I thought we had a couple pretty good runs and we got holding penalties, and then when we didn't get the holding penalties, we didn't gain any yards. And so that part we have to fix, our offense and any offense for that matter. You got to at least get close to some balance. And we didn't have that tonight. We were a one-dimensional team, and that gets difficult on everybody. It gets difficult on the lineman. It gets difficult on the quarterback. It gets difficult on the running backs and protection when guys are just pinning their ears back and rushing. So we got to find a way to find a more balance to our offense than we had today for sure.
Yeah, that's for me, for Sark, Mr. Nice Guy. That's fine that he's nice a lot, but that's the one where he said, we're just a bunch of dumbasses. Sorry, it's loud at every stadium, and it was loud there. I don't care if it's in the first quarter or 2 minutes left in the game. We can't flinch. We can't do this. That makes us look dumb. We're dumb. We need to quit doing that. Not, I didn't know. It just started happening late. We had a couple series where we had a bunch in a row. No, that's just an excuse. That's dumbassity right there. I mean, that's all that is. You're one of the leading teams in the nation when it comes to penalties. What, you don't play in loud stadiums? What the hell is going on? What is it, playing Sam Houston State down in San Marcos or something? Is that what you expect to hear? Playing in the SEC, coach. That's one that you got to get. You got to come straight out and say that's unacceptable. Period.
Yeah, it's unacceptable. Like I don't want to hear that. For 2.5 quarters they didn't have a lot of penalties. It's a 4-quarter game. It's a 60-minute game, coach. And penalties.
We got flinchy. What the hell is that? You got flinchy? Well, you're not going to see good players on the other side of you from this point on.
Hey, guess what? If you have 10 penalties and you allow 6 sacks next week, then you're going to lose, and you're going to be 3-3 on the season.
Yeah, by the way, that group they can get after you.
Yeah, that's a good team that you're playing. I mean, they're ranked in the top 5. Like, that's a very good team. Even if John Mateer doesn't play, Oklahoma's got a lot of talent, and they've got one of the best defenses in America. So if you continuously shoot yourself in the foot, your only good plays you have in the ground game are when you have holding penalties and you have multiple false starts on the same drive. Like you're not going to win.
Yeah, sometimes he's overcool. That's overcool right there. That's not acceptable, coach. Don't tell us about the flinchiness and the crowd got loud. You're playing loud stadiums. You do this at home. Forget wherever you go. You do it at home. Yeah. You're one of the worst teams in America when it comes to it. Quit making excuses for that and quit doing it.
Well, that's the thing. Last week, Sark was like, well, we're actually better on the road. I thought we did pretty well against Ohio State, and that atmosphere didn't faze us, and we didn't have a ton of penalties in that game. And we've been really good away from home, not just this year, but in previous years as well. Well, you weren't. You talked a big game. You said all of that stuff, but you didn't show it on Saturday. So your next 3 games, by the way, Buck, the next 3 games are all away from home.
Yes.
So you've got OU, which is one of the craziest atmospheres in the entire
What's the cowbells going to be like? What are they going to do? You think they're going to be flinchy when they get there?
Then you've got a road game at Kentucky. I think that's a night game, by the way. Even though Kentucky is not very good, like they're going to want to beat Texas. That's going to be a sellout crowd. And then you've got the Cowbellers, like you said, after that. So you've got 3 games in a row. You're only 1 game through this crazy October stretch where you're playing 4 straight away from DKR. And you did not show up well against that crowd and that atmosphere. So you've got 3 in a row. Again, next week you'll have 50% of the fans, but still, we know what that's about. And then 2 true road games right after that. You got to make sure your guys are not getting antsy or flinchy or any other word that you want to use.
Yeah, any other of those words you want to flinchy. Come on, they've been flinchy for a couple of years, coach. It's that's not you're not telling us anything that, oh no, we're spectacular. We've really done a great job of that. No, you haven't.
No, they haven't. So
no, and yes, you do have to fix it. You can keep saying we have to fix it. You're right. You do. That's got to be a part of your practice. That's a part of all that stuff with you. Your quarterback needs a faster start. You need to know him better. I don't care what it takes. I don't if he likes Pop-Tarts, give him Pop-Tarts in the morning, but he's got to start on game day quicker. He needs to start. He's the guy right now who needs to lead this team. They don't have any offensive leaders. They don't have a standout. They don't have the guy like the left tackle who's an All-American that if he just spoke to everybody, listen. They don't have one of those guys on this football team offensively. And the quarterback, no matter how he's playing or no matter how he's just good, okay right now, he's got to be the guy that gets them going. That has to be your guy, period. That's your job, coach.
Yeah, it's a fair question, right? Who are the leaders of this Texas offense right now? And I just don't know. I don't know.
God, I miss Jake Majors. Like I heard Zay say that. Man, I miss that dude now.
Yeah, Jake Majors always underappreciated during his Texas career.
Wow.
And, I think there are a few players on last year's team and maybe the last couple of years' teams that maybe people are talking about differently now that we're midway through this 2025 season and those guys are gone. I'd pay good money to have some of those dudes back on this roster right now.
But I think one of the main things, I think you hit it, is the point of, they can only do, I'm talking about playing Gibson because it's its home state. I'm just saying from a recruiting standpoint, managerial wise, if you're going to get your ass beat, you might as well put that guy in the game to show the state of Florida that you have enough faith in. But when it comes to
maybe they were scared, Buck. Maybe they thought if Jarrett Gibson played, he wasn't going to play well, and then it was going to be an embarrassing look for him and his family. And no,
you still got to win the game. At least give yourself a chance. Maybe he'd have played great. Hey, maybe he would have played great.
I know. Believe me, I'm with you. He should have gotten a carry. James Simon should have gotten a carry. Like clearly, Trey Wisner wasn't himself.
No,
Christian Clark, he gave him one carry. He did nothing with it. But you needed a spark in your ground game. Try something.
But I believe what you said is true about, and it's been that way. But they've had great wide receivers. When I see some guys when they have their mighty 3 or mighty 4, it was understandable. Those guys are first and second round draft picks that they brought in. And if you've got a great recruiting class, get those guys playing, get them ready so that when the meat of your schedule comes, that you don't have any problems putting them in a game and they play meaningful snaps. Bringing Jack Injuries here was a waste of time for a guy catching 1 yard outs. I mean, there are people thinking that guy was going to be better than the dude that they had last year. It's not even close.
Well, there are plays. Go back and watch the game. There are plays where Jack Injuries is wide open, and I don't know if Arch Manning doesn't like him or he just doesn't see him. I don't know. He's not throwing him the football. It's not like Jack Injuries is doing nothing out there. They're just not giving him the ball. So
he hits him on the 1 yard outs.
Right. That's great. That's exciting. The 1 yard outs.
It's very exciting.
I feel bad for Jack Injuries. Like maybe some of this is on him, but come on. This is a guy who had 50 plus catches at Cal last year. He's got, I think, 9 catches now for just over 100 yards through 5 games this season. He said he came to Texas to be one and done. He wanted to compete for a championship, but he wanted to be drafted just like Gunnar Helm and Jatavion Sanders were, the last 2 tight ends at Texas. He's not even getting the ball. There's no film for scouts to watch because he's not getting catches.
What's he going to show? He's going to have to show his Cal film. Like I say, he should have never left Cal the way this is going for him.
It hasn't been the right move for him so far. So, again, 7 games left for that to change. But, it's one of many disappointments right now for this Texas offense and for this Texas football team. So,
this is a week where this isn't put your arm around a guy week. This is put your foot up a guy's ass week coming up.
Yeah, it is.
Because if you go in there lighthearted thinking, oh, it's a rivalry game, we'll get up for this game. Yeah, not the way you played physically.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you got whipped in the trenches, and if that happens again this weekend, you're going to lose. And it's probably going to be worse. Like the disparity between Florida's lines of scrimmage and Texas's lines of scrimmage was way worse than what the scoreboard showed. The difference between the offensive and defensive line play was like 28 points, not 8 points. Right? The scoreboard makes the game look closer than it actually was.
Yes, it did.
So, you're the defensive line is what's surprising. The offensive line, I think the book's kind of out on this offensive line. They're not good. The jury has come back in and said, they're bad. That's it. the defensive line, that's the surprising part. So you need your defense. All the defense was the surprising part. The linebackers didn't play well. The DBs didn't play well. The D-line didn't play well. That's the stunning part right there. But it doesn't matter whether it's stunning, not stunning. You predicted it. You didn't predict it. If Texas is that bad on the offensive and defensive lines 5 days from now at the Cotton Bowl, then it could get ugly, Buck. Even if John Mateer doesn't play for the Sooners, it could get ugly.
You're right. You're absolutely right, because that defense will score some points off of this offense because they'll turn the ball over. You're right. It can be bad. And you better have – and in this game, if your special teams didn't button up either, obviously they're coming to block a punt. They're going to do that.
Yeah. Yep, they are. I mean, I don't even think Florida brought the house on that punt block. Texas decided.
No, it was a simple. You got that guy. That guy's may come free out there, but he's got to loop around in order to get there. So don't take the looper. Take the guy who has a dead line right to the damn punter.
Hello, sir. Would you like to meet our punter, Jack Bomeister?
Yes.
Here you go. He's right
BK
there.
almost took it off his foot. It's like he never even made a step to that guy, to the guy on the inside. He stepped right out to the guy. There's a guy like over you. Take the guy over you. Don't worry about the one on the outside. He's got to go around at least a little bit.
I don't know what that was. That was
crazy. That felt like, I felt like I got kicked right in the balls on the couch. Like somebody just kicked me right in the groin. The sound of that thud.
You always talk about that thud, man.
Is it going out of the back? Is somebody going to jump on it?
Oh my God. Yeah. Thankfully it was a safety. I guess thankfully it was a safety instead of a touchdown. And
by the way, and then once again, when I see number 21 in the backfield as a running back, I know that this staff is mixed up, that they have no clue about what's going on in the running back room. Although they've seen them, they understand them. Their running back coach knows all the guys. But when I see 21 lined up as a running back, I'm going, they're just searching now. They're just reaching.
Yeah, they were searching. They were searching for answers on offense. And Ryan Iblett's one of the best athletes on the team, and he's said to be one of the fastest guys on the team. I mean, I think that's why he's out there on punt return. And I think that's why they try to come up with creative ways to get that guy the ball. So, the ground game needed a spark. They had nothing. They were searching for answers. They tried him. It also didn't work. So, yeah, I mean, they got to figure some things out. There's no doubt about that. And they are running out of time to do that. If they want this year to be anywhere close to the year it was supposed to be, it's got to start on Saturday at the Cotton Bowl. All right.
Yeah, you can't lose that game. You're absolutely right. You can't lose that game.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose that game, then it's, you got 6 more games to play, but the season's over. For all intents and purposes, the season is over. So you can start the turnaround with the win on Saturday, but it goes from bad to worse if Oklahoma's rocking the golden hat on the field.
No, it goes from worse if John Mateer gets on that field.
Yeah. It's funny. Like last week and for the last couple of weeks, we've been like, no, we want John Mateer. Like we want best on best. We don't want any excuses when we beat Oklahoma.
No, I'm okay with that.
I'm okay. I'm okay with him not playing. That's all right.
No.
Maybe a loser mindset, but we just lost. So we're winless against Power 4 teams this year. So that's why the mindset is what it's at right now. All right. We'll take your thoughts. More on this, more sound from Sark. Obviously, we got other college football and NFL to get into. The Cowboys and Texans got blowout wins. So if you're a fan of an NFL team in the great state of Texas, Sunday maybe helped you a little bit. Before we get to anything else, how about another quick round of sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out to our friends over at Sue Patrick's 5222 Burnett Road. Head on over there. You're still going to the state fair. You may not be going to the game, but dudes, go on over there and pick up your gear. You're going to need your polos. You're going to need your T-shirts, all the great ball caps that they have over at Sue Patrick's. Pick those up. And since it looks like it's going to be in the 90s, BK, don't worry about the hoodie this week. It sounds like it's going to be nice and warm. Pick up a nice T-shirt for the game. The game's at 2:30. It's going to be quite warm. Go by Sue Patrick's. They have everything that you are looking for. It's going to have a big tailgating party. They've got all the utensils that you want for your tailgating party at Sue Patrick's. Of course, luggage for those that went to Gainesville and people saw that Longhorn luggage that you may have gotten from Sue Patrick. They may have laughed at you at the airport, but that's okay. You still got to go. You're still fans of Longhorns, and you're definitely Longhorn fans when it comes to this freaking game. So head on over, say hello to Jay and the gang while you're over there. $59 or more online orders, free shipping. How about that? Plenty of parking, as we always say at St. Patrick's. And say hello to Jay and the gang, of course, when you're over there. By the way, Jay will have probably some OLIPOP for you there too. He should have some Altstadt beer for you over there in the fridge. He needs to have that for you for sure if we get over there this week for sure. But head on over, folks. You'll enjoy everything that they have. All you have to do is go to stpatrick.com for more information.
Yeah, I had a few Altstats at Lavaca Street.
Oh, I bet you did.
On Saturday, and love the Altstadt beer. Had the Oktoberfest, their seasonal fall brew. So easy to drink, so enjoyable to drink. And I needed a little bit more. And they should have tapped the keg out on me with the way Texas was playing on Saturday. But love the Altstadt beer. It's my choice of beer for football season. Should be yours as well. A bunch of different brews. Again, the seasonal Oktoberfest, it is fantastic. They've got the lager and the Kolsch. Those are their two flagship beers. German-style beers brewed right here in the heart of Central Texas. They've got a great light beer. They've got a great Hefeweizen. I'm telling you, something for every palate out there. So the next time you're at the liquor store, next time you're at a grocery store, next time you're at a bar or restaurant, make sure you're asking your bartenders, waitresses, waiters, servers, whoever for Altstadt beer. It's the best beer. You go through a lot in this life. Reward your taste buds with some Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
BK, did Trey Wisner re-injure himself? Did he get hurt again?
Yeah, we talked about it. It looked like.
I mean, did he limp
well,
out?
I don't know. I don't know. It looked like
he just didn't have any explosion right away. He didn't have any. He just didn't look. I mean, there was nothing for him to explode into. There's no holes, but he just didn't look like the same with some one-on-one tackles. So I don't know if he got re-injured, but he
got re-injured. Buck. After he scored his touchdown in the fourth quarter, he was like limping off the field. So. Nothing from Sark in the post game. Sark will have his game week press conference a little bit later this morning, so maybe he'll have an update there. This is an SEC game, obviously, coming up, so we will get injury reports starting on Wednesday. But yeah, I mean, Trey Wisner didn't look great when he was on the field, but he was out there, and then at the end, he clearly got banged up. So
yeah, don't expect CJ Baxter to be back anytime.
Yeah, I don't know. CJ Baxter obviously was ruled out before the game, so we did not see him against Florida. We will see if the extra 7 days is enough to get him on the field against Oklahoma. But Texas could potentially be down its top two running backs again for the biggest game of the season. Not a huge deal against San Jose State, UTEP, and Sam Houston.
No.
Pretty big deal against Oklahoma. So hopefully Trey Wisner's fine, and hopefully CJ Baxter is recovering and progressing nicely.
Yeah, once again, this is not the week to put your arms around the kids and tell them how much you love them. This is a foot in the ass week here. This is a must-win football game against a rival that you pounded last year, so they're looking to pound you right back.
Yeah. I mean, look what happened. I'm sorry to bring up a bad memory, but when Texas beat Oklahoma 49-0 in 2022, Oklahoma was clearly pissed the following year. Oklahoma got its revenge in 2023. Now, last year, Texas showed out, 34-3, easy victory.
Yes.
Oklahoma, look, they're obviously a different team this year than they were last year, but since that assing that Texas gave them at the state fair in 2024, they've had this one marked on the calendar. It's like they're going to be hungry. They're going to be amped up. They're going to be ready to roll. This would be it's a good segue to maybe the last bit of sound we'll play from Steve Sarkisian today. He was asked about, is this where you learn from your team, right? You lose this game on Saturday. Is this where you learn about what your team, what they're made of, your culture, all of that? Here's what Sark had to say in the postgame.
I think so. I think that this is where you find out about the culture that you have, and that it's what we just talked about as a team. We got to get tighter than we've ever been, and we're going to have to quiet the noise because there'll be plenty of noise coming out of this game, and we need to get back to work, and we need to play our brand, our style of football that we're capable of playing. And we didn't do it tonight against that's a good team. We knew it was going to be a good team coming in. We knew it'd be a tough environment. We knew we needed to play well, and we didn't play good enough. And so, but we'll hunker down. We've done it before. We know how to do it. But it's going to take everybody staying really well connected, and we've got to be really tight. We got to march forward, and we've done it before. We'll do it again.
Yeah, because you don't get to play that game over, Coach. It's not noise. It's just reality. Yeah. There's no noise. We saw the game. There's not noise. It's just the reality of what people saw, and people are going to have their opinions. You just have to go and coach and you don't get to play the game over. You won't get to play it next week. You don't get to play Florida again. That wasn't a good team. They're not that good, but your team was just bad on that given day. So you got to make sure it doesn't happen again. Because if it happens again now, it's going to happen more than it's going to happen again and again and again, and your culture is going to change up here very quickly. And to me, I just thought, BK, can you do it 3 years in a row? They've done a fantastic job over the last 2 years with the defense. They just have. There's no mistake about that. But what is the defense? To me, what does the defense look like from this point on?
Yeah, fair question. I'm still believing in this defense. That was the biggest surprise of what happened on Saturday, is that the defense.
I need Manny Muhammad to come back, though.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get Muhammad back against Oklahoma
Yes.
for sure. He was sorely missed on Saturday. But look, I mean, it is noise, but like you said, the noise is the reality. Texas has played 2 Power 4 teams this year, and they've lost both of those games. No one's going to give you credit for beating San Jose State, UTEP, and Sam Houston.
No.
People look at those games. You did what you're supposed to do against those teams. You probably didn't look as good as you were supposed to, honestly, in 2 of those 3 games. But you've played 2 teams with a pulse, and you're 0-2 right now. So that's the reality of the situation. And look, Sark, in a sense, Sark is right, but also in a sense, he's wrong. Yes, we've seen Texas under Steve Sarkisian respond to losses, but like we haven't really seen it from this team. And again, you could say, well, they won 3 in a row after Ohio State. They didn't play well against San Jose State and UTEP. I don't think the response was that great after Ohio State. But okay, now they're responding, and they got to play a really good team. So we have not seen this group. We saw it last year. We saw it 2 years ago. We have not seen this group prove that they can respond and play really, really well after a disappointing showing. So we're going to learn. We're going to learn that on Saturday. An opportunity for them to quiet some doubters and silence some critics, and we hope they do those things. But this group has not proven the ability to do that yet.
I think we're at the point right now that it's hard as we go on an SEC play to say, oh, they're the better team. Let's see if you're the better team from week to week to week. Now, it's not that you can't just give you something that you haven't really earned. Now they're going to have to earn it.
Sure. You got to earn everything. And they haven't earned a whole lot. They haven't earned a spot in the AP top 25 this week. That's for sure. So, yeah, disappointing. Obviously, we'll talk way more about this game, and we'll start to turn our attention to Texas OU starting tomorrow. And, we'll have sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday presser on tomorrow's show. But, that's disappointing.
And once again, to me, the first thing that has to be, as bad as I think the running backs are right now, he has to fix the quarterback. He has to not give us, I know Arch, and he tries hard, and we do this, and we go to lunch together. No, he has that. Something has to give with him when he comes right into the game. He can't show up an hour later or 45 minutes later in games. He has to be the guy who gets them going. He has to be the leader, or for the next 2 years, because this is who the guy is. Unless you just start looking for somebody else, this is what you got for the next 2 years. And I know how Sark is with we all know how he is with his quarterbacks and how much he's put into this particular quarterback. So he's got to get that fixed. He's got to not tell us, well, I think I know him after 3. No, you better know him after this week.
Yeah. It's all bad. I mean, I don't know where you start. You got to fix Arch. You got to fix the run game. You got to fix the offensive line. You got to fix the defensive line. You got to fix the linebackers. You got to fix the secondary. You got to fix the special teams. Outside of that, everything's fine.
Everything else is good, huh?
Oh man.
Hey, the kicker's the place kicker hasn't had anything blocked. He's still 100%, right?
He's perfect. Yeah. Didn't attempt a field goal on Saturday, but 3 of 3 on his extra points. So Mason Shipley, congratulations, sir. You are our player of the game.
Wow.
For Texas on Saturday, because you didn't screw up like everybody else did.
My goodness.
All right, put it behind you and move on to Oklahoma. And yeah, I think Texas is going to beat OU too. So
well, I always think it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they'd have lost 5 games. I just said they're going to win this game.
You tell me John Mateer's playing on Saturday, I might change my mind, but I do think Texas will beat.
I truly would like to see him play, because I want to see him play the game. But I don't think that's happening, BK. I think that thumb is not going to be ready.
I don't know if I want to see him play anymore. I said it earlier. I don't know if I want to see John Mateer out there.
I'm more worried about the cowbells now. Now I'm worried about, hey, I'm not worried about Mississippi State's team. I'm worried about the cowbells making guys jittery.
We will be in Dallas this weekend. We will not be in Starkville on October 25th.
And twitchy. I'm worried about guys getting twitched out over the cowbells now.
That is a place that I will I will never watch Texas play a football game at Mississippi State unless they ban the cowbells. But look, I'm cool with the bit. I respect tradition, but I just don't want to hear those for for 4 hours during the game, and I'm sure all day long during the tailgate.
Oh my God!
No, thank you.
When all right, they're greeting each other by ringing the bell.
Is that what they do?
That's such a bad bit.
Oh man, yeah, it's not for me. It's not for me.
I'm going to have enough this week when I'm up there at little 4-year-old kids shooting a finger at me. That's going to be enough to handle as it is. With their 12-year-old mothers, that's going to be hard on me.
It's the best week of the year, isn't it?
Oh, it's awful. It's awful. There's such disrespect by these Sooner children. It's unbelievable.
And I was told, I told a buddy who goes to the Texas OU game every year. I was like, here's where our pregame setup is. And he's like, oh, yeah, I feel like more Oklahoma fans are generally walking in that area.
They are.
Texas fans. And I'm like, yes, that's what we want. I want to talk my shit. And then hopefully I can talk it after the game.
How much fun is that going to be talking shit to them after this week?
That's the best part of the pregame show.
What did you beat up on Kent State?
Yeah.
What a bunch of bums.
Congrats. You beat Auburn and Kent State. You think you're good?
Yeah.
Way to go, OU. And then they'll be like, do you think you're good? And I'll say, no. Not really. Oh, man. All right. Another round.
Folks, this is a great week. This is a great weekend. The trip to Dallas is always good. I would say if you're worried about your football team, they'll play. Hey, they'll play hard. I don't know if they'll play. Hey, they won't play smart. I'll tell you that right now on a Monday before the game. They won't play smart. They will play hard. They're not going to get smarter in a week.
No,
okay?
No, you're right. You're right.
I'm done with the P word. I'm good with the P word now. You can say it all you want to. They're not going to play smarter, but they will play hard.
Oh, they're bottom 10 in the country in penalties per game. So, again, we're not just talking about 1 or 2 anymore. We're talking about almost the midway point of the season, and they are one of the least disciplined teams in the sport. So I think there will be a couple of games this year where Texas has like 5-6 penalties, but I think more often than not, it's going to look like Saturday.
Oh my God. No.
Yeah, that's what they've showed us.
If that's what we're going to see, you can get beat a lot in the SEC with that.
Well, I think they're averaging 8.9 penalties per game, Coach.
Oh God.
So again, let me make sure that is tied for 129th in the country. You know what's interesting? Ahead of A&M and ahead of Texas Tech, even though those two teams are undefeated in the top 10, they're even worse than Texas somehow in the penalty department. Maybe these refs just hate the state of Texas this year. I don't know what's going on. That is weird to see. But yeah, Texas tied for 129th in the country, 8.8. I beg your pardon. I said 8.9. I'm being too mean. 8.8 infractions per game.
Yeah, BK, I did see that Tech game. Good Lord. Wow.
Yeah, Tech's defense is legit. I don't know if
brought themselves a mighty fine defense.
Yeah, well, it's they've spent and it's worked. We've spent and it hasn't worked. But yeah, Texas Tech, nice road win at Houston. That was a game that you got right. Some other big action from around college football. Maybe the biggest game of the day on paper was Miami at Florida State. The game was close on the scoreboard. Florida State made a strong comeback effort in the fourth quarter. They just ran out of time. But 28-22, Miami gets the win. They were up 28-3 at one point. They stay unbeaten, Buck.
Yeah, that team that team is one of those teams that they don't blow people out. They let them hang around. That's their head coach, of course. He'll make some decisions during the course of the game where he won't lay the pedal to the metal, and they'll let teams get back in on them. But
you feel like Miami's a lock to make the playoff at this point, right?
Yes. Yeah, they're too talented.
They have zero more ranked opponents on their schedule, Buck.
Yeah, they've got too much with the quarterback who's been around the block. I mean, great wide receivers and an offensive line that, their defensive line isn't that great, BK, but their offensive line is big.
Yeah, they are. And Mario Cristobal, the old offensive lineman,
Right.
he knows how to play the position. He knows what to look for.
Yeah, he knows he's got to have a good offensive line.
Yeah, they've got a talented group right there. So Miami, I think they're a lock to make the playoff at this point. Not really a bold prediction, but now the question is, can they run the table in the regular season? Because I think they're going to be favored in their final 7 games. And they are 5-0 right now.
And how about Dabo just sticking it to Belichick?
Yeah. About that. 38-10, Clemson at North Carolina. Game was 28-3 after the first quarter.
How about that?
And then it was 35-3 at halftime. Clemson called off the dogs. That was a name your score game, and Clemson said, "You know what? We're okay here. We've proven our point."
I'm going to keep my job at Clemson. Don't think about firing me.
I need to go. I haven't listened to Dabo's post-game presser, but I wanted to hear. I'm going to go listen after the show. Like, was he being a total a-hole? Being like, see, I told you guys I'm a good coach. You want me gone? Look what I just did against the greatest NFL coach of all time.
No, he's probably going, that Carolina team stinks.
And what does Bill Belichick think right now?
Why am I not being a defensive coordinator? Why am I even near college football? What's wrong with me? Oh, I'm just trying to get my son a job. That's all. I'm being a good father.
He goes, man, pride is the devil. And I think all of this is because Tom Brady won the breakup. Brady went to Tampa, won a Super Bowl. Bill Belichick didn't win anything after Brady left. And now Belichick's out to prove to the world that he's a really good football coach, and Brady's not the only reason for his success.
Yes.
Which if you think it's either or, I think you're an idiot. But that's why Belichick is doing this. And it's hurting his legacy. You got to know when to fold him, know when to walk away, Kenny Rogers.
You're absolutely, that's right.
Belichick didn't. Alabama gets some revenge against Vanderbilt in a brutal cover for my cousin. I mean, you got to be shitting me, man. This game was like 14-14 at halftime, and then it was like 23-14 until the last minute of the game. And instead of taking knees, Alabama runs the ball into the end zone for a long touchdown, and they get the cover. Didn't need that. Nice win for Bama. You had Bama as your number 1 team in the SEC last week. I assume you're not changing that.
No, they still are.
We'll do our SEC power rankings on Wednesday like we always do. But,
Yeah, but it's fine. Texas doesn't play them, but they do play Vandy. And that damn Vandy team is still pretty salty.
Yeah, and Pavia, weird game, bad game for Pavia. I mean, did a lot right, but had a red zone interception and a red zone fumble that cost his team the game.
Yeah, they had the bullseye on him. They weren't worried about too much. They gave up that big long run.
Yeah.
By Alexander from Austin. They gave up that long run, but everything was circled around the quarterback getting after him.
Yeah, and it worked.
Yes.
Other big games. There weren't a lot of big games on the schedule. Iowa State loses at Cincinnati. Pretty big upset in the Big 12. And obviously the big one, we alluded to this earlier, but the biggest stunner on Saturday was not Texas losing to Florida. It was Penn State losing to previously winless UCLA.
What are they trying to get their old ball coach? Is that his son that's calling plays there?
Yeah, Jerry Neuheisel.
They trying to get him the gig there instead of the interim coach?
So if that name sounds familiar, Jerry Neuheisel, this is UTSD. This is some deep UTSD. This was back when I was a student at the University of Texas. Texas played a game against UCLA at Jerry World to open up a year. And if I'm not mistaken, I know it was a Charlie Strong game. I know I'm not mistaken on that. I think that was the game where Texas lost the coin toss. UCLA chose to defer, and Texas chose to kick. So they ended up kicking in both halves of the football game.
Wow.
I think it was that game. There was a game in the Charlie Strong era where literally that's how poorly coached the Longhorns were under Charlie Strong. They didn't know how to handle a freaking coin toss. But anyways, Jerry Neuheisel played 2 games that year. He was in because UCLA's starter was hurt in that game. I think it was Brett Hundley who was supposed to start. He was hurt, and UCLA beat Texas, and Jerry Neuheisel played a great game against Charlie Strong's defense. So I'm like, Jerry Neuheisel, who the hell is, oh my God, it's that guy. And he's like this like 32-year-old, like blonde, like slick back hair. And he's devising a game plan to beat James Franklin in preseason number 2, Penn State.
Wow.
Amazing. Huge upset. And Penn State, I mean, what are they doing? What a disappointment for them.
Yeah, they're looking at their quarterback going, yeah, this guy's supposed to be a high draft pick, and he's the guy who's supposed to lead us. He's doing nothing for us.
Well,
and the thing about them is their offensive line isn't doing anything.
Yeah. But for me, it's like a similar conversation, though, for Texas. Like, it's like the Texas defense didn't show up. The Penn State defense didn't show up. Like,
oh, no, they had the stretch there where they, like, scored on every drive just about UCLA.
Look, they gave up 280 rushing yards.
Yeah.
They gave up 280 rushing yards. Like, that's supposed to be an elite defense. So, misery loves company. It's Texas and Penn State right now. Again, 2 of the favorites to win it all. They are both unranked going into week 7.
Unranked.
Yeah, and they don't deserve to be. I don't think any Texas fan or Penn State fan is pounding the table saying that the AP got this one wrong. We don't look like a top 25 team, and they sure as hell don't. You can't lose to that team and have a claim to a ranking.
Do I get to call this one early, BK, where Illinois bringing Ohio State coming to Champaign and Illinois getting the victory this week?
You don't get to call it early. Oh, you're calling Illinois to win?
Oh, yeah.
I like that. You do get a call on Chiefs-Jaguars tonight, your Monday Night Football game. You're coming off maybe your best weekend ever. 6-1 on Saturday and Sunday. You won the people 350,000 units.
Yeah, well, let's just put 50,000 units on Kansas City. Forget that Jaguar magic. I'll put it on Kansas City. I think they're back. Xavier Worthy, I kept hearing about something about Xavier Worthy. Is he hurt again?
Well, I mean, we know he's been playing banged up, but
it sounds like he may not play in this game. That probably got a little sore after he came back. You think that got a little sore on him?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's expected to give it a go tonight. Maybe a game
That's
time
good. Well,
decision.
I'll take Kansas City.
Chiefs -3.5 in Duval tonight.
Why do I have to have that hook on there?
Yeah, you got to have the hook. That's the way it goes. Always. I think I deleted the Liam Cohen drop of him saying Duval, which that's on me. We got to get that back in there, especially if the Jags win this game tonight. We got to have that ready to roll.
Well, you just make sure you get the one with Sark saying the jitter, the twitchies or whatever it is.
Let's play the start of that one last time. I think it's this quote.
The penalties was odd because I thought we were doing really well there, and all of a sudden they just started coming in waves, these pre-snap penalties. You know, obviously we had the one series where I think we got 2 or 3 of them in a row. They were stemming their front a little bit, and we were getting a little flinchy at the line of scrimmage.
A little flinchy.
Flinchy is the word you were looking for.
A little flinchy they get. Wow.
Getting a little flinchy.
That happens when you're on the road, Coach.
It's crazy. This O-line is so bad. They are so bad. You don't have to blitz, too. That's the problem. You use fake pressure. You could get pressure with just 4.
All you have to do is you just stem with your front 4 guys. They're going to jump.
That's it. Yeah, you do that, they'll jump. And if they don't jump, they won't block. So, Olay, would you like to meet Arch Manning? Here's your opportunity.
Yeah. You know what? By the way, the Baker kid hadn't got any better either.
No, they've gotten worse.
Oh God!
Like Gooseby played it at his worst game yesterday.
That's true.
I still think he's good. Saturday. Y'all know what I mean. I still think he's good, but I do
too.
On Saturday. So, all right, we'll bring on the boys. We've got Wags and we've got Smash filling in for Double R today, gentlemen. How
Look at that world, 'cause here I come.
We go V.
We ain't going nowhere.
We go V.
Wow.
We ain't going nowhere, man.
You're in a better mood than I am after that Texas game.
You know what? I mean, I was watching it kind of half-heartedly. I had to go back and rewatch the game, right? But we were antique shopping in Round Top, Texas.
Oh, Round Top! What a great place, Wags.
Yeah. So I've never been there before, and I'm trying to do this thing where I'm acquiescing and kind of. I tried to fight it, right? Like I said, hey, we had a bye week last week. Like, why couldn't we go last week? She's just like, sometimes you got to give in to a little bit of what I want to do too. Like, marriage is a 2-way road. It's not just Wag's way.
That's what I've heard.
That's
what they say.
I did it. I went to Round Top. We did some antique shopping. Let out
Fredericksburg. Go to Fredericksburg next week and go to Fredericksburg. Walk them down Main Street.
Right? And we were really close to Aggie Land too, which was really giving me the fidgeties. Or is that what Sark's really starting to get me fidgety? So got jumpy a little bit. But yeah, let out a couple of random expletives. You know what I mean? Like fuck this. Really nice hide. That's a great hide right there. I was watching on my phone with the YouTube TV, but yeah, so it was kind of easier to take a little bit. Had to go back and do the rewatching. But yeah, two things, man. Two really strong ingredients of football. If you don't do it, you're probably going to have losing football, blocking, and getting to the quarterback. Texas fails to do both.
I don't know who I'm.
You only got two things, Wags. Reach back in your pocket and grab out another six.
That's the two basic things. The two basic things. If you can't do that, that's losing football.
I am more disappointed in Wags than I am in the Texas football team right now.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was possible for me to be more disappointed.
3 weeks ago, I said this was going to happen. If you can't block,
no.
They're talking about you.
Not for that take, Wags. That's a great take. For you going antique shopping on a college football Saturday.
I had
Are you
to.
kidding me?
I
had to.
You are not married, sir.
Stand your ground, sir. You cover the Longhorns.
Stand my ground. I've been married for 24 years. Stand my ground.
Why didn't you go on Sunday? You don't cover any NFL. You cover the Longhorns. You can't miss a Longhorn game. It's your job. Does your wife not care about your job?
I covered it. I saw that we had 10 penalties. I saw nothing changed from week 1 to week 5. I've seen this. Oh, wait. Shit has changed. We've got
Hey, it's better in Fredericksburg when you go up and down Main Street, Wags. Go to Fredericksburg and walk up and down Main Street like several times. That's coming next.
Oh, I know, dude. It's already the conversation. I can show you the group text message. We had a lot of fun this weekend. I can't wait to do it again. Yeah, let's see if we can go in a couple of weeks. I said, well, why don't we go up to Dallas for the fair game or for the fairgrounds?
Hand it over.
Want to go see the game? Yeah, no shit.
Hand it over. Your man card, Wags. Take it out and give it to us.
Are you kidding? My man card's been revoked, dude. I've been looking for it. I've been trying to get it back. It's like that award-winning that female award that we're trying to get here. That ain't ever coming to this show either.
No.
So. Maybe it is. We're holding out hope for that, Wags. We're holding out hope.
Tough, but we're wearing Gator blue in celebration.
Wow.
Yeah. Smash has his Cowboy shirt on. At
least
it was
Cowboys. Job by the Cowboys.
No, this is actually a giant shirt that the figure actually the decal actually wore off. It's so old.
Yeah, it was the NFL.
Did the Giants come back to reality? Yes.
Nah, I mean, you lose to the Saints. I never really thought that the Giants came to, Fantasyland, if you want to call it that. But yeah, somehow the skyscrapers in Vegas, they get built for a reason. And I thought they were wrong yesterday.
I had the Saints.
I didn't. Well, I mean, the Giants' defense is atrocious. Their pass defense is atrocious. So I should have known. But Spencer Rattler, 0-10. I don't know. I went against it and lost.
Well, you had to win one game, and it was going to be it had to be that group.
I'm ass out in my Survivor League now, Buck. I'm done.
No.
Yeah, a lot of Survivor losses, I think, last night.
A lot of people took Arizona yesterday.
Arizona, Buffalo losing at home to New England was a big surprise. Arizona losing to Tennessee. Smash, what were you saying?
I wasn't expecting the Stephon Diggs revenge game like that because he just has like a so-so season so far. But man, he balled out last night.
That was a bizarre
Cardi
day.
Cardi B putting that to sleep.
All right, boys, I got to get out of here. I got to take this phone call.
See you all tomorrow. See you guys.
Later, man. Yeah, there they go. Here we are. Welcome to a great edition of Chaos Theory, or a Wagner Wire hostile takeover.
That's what it feels like, isn't it?
Smash and Wags back in the saddle here. Smash is filling in for Double R, man. Double R on the road all week this week.
Where is he?
So, I don't know. He didn't get detained this time. So I think he's actually on. I think, you know what they did?
No, what?
They being the deep ops people. I think they're actually using him for some double agent type of shit. And now he's going around and doing secret missions.
What's that movie?
Double secret probation.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. What's that movie with Dan Aykroyd?
Oh, Spies Like Us.
Exactly.
But GLG 20s, decoys.
Yes, exactly.
You're the other GLG 20s, the decoys. Oh my God, what a great pool, Smash.
Dude,
how are you, sir?
Oh, dude, man, hanging in there, kind of, sort of, overslept. I couldn't come back on this show. My hair's all messy, man. If I didn't go out last night, it just doesn't feel right to come back and do like a soft Wagner Wire show. And
what are you talking about? You went out hardcore last night? What's up?
No, I mean, it's kind of been like that all weekend, but no, man.
Look at you living the best. Like I've seen you out there with the MC life and, the voice of St. Ed's and out there living like you're a damn B-list. I guess C-list celebrity.
D-list, maybe D-list.
D-list.
Yeah, I was like, no, man, not enough people to even know me to be on the C-list. Every now and then they'll be like, oh, weren't you on the radio back in the day? And I was like, yeah, back in the day. God, it's already been that long.
You were also a wrestler. You were also on the wrestling circuit too. So.
It's just one of those things where it's like, oh, you know how you have like, what episode is that Seinfeld where you have like different friend groups, but they should never meet?
I don't know. I should know that. If it's a Seinfeld episode, I should definitely know that.
I could be wrong, man. There's a lot of pop culture references that have been stored.
Man, I mean, we could sit here and be happy and talk about pop culture all damn day.
Wouldn't you rather?
Speaking of which, we got to get something clear. We got to get the air clean right now. We had a top 5 Hall and Oates. I guess you could say that it was.
Is that why they keep on telling me Hall and Oates stuff here?
Were you the one that nominated the top 5 Hall and Oates? Was it you that put it on the wheel? Because it landed, it hit, and we had to do a top 5 Hall and Oates.
It was probably me, man. I don't remember.
Yeah, we were wondering where the hell it came from, but I mean, we got it out there. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because I was like, what? You guys need me to pull out the records or something?
No. I was just wondering if you were the one that put it. I was wondering if you were the one that nominated it and put it on the wheel.
I want to say yes, but again, it's been a lot of drinks and stuff just this weekend, let alone from that time period to now. So it's tough to say exactly. But what did you pick?
So I went. God, I had my top 5 written down. Let me pull them up. But Rich Girl was on there.
Okay.
My number 1 was I forgot about it the other day too. I can't. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't go for that. I had Adult Situation on there. I did not have Man Eater. Shot like I struggled with it. It was on there at first originally, and then I knocked it off just because I figured Double R would have it on there. But yeah, I had I've already sponged my list off my notes.
Oh no, I mean it sounds like you guys had a pretty good list. I mean, obviously, I can't go for that. It's awesome. Adult Education's really, really good.
Yeah, adult education. It's just the blend too with like the school choir acting like the student body, and chiming in with the oh yeah.
How do you feel about Sarah Smiles?
That did not make it, but I actually
my
think
favorite.
I think Beaver Lance Jason had it on his list though, but
I totally understand.
I knew that this was you that put this damn Hall and Oates top 5 on there, man.
I mean, you already sound like you guys got all the good songs right. The only one that
there was some good ones. I can't recall.
Did anybody pick the song that used to be part of the NBA ads in the 80s, One on One, the ballad?
No.
I wanna play that.
No, but I think Beaver Lance Jason had it as well. So
okay, that's good. I was like, hey man, that's
what, we should just give you your own little segment where you have your Hall and Oates top 5. But if you can come up with one, I should have gave you those notes, man.
It's all
that's
good,
my
man.
bad as a leader. My bad as a leader. I did not tee you up for success. But anyways, man, where you want to go first, dude?
Oh man. Well, you guys want to keep on you want to bring down the level and talk about UT right now, just to let me know how everybody's feeling, because I had to talk a lot of people off the ledge this week. And I'm like, you guys, it's okay. You know what happens? You guys lose to Florida. I'm going to tell you right now, you guys lose to Florida, but guess what? You're going to come back and beat OU, because when Texas is kind of bad, they always beat OU. Like, I have never been so confident about something than this win coming up against OU.
Smash. I don't share that sentiment.
How can you?
Like,
not?
I think the Longhorns are going to get beat by at least 2 touchdowns. They can't block. They failed. We have struggled mightily to get to the quarterback.
I've seen it.
And this has been during cupcake season too, right?
Yeah. I guess
it's tough when you don't do the small things right. When you don't do the little things right, the big things ultimately take over, man. It's just football 101, dude. To me, they're also Sarkisian came out here and said that we're going to be
what's
dominant in the run game. didn't really do that. I know that you got down early. You fall down 10 points in the first quarter. It's kind of hard to stick to your guns and sit there and try and run the ball and get into a rhythm here. But I mean, at least toed out some of your running backs. Arch Manning can't be the top running back with the most carries. He just can't. I love utilizing his legs, but have it naturally extending a play, not design plays all the time with Arch Manning. He's not your best running back.
No, but I mean, it's not really his fault, man. It's like that offensive line is not very good right now. They're young, and they're learning how to play together in the beginning of this season, and that's what the cupcakes were supposed to be for, right? But this is the SEC. This is what people wanted. Like you're playing the best conference against the best talent, and guess what? You don't have to finish, 11-1, or with only 2 losses and pray to get in. You're in the SEC now.
Smash wins they're playing now. They're going to have 4 losses.
Yeah, it's going to be fine though, because everybody else is securing losses. It's not like
you're not getting into the playoff with 4 losses.
You'd be surprised. It's not like Notre Dame is like world beaters. It's not like Texas A&M, despite like the success that they're having right now, it's not going to suffer another loss. It's not like OU is going to run the table undefeated. So and it's not like Alabama is amazing. They're getting there, right? But they're not like the best team ever. Same thing with Georgia. So yeah, even in this SEC alone, like nobody's going to be running the table without incurring some losses as it is. So maybe 3 to 4 losses are going to be okay.
Like
because you have that SEC pedigree, and the voters are going to vote you in.
No, I agree. I agree with what you're saying. Like the standards, or I guess the field has gotten a little bit more aligned.
Come on, man. We all know this is about money at the end.
in the SEC too, but people are starting like you can't deny like 1-loss teams and 2-loss teams. You can't give a 4-loss team in the SEC.
Have we not been watching college football for the last 50 years? Like, yes, you can. We've done it already. We still do it.
I don't think
we've taken teams that have been undefeated and not let them play.
Penn State's dropped out of the top 25
because they deserve. What did I tell you about Penn State all these years? What have I told you about Penn State all these years? Tell me that I'm vindified because I was right. They suck. They were awful. They could never win a game that they're supposed to win. And now they just showed you how bad they were. So, yes.
But if Penn State don't deserve to be there, we don't deserve to be there. Or Texas does not deserve to be there.
Penn State have been frauds the entire time. This isn't anything new.
My point, if you're saying that Penn State has been frauds, has Texas been frauds?
Yes. I told you guys this 3 seasons ago when everybody was
you were just on board with Texas. But you were just on board with Texas getting into the postseason.
I am. But do you remember when we were on the horn and we had this discussion about Arch Manning wanting to stay or not? And I was like, no, he wants to play. He should leave. And then we had Casey call in all pissed off, cussing at me.
No, I remember that.
He was but guess what? He's a Manning, yes, but he still needs time to fully develop. And I thought it was kind of asinine that people expected a finished, polished product behind a line that's young and kind of rebuilding,
This is a brand new offensive line. This is a completely new offensive line than last year. So
yeah, I mean, you're not going to have success, and believe it or not, unless you're somebody like Dak Prescott who can carry a team on their shoulders and have done it before.
God, the Cowboy love here. Jesus Christ.
7 offensive linemen have played this season, none of them starting together. Like they've had 7 different starting combinations, it feels like. So it's like, yeah, he carried us. So it's like you're expecting that from Arch Manning, who's technically a freshman still, it feels like. Even though he's had some playing time, this is his first real season as the guy. Sure. And that's a lot to carry. Who knows how he's doing mentally? It's a tough season.
Especially with the brand new line. But here's the thing why I had a little bit of optimism is because he's been playing with this offensive line unit, right?
Attitude, Rob. Sorry, everybody on the thing is like, hey, yeah, Texas is a fraud this year. I'm like, no, the Longhorns are going to go 3-9. You all, you guys are so pessimistic.
No, I don't think that the Longhorns. I'm not sitting here saying that the Longhorns are a fraud. I do think that they struggle mightily blocking, which is going to lead to 2 or 3 more losses. I don't think it's a fraud team. They're just. They're not the hype. They're not the number one. Clearly, they're not the number one hyped team that everybody thought that they were going to be. Right?
No, man.
Again, I go back to it, man. When you can't block and you can't or you can't even get to the.
No, you couldn't tackle. You didn't tackle on. You didn't tackle on Saturday either. That's correct. Who's the wide receiver from Florida that totally dominated that day?
I think it was Wilson, maybe. I
can't remember. They just got him back this week, and that was the guy who was like the big playmaker for them. I remember when he broke that tackle. going towards the sideline and ran over some other dude. And I was just like, okay.
And that's just it too. What'd you say? The sideline, right? It's fundamentals. We're not fundamentally sound on either side of the ball, I don't feel like, right? Because the sideline has never missed a tackle. The sideline has never missed a tackle, ever. Force the guy out of bounds instead of, and I get it, you're trying to make a one-on-one tackle, but shed him inside, shield inside, and force him out, right? Like reroute.
It was just one of those things, dude. Where things are going bad and things get worse because like the little things aren't being done.
Right. That's exactly to my point. When you don't do the little things right, the big things kind of, surmount and, shit just kind of adds up.
That's coach.
Yeah. It's been tough, man. It has been tough. And I want to say a little bit coaching too, but a lot of it's execution, right? You have to be able to execute on the field as well. But I feel like the Longhorns, most of the time they're in spots to make the plays, but they're not making the plays, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
There's no attitude. There's no Kirby Smart says it best all the time, right? Like if you want to win in this league, you got to have it's trench warfare. You got to have the guys up front that are mean, nasty, and have attitudes that can push stuff around and can dominate, right? If you're not doing that, you're not going to win. You just won't.
Exactly.
And Texas is failing to do that, and they will struggle mightily in this conference.
But you feel like this, but again, the OU game is coming, and it's always been the turnaround game. During the Charlie Strong era, it's been the turnaround game. It's been the one thing that could be a positive for the entire season. I'm thinking they're going to show up, and they're going to actually win because that's usually what happens. You have an underrated Texas going against an overconfident Oklahoma, and then boom.
I want to be that optimistic, right? I do. Like I want to be that optimistic, but it just doesn't feel like anything is aligned right now.
I mean, how scared are you of Oklahoma? Honestly,
even without Mateer, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Even without Mateer, I think the Longhorns can lose by 2 touchdowns.
By 2 touchdowns.
Oh yeah, their defense is pretty fierce. This is a much upgraded team that they're playing.
No, it definitely is. But I don't think it's like that far superior. I think it's just a couple of. I
do not think Florida is an awful offensive team, and the Longhorns made them look like a decent offensive caliber.
Yeah, team, but they got their best player back against Texas.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, Smash. It does.
One guy, one offensive wide receiver does not matter. Smash.
Yes, it does.
If you're talking about a quarterback. All right, so to that point,
did Travis Hunter not just win the Heisman Trophy last year?
This guy isn't Travis Hunter. Stop. That's
exactly. He doesn't have to be Travis Hunter, but he played wide receiver, right? So one guy can change it that much.
To your point, if that's the case, right? If one player, if a wide receiver makes that much of a difference, imagine what the quarterback's going to make.
I mean, it would be nice, but at the same time, a great wide receiver can make an average quarterback look amazing. Ask Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, Mike Evans. No, I love Mike Evans.
Yeah, I mean, ask Baker Mayfield how he was doing without Mike Evans, or how he is doing without Mike Evans.
I don't share those sentiments. I think Oklahoma is going to come out and 14, maybe 17-point favorites. That's not what the line's going to be. But that could be the outcome of the game. Honestly, now the line's probably going to be like 7.5. It'll be something generous, right? But I don't, or they might even keep it closer just because it's the Red Rivalry or Red River Shootout. But
that's ultimately, how it goes.
If the Longhorns, and we said this 3 weeks ago when they were playing UTEP and struggled at UTEP, just weren't taking care of the little things at UTEP. We said the same thing, right? It's been repetitive, Smash. Which means it hasn't been getting better. It hasn't been progressing and getting worked on week in and week out. Your penalties are still averaging 9-10 penalties a week, right? Which is just going to shoot yourself in the foot. Drives killers, having your defense remain on the field and extending their drives. It's lack of fundamental football. Also, you're struggling to get to the quarterback. That's not a recipe for success at all. And you're failing to run the ball. You do not have an identity up front with the offensive lineman, and you can't move the ball. You can't push people 3 yards. You can't push a pile 3 and 4 yards off of the line. You just can't do it. It is not. We all know what winning football is. This isn't it.
This is exactly how Arch Manning's grandpa felt when he was playing for New Orleans. Just a bad team right now that it has the pieces. It just needs to put them together. I feel confident that they're going to put it together by the weekend. They usually do. at least in this type of game, because again, I feel Oklahoma, perfect storm. They're going to be overconfident. They're going to be laughing about this loss. I think you're going to get a lot of locker room.
I don't think we're going to be laughing about this loss at all, man. I think this.
No, they are. They are. Oklahoma fans are already licking their chops for this game. They're overconfident. Oh, yeah. They're ready. Well, I already know that there's Texas fans that have already sold their tickets because they don't even want to make the drive to Dallas, and they sold them for a loss, not even face value. Because they already gave up on this team, and I understand, but I'm kind of perplexed by how big the expectations were.
Debbie Downer, right? I hate doing that. I hate Monday morning cornerback in this thing and being pessimistic when we all just been drinking piss, all weekend long because of this loss. I understand.
Mine was tequila.
I got a vent too, right? I didn't get to see it. I wasn't watching it with the homies. I wasn't yelling it at the TV. I let out some expletives in Round Top, and everybody looked at me in a nice dress. And I would hold on.
Oh, you were wearing the dress?
I wasn't wearing a nice dress. Man. People in a nice dress looked at me like I was an idiot. So, anyways, next week's gonna be pretty tough. I would temper expectations. I would advise you to temper expectations and try to expect the same result. If they play the same way, they're gonna get the same result.
Oh, of course,
or no material.
But I don't see them playing the same exact way. I think like the fire is going to be lit. The focus is going to be renewed. They're going to lock in. Like, I think there's enough pressure now where they know that they can't play like this again. I think this was rock bottom. Like, you have to hit rock bottom at some point, right?
Oh, I agree. No,
or you can start going back up.
I hope this is rock bottom, but I mean, going into Gainesville, and also, like, I don't even think that Sark's got his mindset together like he's making up excuses. And I'm not saying that Sark's never made excuses before, but I don't remember it being like this. Like, it's almost like he's searching for something. I mean, stupid question, right? Like, where do they go from here? Like, clearly Sark isn't going to get fired. Like, Sark is, but do they look for offense coordinator? Does he go a different way than from Flood?
That's a good question. I really don't think that's the issue right now. I really just think, like what we kind of mentioned before, it's like the coaching is obviously there. Rob over here bringing up back-to-back semifinal appearances, right? Okay, you don't get there without good coaching. Remember, this guy was like the Pied Piper of this city just a few months ago. All right, so give him a little leeway. Second of all, I think that y'all's expectations were just too high because of the success that you had last year. Again, brand new quarterback starting this year. I understand that he's been in the system, but it's different when you're the guy and behind brand new offensive line.
It's a completely different vibe.
Yeah. Like this team is completely different than the team from last year. And I don't feel like you guys have any running backs.
Too, right? When you're coming in relief, it's just like, all right, cool, I got this. You know what I mean? Like, but when you have to prep for it all season long, like there's an added element to it. I agree with you.
Yeah, and Ike's right here also, O-line just not good. So it's just like, we all know that's the basis of this whole base. Is like, unless that's going to be solid, everything else is going to crumble. So yeah, like you mentioned, no running game, O-line can't execute. Can't pass it, O-line can't execute. What do you do? I think that's an offensive change of scheme.
Like, what have we learned from it? I guess that's what ultimately, like, what I want to ask you, and I guess that's what the media asks Sark here too. Like, because failure is the ultimate teacher, is it not? Like, so
yes.
What do we learn from our failure? Here's Sarkisian on what have we learned from
I think so. I think that this is where you find out about the culture that you have, and that it's what we just talked about as a team. We got to get tighter than we've ever been, and we're going to have to quiet the noise because there'll be plenty of noise coming out of this game, and we need to get back to work, and we need to play our brand, our style of football that we're capable of playing. And we didn't do it tonight against that's a good team. We knew it was going to be a good team coming in. We knew it'd be a tough environment. We knew we needed to play well, and we didn't play good enough. And so, but we'll hunker down. We've done it before. We know how to do it. But it's going to take everybody staying really well connected, and we've got to be really tight. We got to march forward, and we've done it before. We'll do it again.
I agree with him. You got to galvanize. You got to come together and band with the hand and fire forward like a fist. But he said they're added, like they got to find their attitude and identity. Like, what is that?
He's right though. They're young. They're not.
He is right, but what is it? Like,
what is
it? They haven't established one. Is my point, Smash.
I think
is it a run? What do they do well? Is it a run game? Is it a pass game? Like, they haven't done anything efficiently, in my opinion.
Oh no, you're correct. You're totally correct. It's really like a chicken running around with its head cut off and just trying to make something happen. But the pieces, you can see it in spurts, right? And that's all it really is. That's how you play winning football. It's about consistency. So to say that they're just like all out awful, no. Obviously the talent is there. Like, I've been reminded here in the comments section that we have wide receivers that are better than Dallas was in,
I'm
in
not
that
saying
same class,
I'm not
right? But at the same token,
structure isn't there on the offensive line, Smash.
But at the same token, just because you recruit 5-star athletes doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be the best athlete. You know, it is still a guessing game. It means that the odds are higher, yes, but at the same token, maybe the recruiting game needs to get a little bit stronger when it comes to this sort of thing. I don't know. I really don't feel like there was a lot of what's the word I'm looking for here, Wags? Like, there was a lot of excitement going into this. You know, with the last
excitement, mojo. Yeah.
And it's just like, look, you saw Arch Manning launch this beautiful. How many yards was that?
No,
pass?
that's
He
just
like laid it in. It was awesome.
Like, there's balls that he throws that are amazing, and then there's balls that he throws like a JV quarterback could have made that.
Yeah, man. He's in the SEC and he's learning on the job. Now he's the guy.
I know he's not Jesus. I know that.
But
I think all of us know that, right? Like, there's going to be inconsistencies, but most of those inconsistencies, I feel, come from a hurried, maybe a hurried approach from an inconsistent line or a struggling line.
And you know what happens when you're a younger quarterback and you keep on getting hit and you have no time to throw. When you do have time to throw, the happy feet syndrome is still there, and sometimes you're going to miss.
But I'm not seeing happy. Are you seeing happy feet?
No, not yet. Not yet. But if he keeps on continuing to take some punishment, gets flushed out of the pocket more, having to rely on his feet as he already has this season, you know, he's going to start taking hits. And that's when you start to you're going to release it that half second early because you're going to get ready to get covered up.
Then the ball starts sailing high.
Yeah. You know, you're just a little off target. That's the one that leads to the interception because you threw it behind your receiver that's running over the middle, you know, because you're afraid you're going to get hit. If the O-line can't, if I was the offensive coordinator, I guess I would have to go into this game super conservative with the play calling and just try to execute. Like, sometimes I feel that coaches put in too many plays, right? Because you have to have these things for so many situations, you know, short distance, long distance, you know, and it's just like, sometimes I feel like you just don't execute the plays that you're going to need, like simple basic runs, simple basic passes. But it sounds like you're going to need like max protection.
The ones that you should be connecting on 5 yards a gain or a pop, you're not getting, or somebody's missing a block or a scheme's not getting
pretty much up. Man. And that's where
the opposition manages to get tackles for a loss. We struggle to get tackles for a loss.
That's
like they come, but they don't come. You know, they're not a dime a dozen.
But I think everything that's wrong right now is just attitude. Like, these are guys that just don't understand. Like, hey,
there's no hunger. That's what I'm
yeah.
I don't see a hunger. I don't see a drive.
I
didn't want to say this. I didn't want to sound, because we remember the old Wagner Wire conversations to where like you got to. It's attitude, right? Like, there's a new age mentality and there's an old age mentality. And I don't want to sound like an old head. I really don't. But you know why? Like, and I'm not trying to compare this
because you can't yell at the kids anymore
element or anything like that. But man, when you live in rougher places, when you live in like things that aren't polished in diamonds and in gold, that you start to see that, like you live a harder lifestyle, right? And I'm not saying that it's cush, it's soft, it's country club or whatever, but damn, like, if you're gonna have these nice amenities, man, it at least like you stand for it, right? Like it show that you've earned it or something like that, man. And maybe there's just like a soft mentality with this team, right? And
I feel it.
I hate sounding like that. I hate going back to that, man. But sometimes, and because you look around the rest of the nation, right? Like people with pristine programs like Ohio State, Oregon's probably got one of the most flashiest programs of all. They're still winning. They're finding ways to win. And they're not struggling. They're not in a cushy, soft, Charmin type of state. what's the fix? You said it's attitude. What's the fix? How do you adjust it? A lot of people have been talking about the struggles with the offensive line, and sure, that's a main concern. That's a lot of issues. For me, Smash, we have been struggling to get to the quarterback. Here's Sarkisian on struggles with the defense, just failing to get there and hitting.
Yeah, the one that really stood out to me was the kind of the deep post they hit, I think, to 8. I want to say that was in the third quarter, where he felt like he looked left, he looked right, looked left, looked back right, and we just didn't get a pass rush. And Grayson, he's in tight coverage, but that's tough to guard a guy that long all the way down the field. But I think to their credit, they ran the ball enough to where we had to play run defense, and then when they were calling their passes, we weren't really in straight pass rush mode. We got home, we hit the arm and forced the interception there for Taff with the pass rush, but we have to find a way to make opponents one dimensional, and we weren't able to do that tonight. They were able to run the ball and win on early downs, especially early in the game, and that opened up their entire playbook to them.
And that's at least he's addressing it. At least he's owning up to it too. He's not making excuses. He knows that that's all you can ask for right now. You gotta work on it in practice. And that goes back to Rob's comment too, like getting it right in practice. And I'm sorry guys, I've had your comments off for a little while pulling up.
I'm still reading them all as we go through. But the one thing I come back to, because it's just like, I kind of feel like that's what you have to live your life by. And sometimes even I fail at it, but it's like, I always get reminded of the saying, until you want it bad enough, until you want it to as bad as that you need air, you don't want it bad enough.
Oh no, I feel
you need to breathe. If you don't want you need it as bad as you need oxygen when you're underwater. If you don't want it like that, then you don't really want it. And I kind of feel like that's what the players are. To your point, yes, I feel that they are a little soft right now, because physical O-line play comes from that mental toughness. It comes from that harshness. And that's kind of what a true O-lineman is built on. Jake
has a pretty good point to piggyback off of what you're saying, Smash. You get 12 different versions of a team in a regular season. I agree with you, Jake, but unfortunately, I haven't seen 12 different versions of this team. I've seen pretty much all in the same, honestly. There's been a lack of identity. There's been no attitude. There's been no meanness.
Have we called
no killer instinct?
Yeah, there's no. Yeah, like what Jake was also saying later on, there's like no mean streak. I have to ask, have we called McConaughey yet? Have we flown him in for the pep talk this week?
Oh,
did we also get Powell?
Hasn't he already
Powell? I know, but I think we need all the star power.
He was there for Ohio State.
Yeah, everybody was there for Ohio State. But I mean, this is like DEFCON 5 right now, man. Like, things are going pretty bad.
Bad, buddy.
So it's like Texas needs to call all their star power. They need to call Powell. They need to call McConaughey. They need to call Farrah Fawcett from beyond the grave. They need to bring everybody and all the spirits to get this team ready for this game. But I do kind of feel that, like, hey, going back to what I said earlier, they've hit rock bottom. So there's nowhere else to go but up. Are they going to be able to change it fast enough for this week? I kind of feel that OU is going to be overconfident. So yeah, this is a really great chance to really build some momentum and try to knock off some wins before you go into that game with Georgia.
I pray that you're correct and they have hit rock bottom. Or this was the wake up call, because rock bottom is going to be next week, right? Or maybe I don't want to be praying that rock bottom is next week. If rock bottom's not this week.
I need to ask for all the people out there that are also listening. Okay, if y'all lose to OU and Texas plays well, but it's like by 3 points, by 6 points, is it okay? Or that is just like what you just said, that's rock bottom.
I'm going to answer that. I'm not even going to let you finish. A loss is never okay.
Okay, loss is never okay. No moral losses for you.
Never okay.
Man, those Disney's movies didn't work for you, did they?
Well, no,
I was like that. No, you know how it is. It's just like, yeah, you weren't the best, but you tried your best, and at the end of the day, that's what really victory is, right?
You know what this is? This is that 7th place trophy shit.
6th place.
You got a 7th place trophy when you ran track, didn't you?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Running track?
Yeah.
Oh, I finished last, so probably 8th
Right.
place. I
And
think
did
there's
you
only
get a
8
trophy
lanes.
for it? Did you get
No,
a
they
trophy?
gave out ribbons. It said participation on them. Don't you remember? I mean, this is like junior high track, though. I don't think I ran track in high school.
Oh,
I'd probably be better at it
Oh,
now than I
God.
was then, which is sad.
no, you're right. I just that maybe that's the downfall. Where are we at in society?
Where are we at?
Where are we at in society? 12th
Oh.
place ribbons. Thank you. You competed. We appreciate it.
Hey, you paid a lot of money most of the time to get that 12th place ribbon when it comes to sports nowadays, because everything has a cost. There's no like little league that you play for free, man. Everything occurs at cost. Everybody got to make their money, you know?
No, I got you.
That's
I
just how
don't
it
want to
is.
sit here and beat up on the Longhorns too much more. We'll play some commercials. I got to get some out real quick, pay the sponsors, pay the bills, and then we'll get back to it and talk a little bit more about the college landscape. I mean, misery loves company. Do you want to get into a little bit of this Penn State meltdown with UCLA? Huh? No, I don't want. You know what? I don't do that, man. I don't look outside until we fix our house. I don't shit on other people's house.
I mean, hey, but maybe we need to take a look at UCLA, you know, find some grit, find some fire, because they pulled it off against a team that will always fumble the ball and fumble the bag at the most inopportune time. But yeah, Penn State frauds. Totally.
All right, boys and girls, we'll be right back. Here's a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Yes, you are. You are always treated like family there, and you're always treated like family with Ryan Hecht and Hecht Law Firm. There is a new sheriff in town, or if you want to call him your sheriff. He can take care of business. He's a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. He's your own personal attorney right here in our Fairburg. And he's not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through, and you can call him your sheriff. And he brings that same fire, pride, and passion into the courtroom. You're injured in a car accident, you're hurt on the job, or your heart's broken from the Longhorns. You just give Ryan Hurricane Hecht a call. That number, 512-938-8929. You can hit him up on his email also at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families, and you when you call that number and reach out to that email today. Friend of the show, went to school with BK, and he's a fighter for the people, especially when the Longhorns are down. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Ryan Hurricane Hecht blow their case wide open. Call him today at that number, 512-938-8929, and reach him again at that email, ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Man, when you were talking about heartbreak, I thought you were telling me he's going to handle divorces too. And I was just like, oh, okay, man, this guy handles everything.
He's going to do the voiceover? Nah, I don't know if he's going to do all that. We're supposed to have him in here on the show too, man.
Nice.
Yeah, and also we would be remiss if we didn't tell you about audio-visual consultation. Smash. You see me in the AV consultation studio right here. You know that we have all kinds of AV consultations studio and providers all around our fair burg here. Here's another little AVC consultation commercial from Camilla and the guy.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
The best in the business, avconsultations.com. All right, amigo, where do you want to go next? You know what? You know where
How
I'm
about
going?
them Cowboys?
I am going up to Dallas.
Hell
on
yeah.
Friday. I'm gonna go support North Texas.
North Texas, undefeated.
Take it. South Florida Bulls coming to North Texas, undefeated North
It's
Texas.
gonna be a good game, man. Mean Green's legit this year. Gotta watch some.
Yeah, I mean, no shit, undefeated, right?
Yeah, man, you gotta watch some good college football at some point.
Burnt orange, but I'm gonna go up wearing the green.
Hey, man, nothing wrong with Denton. It's a good city, man. It's a good college town. I like Denton.
Oh man, I don't know.
Had a lot of good time.
A really good story. Thank God that there's underlying stories like that for teams in Texas, right? Like maybe North Texas can get a nice little bid into the top 25. I mean, holy shit!
You're only 27 right now.
Ranked. North Texas ranked and Texas not ranked.
It happens. It happens, man. Hey, you got to win games. Got to win games.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Never. Yeah, that's true. I don't think I've ever seen it in my lifetime either. I'm sure it's happened in the past at some point, maybe the 80s, but I can't say that's happened anytime that I can definitely remember. But hey, at least we took out one New York team. The Giants took care of it.
Mestamaker, yeah. Dude, this dude is for real. Mestamaker is legit. I don't know if you guys have seen him throw yet.
Yeah, man.
He can spin it, man.
What a great story.
I think he's a Dallas high school kid too. I think he came from high school up in Dallas, so I got to check that out. But yeah, UNT, that's actually this Friday, Patrick. UNT in South Florida this Friday. So if you're going up to if you have plans to maybe go up and check out the Longhorns for the Red River Shootout, maybe get up there Thursday night or maybe a Friday night and check out North Texas taking on South Florida. They're hosting South Florida Bulls up here. So South Florida's ranked. They're 24th in the top 25 here. So boom, 24th team in the nation. Maybe North Texas knocks off them and kind of becomes the next gatekeeper, right? And
wouldn't that be cool if they could find their way into the playoff? Or at least be part of the conversation?
That'd be a great story. I'll say that. That'd be a fun story to see, like David come down and slay Goliath.
I think you have to admit,
Hunter, I will be up there. I'll take you up on that, amigo. I'll take you up. And by the way, Hunter, giving a shout out to Texas Sports Unfiltered out there. I saw you out there on the social media, man,
Nice.
representing TSU. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you.
The one thing I was thinking when it comes to all of this, though, right? It's just kind of like you need to have a team like North Texas do well and to at least make a run at this, because we all are concerned, right, about the changes of college football, because you do lose the Cinderella stories. You do kind of lose that feeling of the underdog being able to overcome these great advantages. And there's definitely more than American likes more than a good underdog.
Right,
story. Because we're created from a good underdog.
Exactly, 100%. We were the people that weren't getting what we wanted in England, so we came over here to make something what we wanted. So
yeah, exactly. That whole Boston Tea Party was, for a reason, and it's just kind of like, if North Texas does better, I kind of feel like it kind of overshadows all the changes that are being made, and people are still like, hey, look, see, college football is okay. You got a team that nobody expected to be there.
Would you say that it kind of actually puts a damper on it, or kind
I think
masks the problem at hand with people wanting to constantly leave or wanting instant gratification or wanting to play, and
that's just it.
Mid majors.
Well, that's just it. I don't think it's a problem. I really think that college football kind of worked itself out into what is pretty much the Major League Baseball model, where that FCS school, like a RGV, a UT RGV, or a Stephen F. Austin is still FCS, right? Sam Houston moved up to
I think so.
Yeah. So when you have teams like that, like a East Texas A&M, that I feel like is, the division that's like double A of college football. And then if you're on one of those non-power 5 teams, I kind of feel you're like in triple A, right? Like you're pretty good. You can probably play at like the top schools, but you might be more dominant here. And then if you're playing at a school like Texas, the Ohio States, where Georgia, where the big money is coming in, that's like the very, very top. So yeah, it is nice to have kind of somebody that is punching above their weight in college football, still being able to get it done, like Boise State back in the day, because now we expect Boise State to be good. Like,
right.
Yes,
or at least like relevant, not so much good, but relevant, right? Like,
yeah, but they're that team that is constantly like the Gonzaga of college football.
That's a good comp. Yeah, they're the Gonzaga of college football, I would say.
Jake, this is the program at SFA is still too bad to move up the football program. I'm like, yeah, they're not great. I mean, Sam Houston was the one that won the national championship, so you're right.
Yeah,
they are part of the UT system, so I guess we should talk about them more.
for
yeah, because the University of Texas at Stephen F. Austin.
ultimately, though, just a disappointing weekend in football, right? Especially it's always, and I told my wife,
because you're a Giants fan, yes.
From Round Top, I was just like, man, this is going to be a shitty week. And she's like, why? And she's like, well, usually when you guys lose, don't a lot more people tune in? And I'm like, actually, they kind of do. Like people, we get for some reason we get more viewership and more listeners when we lose for some reason. So I guess we all just want to be here and drink a beer together. Or you know what? 9:50 in the morning, have yourself a sangria. You know what I mean? Have yourself a tequila sunrise.
I was going to say, Patrick on the chat line, UTRGV is not 5-0. They have incurred a loss, but UTRGV, it does sound like a military vehicle now that I think about it. University of Texas, right? Rio Grande Valley. Yes.
Yeah, Rio Grande Valley.
Hey, but they're playing really well, man. This is their first year. Dude, people are hyped down there. I want to go down there and watch a game. The game day atmosphere looks really, really good. So maybe if Texas keeps on losing, maybe I can convince you, BK and your all sponsors, to take a road trip down to the Rio Grande Valley and let me show you all around, get some good food, and go watch some winning football.
Yeah, we actually.
Yeah, we need to talk about that.
We have this on the slate to talk about if we have time.
Let's just talk it now. Let's talk it now.
Let's just bring it up. Let's bring it up. So,
dude, what was going on? What was he doing?
I loved seeing this because I saw the news apparently before Adam Schefter saw the news.
Did you really?
He's like, we pray to God for dear Mark Sanchez. Like,
yeah, because he was
Mark
like, oh,
Sanchez
sad news.
Was the aggressor here?
That's what I hear. I'm just like, okay, so he got. He kind of got like the Shawn Michaels treatment against the Marines, where he got beat up and put in the hospital.
So I don't have the story completely.
No, I don't have it either.
Paraphrase here.
You got stabbed and arrested. My God.
From what I read, he tried to go into this man's car.
He was drunk though, right?
He was absolutely hammered.
He had to be hammered,
obliterated. But that's no excuse, Smash. That is like being, under the.
Have you never gone home to an? Well, I mean, you've been married for a long time. I have had multiple apartments, and I'm sure
True story. My friend has done this twice, where he's gone to the wrong house.
Yeah, I believe it.
Banged on now in his defense, he was in a condo at this time, and they all looked. It was
exactly.
He all
That's
looked
what
alike.
I'm saying.
But this was he proceeded to go after the guy and start hitting the dude, and not to where the guy thought he was in danger for his life and had to stab Mark Sanchez.
I mean,
right,
totally,
and of course that was the main tabloid that was put out. Right, was Mark Sanchez, victim stabbed in an altercation. So everybody, all the national pundits put it out there, and then once the story started to unfold, and Kevin Clancy, KFC Barstool, does a decent little clip of it too. It gives you a nice little minute update on what the hell actually happened. But yeah, just an unfortunate portion of events for both people, right?
He got into an altercation. He got into an altercation with the guy that's older than Bucky, 69-year-old man.
67. Bucky's 55. Bucky's always going to be 55.
I know. That's why I said this.
Bucky's always casual 40.
Exactly.
What I mean?
That's why I said that this man is 69 years old, almost 70. So yeah, I understand why he probably feared for his life. Let's see what it also said. New details: 3 misdemeanor charges. Battery with injury, unlawful entry of a motor vehicle, and public intoxication. I'm trying to see if he really did get pepper sprayed.
He did get pepper. He got pepper sprayed.
Yeah, because I mean, you have to remember,
they said non-lethal involved. From what I read, non-lethal spray. So
yeah, I'm sure a lot of y'all are much taller than me out there, but like, yeah, I mean, if a pro athlete was drunk and being aggressive and was like 6'4" and I'm only 5'7" and I have something on me and it's like this is not going my way, yeah, you best believe, like those type of measures.
That the guy was actually feared for his life. Like when your adrenaline kicks in like that, like you're. I mean, you
don't bring Sanchez to a knife fight. That's so good.
The butt fumble of it.
Yeah, the butt fumble. I was like, yeah, you watch him have the knife, and he would have fumbled it anyways, right? Did he fumble it? Jeez, is that why he got stabbed? He fumbled it.
If it couldn't get any crazier in the world of sports, we get a little snippet from that. But
so do you think he loses his job?
What's that?
Do you think he loses his job? Because we've seen athletes lose their job over less.
He was the aggressor here, Smash. He's terminated.
Yeah, but we've also, but we've seen guys in the NFL be aggressors all the time to keep their job.
It wasn't the fact that he did drugs; it's the fact that he assaulted a.
Well, I don't know if he did drugs. Now that's
well, I mean,
it said public intoxication.
I thought I heard you say do drugs, but
no, I didn't say anything about drugs. I didn't see anything about drugs. Now we're purple monkey dishwasher.
It doesn't matter. If you get caught with drugs or whatever, that's a different situation. But this guy actually assaulted someone while he was inebriated.
Yeah, this happens all the time. These are athletes, and he's an ex-athlete.
He's okay. This is a national story. I don't think that he's going to be able to sweep this under the rug, especially after all this has come out and he's completely tarnished his identity, if you will, or his public image. I would say that
the butt fumble didn't do that already.
Other organizations are going to struggle to pick this guy up and put him in a
no, man, no, I doubt that. I doubt that at all. Like, I bet you he's off TV for like a couple of weeks while he recovers, and then they're going to welcome him back, and somebody's going to be like, man, looks like you got stabbed in the back there. And people are going to laugh.
I'm sure they can find someone that looks just as good as he does, or looks just as good as he does, and talks just as well as he does, or talks just as well as he does.
I mean, I'm sure they could, but I just don't see it happening, man. I just think, like, some people get the privilege of the ultimate forgiveness just because of their status and what they have accomplished in the past. And he's going to be one of those guys. So don't be surprised if we see him back on your TV in like 3 weeks.
What happened to model citizens like that? I don't know.
Exactly. What happened to model citizens like Brett Favre?
They've gone away. Those guys are just relics that are just
what happened to the players I used to love? Like prime Michael Irvin.
My goodness.
Stabbing your own teammates.
You guys are on one today on this wonderful edition of Chaos Theory. Hey, I guess we should talk some NFL. We'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the money driver. Pro football. Oh, for those of you guys
that are like Mike Tyson,
I want to start playing taps here. Bum 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 bum.
Like Prime Lawrence Taylor.
Bum 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 bum. It's over. My Survivor League is over. I took the Giants to beat the Saints. I don't know. I should, because I had the Chiefs.
You had no neighbors. You lost your best receiver. Why would you?
It wasn't that though, Smash. It wasn't even the neighbors effect. It was the fact that I felt like they could go on with the nice little RPO. I felt like they were getting something going with Scatterbo and Singletary. Nothing. I forgot that they still had one of the worst passing defenses in all of the league.
Yeah,
and I also saw the stat I should have known. Like,
you're the stat guy, man.
0-10, the guy's gonna be due. He's gonna be due,
and it's gonna be against your team. Oh, by the way, you guys, we left out prime Deshaun Watson on that list too, who's also in the league still and getting paid. So yeah, trust me, Mark Sanchez will be fine.
Oh, good. All right, good point. Good point.
Dude, no, these guys went off on the chat. I'm really impressed, guys. Nicely done. I was like, we should keep on playing this game. An ex-NFL player that's really a piece of,
I haven't seen all the chat. I got to pull the chat up here.
Dude, they got some good names up there. I'm sure we can get more.
But yeah, dude. The Giants.
Prime Nate Newton. Yeah, remember those? Yeah, don't you remember those Cowboys that were like running drugs and getting pulled over for cocaine busts?
I thought Nate Newton was a model citizen.
No, man.
Nate Newton, I know Michael
back in the day.
I know Michael Irvin could have been a preacher. Now I know.
I mean, he was
awesome.
Michael
Irvin were at the same parties, buddy. Let me tell you that. Me and Michael Irvin were at the same parties.
Former Cowboy guard Nate Newton was arrested in 2001 for transporting 213 pounds of marijuana. And 6 weeks later, and 6 weeks later, while he was out on bail, he was arrested again with 175 pounds of marijuana. And then when he was asked about it, he said, "I've always been competitive. I couldn't see myself not being the biggest dope man."
What?
Yeah,
man.
He
was still playing?
I mean, that was like right after his career had ended.
Okay.
But the fact that I'm pretty sure he was already running it. Like the Pouncey twins.
Yeah, you don't just start an operation with over 200 pounds of
like there was always questionable things happening during his playing career. And like, I'm not saying that the Pouncey twins were running drugs, but they had that rep from Florida before even getting into the league that there were some bad dudes, and we kind of saw it even when they were
that
pros.
Entire Florida team.
They were all mess up, right? That was like a team.
And I'm not trying to go back to the Longhorns, but the Longhorns made that offense look like those bad dudes on Saturday. All right. Off of college football, it was crazy.
For personal use.
Crazy mess in college football. It's even going to be more of a mess. We'll break it down a lot going down this week. But yeah, on to the pros here. Off of my Giants to your Cowboys, who
hell yeah,
number one offense in the league, right? Arguably the number one offense statistically shows they are the number one offense in the league, yardage and points per game. The
Dak
defense,
Prescott,
man. Even when they can just get a little bit of a showing from the defense, you get to see what the product can be.
Yeah, man, that's all they need.
Are they pretenders or are they contenders?
Nah, definitely pretenders. That NFC East is, hey, you gotta go against the Commanders, gotta go against the Eagles again.
Commanders taking down the Chargers.
Yeah, man, and hey, they're good.
I mean, that ain't shit. The Giants took down the Chargers, so
that's also true. But the Commanders, we saw it last year, and this is like the evolution of Daniels. He's been hurt, so like now that he's coming back, he can finally get into the full swing of things. Like they got talent. They are a good football team, and like I still don't feel that way.
They only added. I mean, how do you feel about the running back, though?
Oh, that's a good point. Not as thorough. I don't feel that confident for it, but it's like, you have the best running back in the league in the NFC East with Saquon over with the Eagles. So it's just kind of like anybody else doesn't really compare. I do like how the Cowboys are doing this running back by committee thing. That's actually been working out pretty well for them.
Right. It looks,
but
of course, I think Shotty's just got a really good balance to this offense.
Yes. Surprisingly so.
I was very because I was worried, where was the yardage or where was the supplemented production going to come from without CeeDee Lamb, right? Because it seemed like CeeDee Lamb was he was that utilized all throughout the, from 120 to the other 20. It just seemed like it was all CeeDee Lamb show, right? But now, dude, you went out and you made moves for Pickens, and it turned out to be like one of the best moves for you because he is coming. He is seems like he's automatic week in and week out now, man.
Yeah,
those people that question the maturity and will he be able to to thrive in Dallas with another a wide receiver one, so to speak. It looks like it's a pretty good relationship or a pretty good rapport.
Yeah, right now, I mean, everything's going pretty smooth, and CeeDee Lamb wasn't playing at his top level before the injury anyway, so it's nice to have Pickens step up and be worth what we gave.
Got to be great for Dak to be able to find different outlets and go back to find that connection with Fergie again too, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, that too. That's happened really well throughout the last 2 weeks because he's on my fantasy team, so it's really paid off. That connection is going to be key. I always felt when they let Dalton Schultz go to the Texans that they really did miss having that safety valve, because they've always had good tight ends. Novacek, Witten. I thought Schultz was pretty good, but Ferguson pretty legit. He had an off year last year because he was injured and coming back. But this year, he looks like he's regained his form from a couple of seasons ago.
It's also about Dak redistributing him into the offense again, right? And I think you're starting to see it might be Schottenheimer's call. I mean, that could be the evolution of it, but it just looks like Dak just looks more comfortable. Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's kind of making that happen though. That offensive line is still pretty porous. Not like they're poor. I mean, they're playing hard, but porous as in there are holes that it is easy to get through sometimes because again, the combination of offensive linemen hasn't necessarily been sustained throughout the entire season. Already dealing with injuries. No BB. He's out an additional couple of weeks. So that was one of our better guards. And people had to get shifted around. But hey, the rookies are playing well. That's good. The Cowboys have done a good job of drafting high when it comes to offensive linemen here in the recent past, and it looks like they hit on another one. Yeah. So it's just okay, that's like we talked about with Texas. That's where it all starts.
Yeah, Guyton's played well too. So
but again, let's admit this was against the Jets, a team that isn't very good.
But to that point though, the Jets offense, right? The Jets offense,
yes, Jets offense is good.
They've been putting up points,
yeah,
right. And the Giants, or excuse me, the Cowboys defense has been struggling mightily, especially in the passing, the passing category, passing defense.
Definitely so, man. I've seen too many big plays get.
And they played pretty damn well.
But yes, they held it together yesterday. But I also do still feel, and it was on the road. I'll give them that. But I still feel like it was the Jets. How can I get really behind?
No, I got you. I just think I know everybody. That's everybody's natural,
everybody's natural thought
go-to is the fact that it's the Jets, big deal.
And your week doesn't.
But
get
also,
any
I think
easier.
you should break down that the Jets offense is kind of producing and putting up some numbers. So I think it was a win for a decent win, more than just but it's a Jets win.
Should we talk about the Baltimore Ravens and their struggle? What is going on over there? How do you lose to the Texans?
Without Lamar Jackson, they're done. And also, you want to talk about a defense that's struggling
Yeah,
The
but that's
Ravens,
what it
they
is.
can't cover anybody, and when they're on the field, like if they're not giving up, if they're not committing penalties, they're giving up, 20-yard, 30-yard gouges, to the opposition. So they struggle to get off the field, even when they do great things and keep the defense, behind the sticks. If it's 3rd and 7, they end up, allowing, an 8-yard, 9-yard breakdown of a run, and they stay on the field, and the opposition extends their drive. It's bad football. It's losing football for the Ravens too. So
yeah, man. I mean, it's kind of just weird to see like somebody that was like a Super Bowl contender coming into the season just be so bad, like really bad. Let me ask you this
too, right? Like they haven't been able to get into their complete offense. Likely, and now with Likely coming back, Lamar's out. So
Rob makes a good point.
Cooper Rush cannot engineer that offense the way that Lamar Jackson does it. Hell, most people in the league can't engineer an offense like Lamar Jackson does.
No, that's a special player right there. But Rob makes a really good point here. Is like the Ravens defense possibly worse than Dallas's? Yeah, I would say so. I was like, Dallas defense is bad, but the Ravens might be actually worse. Hey, I wanted to ask you this for a few weeks, Wags, because I keep on thinking that the ship would eventually crash, but apparently it keeps on floating, and it does so with a lot of success. How do you feel now about Danny Dimes?
It's weird.
The Colts. Jeez,
I'm happy for the guy. Like I really am. But clearly he wasn't a bum, right? It was the situation that he was in.
I was like, dang, guy looks like rejuvenated. I didn't think Indiana would be the place where you go find hope. But
yeah, and I guess I'm not justifying the decision from the Giants front office to give Daniel Jones that amount of money or wanting to pay him that amount of money, because clearly the guy can play, right? It was just probably a tumultuous situation for Daniel Jones to be in. And anybody that watched Giants football over the past 5 years knows that their offensive line has been worse in piece together than the Cowboys line right now, or one of the it's been one of the worst. It's been a bottom feed offensive line in this league for at least 5, maybe even 7 years, the Giants offensive line, right? And just their inability to keep pressure off the quarterback too. Not so much run blocking, just their inability to keep the quarterback upright. And what's this? This is a quarterback driven league too, right? Yeah. And if you're not keeping your quarterback upright, you're not going to have any success. And finally, like, you put Daniel Jones in a place where he can stand up and kind of see his receivers and work with, and he doesn't even have like a great arsenal of wide receivers, but he's making it work because he's got one hell of an offensive line. Yeah, and he's got one stud running back that he can do some play action off of too. So
that helps.
I'm happy for Daniel Jones. I don't have any ill will on any like Saquon Barkley too. It's great that Saquon Barkley's able to do what he's doing. It just sucks that he's on the fucking Eagles. You know what I mean? Like, just wish he wasn't on the Eagles. That's all.
Oh, I understand. As a Cowboys fan, I wish he was going to go to a different team that we didn't have to see him twice a year still. But yeah, I mean, I try to enjoy him for the athlete that he is. It's like, wow, that's probably the best running back in football that I've seen in the last 10 years. Probably the most dominant. I mean, besides Derrick Henry. Yeah. He just does it in a different way. But yeah, I mean, he's easily the best running back in the game right now.
One of them, yeah, for sure. I mean, I Jonathan Taylor. I think Jonathan Taylor gets slept on a lot.
Yeah, he does.
But I think a lot of people forgot about him after he had that holdout year or whatever, and Irsay didn't allow him to play or whatnot.
That's right.
Great conversation today, dude. Man. I wish I could have you for the rest of the week, but I know that you're a busy man and you are in demand.
Man, I know. I gotta head to El Paso this week, so that red eye is waiting.
Oh, you and Marty Robbins going out to El Paso, huh?
Well. Yeah, I might go find myself a Mexican girl, But I've already come from an area. I come from an area where I can already do that. So it's just kind of like I'm just going really west for that. But maybe I can make it over to Juarez. I would like to see it. I've not been to that part of Mexico, but I mean, most border towns are pretty much the same. But I don't know. It'd be interesting, man. I never actually stayed in El Paso, but they're putting us up downtown, so it should be a good time.
I hear you don't want to stay long in El Paso, right?
Maybe. I'm not really sure. I've never really been there.
I don't know. I heard there's a lot of checkpoints or whatever. Usually when I'm going throughout Texas,
I believe that.
I'm doing some smugglers run type. All right, man. Hey, great conversation. I enjoyed it, bud. I'll talk to you soon, huh?
Patrick, if I go to Juarez, I'll let you know, man. I know you try to talk me out of it, but we'll see.
Talk him off the ledge, man. Hey, thanks for the conversation, Smash.
Thanks, man. Good seeing you, dude.
Later, brother. Be good.
Hey, man.
Here they are, the boys right to follow us. Oh, almost pulled them off. Jordan, Nick, what's up, gents? How are we doing?
Doing fantastic. Can't complain.
Yeah, Giants lost, Cowboys won. It's a good day for y'all, right?
Eagles lost as well.
Eagles, yeah. How about that? Usually that doesn't really happen, right? But the Broncos taking care of the Birds. How about the number one offense in the league, though, boys? With the star on the helmet.
Isn't that something? Something?
If only they could stop somebody.
I'm conflicted on whether this says more about the Cowboys or more about the Jets. I think it's the latter, but nevertheless, it was a big win. It was a win I didn't anticipate. I picked the Jets on Friday just because I thought there were so many things working against the Cowboys. 4 starting offensive linemen out, missing their starting safety, missing their backup running back. They lose a starting linebacker in the first half, and it was really never in question, and they dominated that game. So I agree with Jake Bayless. Jets are turbo ass, very turbo ass.
Yeah, Jets are bad, but that doesn't everybody saw what the Jets were doing on offense, though, right? Like the Jets looked like they could move the ball up and down the field.
Yeah, and the run game was probably the one thing that I think the Jets could hang their head on coming out of that game. Breece Hall had 8.1 yards per carry.
Right.
They were
coming into that game.
No. I was in the game itself.
Oh,
going into the game. Yeah, they did have the big plays, and a lot of them were in the run game, though. Breece Hall and Justin Fields had combined for a pretty healthy run game to this point. Garrett Wilson was still a really big weapon for them, and I think he only ended up with 3 or 4 catches on the night or on the day yesterday. So all in all, not a bad effort from the defense as well. They gave up a garbage time touchdown late, but overall, I thought that they were much, much improved from what they've been in the first 4 weeks.
Are you buying the brand?
Am I buying the Cowboys?
Is this a playoff team? Are you buying?
Oh,
are they going to be able to come up from the depths of the NFC East?
I said going into last week, I was like, they have Jets, Panthers, Commanders, Broncos, Cardinals before
that's rough
before the bye week. If they can go 4-1 in that stretch before the bye week, then yes. If they cannot, then no. So I guess check back in with me in 4 weeks. But
Panthers might be the gem of the NFL, huh?
Hey, man, Rico Dowdle.
Come up and bite you in the ass, man.
Rico Dowdle, former Cowboys running back, ran for over 200 yards yesterday.
Revenge game, or if you believe in revenge games, that's coming up.
Yeah, I do. It's gonna be interesting.
All right, I'm gonna get out of your all's hair, man. What's up, Jordan?
Man, whole different vibe coming out of me compared to Nick.
Hey, man, misery loves company. I've vented a lot already, so I've gotten a lot out of it. Now we're starting to heal a little bit, so I'll let you heal.
Oh yeah,
good, boys.
Yeah. We're gonna start off with the good today with the Cowboys, and then we'll get into the bad with the Longhorns. Great question, CB. We will get there later on in the show. But hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. Thanks for rocking and rolling with us on this Monday morning. I am Jordan Scruggs. That is Nick Harris. Nick, you obviously talked a little bit about the Cowboys' big win up there at MetLife Stadium, but coming out of it, I guess, we'll roll with this. 5 main takeaways from this game.
5. Okay. The pass rush came alive. They had 5 sacks in the game after only 4 in the first 4 weeks combined. That was a big determining factor in them being able to limit the Jets' offense and help them get off the field. That pass rush, if I could point to one thing that significantly helped the defense, I have to say that. Javonte Williams, once again, he just proves to be just a huge find for this front office and this personnel staff during the offseason. In free agency, and he's 3rd in the NFL in rushing right now. James Cook barely eclipsed him last night in the Sunday night game, but 135 yards yesterday. Had the 66-yard run in the second quarter to set up a score. He's been fantastic. Dak playing at an MVP level. It's been really fun to watch these first 5 weeks. Let's see. I wrote about it yesterday. I think the culture that Brian Schottenheimer has been trying to build since he got hired in January. It really showed up in this game because they were missing 5 starters. They were missing 3 very key rotational backups, and then they lose a starting linebacker in the first half. And it was really never in question. I mean, that culture and what they've been trying to build off the offseason, I think it really showed up in this game. And they didn't really miss a beat with their efficiency up front. When you have a runner that can rush for 135 yards and your quarterback, the only sack he takes is one where he scrambled to the left and just slid down late in the fourth quarter because he didn't need to take a hit. In effect, I mean, this offensive line didn't allow a sack. And so I thought that was really impressive. And then there's definitely a negative that you could take out of it, and the fact that the run game issues defensively showed back up. And I think that's something to just keep a pulse on, keep an eye on, because Breece Hall was running up and down this defense, and against a runner next week in Rico Dowdle that just ran for 200 yards. In a couple weeks, you're going to go up against a Commanders offense that has Jaden Daniels and then, talented runners throughout the schedule. That's definitely something to keep an eye on because, the Cowboys are improved in run defense this year, but they're still like 20th. It's still not great. They've just been better than the bottom dwelling run defenses that they've had in the past couple of years. So that's 5, right? Yeah, that's 5 takeaways.
Man, I saw a tweet from, I believe it was Mike Leslie, that in the first time in Cowboys history, they had a 100+ yard rusher and 100+ yard receiver in one half of football.
Yeah.
Just like everyone called Javonte Williams and Ryan Flournoy,
Flournoy.
Oh, my bad. Flournoy. I had Red Zone on yesterday, and they did not show this game very much. But I mean, hey, another win, another dub. Who's next this upcoming weekend?
Going to Carolina to take on the Panthers. So
Barf.
Rico Dowdle revenge game. He just ran for over 200 yards. They won yesterday. They are 2-3. That's good by Panther standards. So this is the 3rd year in a row the Cowboys are playing in Carolina.
Wow, that's weird.
It is strange.
Maybe they're trying to help Carolina get some money. They have to sell more tickets when the Cowboys come to town. At least you assume that. Are those the 2 worst teams in the NFL, the Jets and the Panthers?
No, I wouldn't put the Panthers in that category, but the Jets, absolutely. The Jets are awful. I really underestimated how bad they are, dude. I mean, when you have a defensive front like that with Quinnen Williams, Will McDonald, and they've been getting home the way that they have the first 4 weeks, and you're going up basically against a preseason offensive line, and you can't get to Dak Prescott one time, I mean, that's bad. We could start there. But on the offensive side of the ball, I mean, their offensive line, awful. Allowing 5 sacks against that Cowboys defensive front, making that secondary look competent, which no other team has been able to do so far this year. It's just bad. And Jake Bayless, I think Saints are probably still bottom 2. They squeezed out a win yesterday finally, but I'm probably with you. I'd probably put Saints and Jets in that category.
Titans. They got a win yesterday, first
win.
They
did. Yeah, that's definitely another contender in there. The Titans are bad. Titans are a bad team. I'll tell you what, you want to know who looks like shit right now is the Baltimore Ravens. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh my God. That is dire situation over there.
Yeah, Cooper Rush probably missing Dallas a little bit right now. Man, with the Jets, like Justin Fields, it is kind of mind-blowing. He's a starting NFL quarterback. Like 32 of 46. It doesn't appear horrible, but like even in red zone, I mean, I watched this dude throw a check down at the running back's feet that was uncatchable. Like, how is this happening? How long has this guy been in the NFL? And I feel bad for my man Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, that's like, Bugatti in the trailer park.
Yeah, yeah. And I feel bad for him too because like Justin Fields, obviously they were college teammates. That's his guy. So like he can't really complain that much without it appearing very poorly.
I don't think Justin Fields was that bad yesterday, and I don't actually think he's a bad quarterback. I mean, last year in Pittsburgh, he went 4-2 before they yanked him as a starter and put Russell Wilson in there, and then they went down the shithole.
Yeah, I mean, look, he is a problem. He's not the main reason they're losing games. You can say that. But I mean, man, like if I'm Garrett, I'm sure he loves being in New York and that media market and just living up there, having access to all the things that come with, being I mean, you can make the argument he's the best player playing in New York right now, either for the Giants or the Jets. And
I put Neighbors above him, I think. But I understand what you're saying. I understand.
Yeah. Like, I'm sure he enjoys that, but I mean, man, like you could put him on it. The 31 other teams in the NFL, it'd be a better scenario, I feel like, you know?
Absolutely.
So I doubt it's in him to request a trade, but as someone that wants to see him actually go above 500 once in his career, it'd be awesome to see him elsewhere. Man, how about Jaden Blue finally getting to play? 4 carries, 7 yards.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on the whole Splinter Louis Vuitton gate deal? Because it's someone who
we talked about it on Friday, did we not?
I can't remember. Didn't the Splinter thing come out after?
I think it was a Thursday thing, but regardless, I'll follow up on it. He had these custom Nikes made that had like the Louis Vuitton paint on them. They're not Louis Vuitton cleats, you know. It's just the BS. You're well aware, but some others are not.
Splinters. Sorry.
And he was going to break them in splinters. He was going to break them in during practice on Thursday so he could potentially wear them in the game today. And he was halfway through practice. He was laying down and like taking the shoes off. And Shoddy comes over to him. He's like, "What the hell are you doing, man?" And he's like, "I got blisters on my feet, man, at these new shoes." And he was like, "Of course you do. I mean, that's dumb. Put on some cleats that like you've broken in before." And so he did so, and then he was fine. So we didn't see those cleats back on Friday's practice or during the game on Sunday. Instead, he was wearing some off-white joints. So
you know what he did though? He got the photos in practice on Thursday because I saw him on Instagram like by 2 p.m. on Thursday.
He did. He definitely did.
Man, I didn't cover Jaden Blue in high school, but heard a lot of things about him. Obviously covered him at Texas. This is about the most Jaden Blue thing of all time.
This is 100% the most Jaden Blue thing of all time. But you've opened that Pandora's box. Can I go down a little rant for a second?
Go ahead.
I think it is very strange behavior by some certain individuals on the Texas beat that saw this story and quote tweeted it and was like, "Yeah, that's what you get with Jaden Blue. He's a dipshit." And that's basically what some of these guys on the Texas beat were saying. It's like, get over yourself. It was blisters in a practice on a Thursday. Like, I don't understand where the hate and sentiment from certain people on the Texas beat derives when it comes to Jaden Blue, because they don't have the same energy for a lot of other players. And it's just because a player did not give you info back in his recruitment doesn't mean you can talk shit about him later on down the line when things don't go your way. So that's my rant. I'll leave it there. And you can go find the quote tweets elsewhere to figure out who I'm talking about, because I think it's loser behavior. It's such loser behavior. Is Jaden Blue perfect? Absolutely not. He has had many mistakes and many issues, just as a lot of players have had. But I mean, this guy was a 5th-round pick. He's in the NFL, and he's playing for the Cowboys. I mean, how much more shit talking can we really, talk at this point? But that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, hey, imagine if he was playing with the Longhorns right now. Having an open field speed threat. I mean, they lack that. They've lacked that since he left. Any other thoughts to wrap up Cowboys Jets, or looking ahead to Cowboys Panthers you want to hit on before we move on to Texas?
No, not necessarily. I think this was a game that they had to win, and they did so. And it's the same thing next Sunday. And I don't check in with me on how legit I think this Cowboys team is until they travel to Denver and take on the Broncos here in a few weeks. We'll know a lot coming out of that game.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Broncos got a huge win they did yesterday. Weren't they down like 14 or 17 entering the third or the fourth?
Something like that. It was happening just as we were getting ready, or excuse me, it was happening during the Cowboys Jets game, so I didn't get all of it, but they did come back to win that game. Big win by the Broncos.
Hey, Mike McDaniel's seat getting a little hot. I believe he was up 17 in the fourth on Carolina.
Somebody's about to get a psychotic OC next year when he gets fired.
Hey, come home to San Fran. We'll take you back just like we did Rob Saleh,
Yeah. Getting the band back together.
Yeah. Back in the A area, my friend. Last thing. Man, DBs must be so pissed when they see Javonte Williams get past like the second level.
Yeah.
Just because it's like, damn, I have to chase this guy down because everyone knows he doesn't have the speed to make it all the way.
Yeah.
When that's Saquon, it's oh well, we can jog it, no one will say anything. But
yeah,
I don't know. All right, we're gonna get into this Texas game. Obviously, very bad loss on the road to a Florida team. and a Florida team that's going to fire their head coach before signing day. This was just bad. Bad watch, bad rewatch, bad all around. Very few bright spots. I'm going to kind of approach this position unit by position unit. If you have any comments, questions, throw them in the chat. We'll circle back to them. Nick, if there's anything I say that you want to open up more on, just cut me off and go ahead. All right. Offensive line, ass.
I'll start right there. I'm with you. That offensive line is bad. It is bad.
Horrible. It was horrible. Gooseby, not that bad in pass pro. Run blocking, atrocious. Connor Stroh, atrocious in everything. Literally got replaced for a true freshman who was even worse. But at least with Brooks, it's like, oh, well, you know, he can get experience and get better. With Connor Stroh, I think it's kind of just he's Connor Stroh, and this is what it is. Cole Hudson, bad. Love the guy, fourth-year player, stuck it out. I have an immense amount of respect for him for not going into the portal. But, I mean, it was bad. Could not get any push in the run game. Could not pass block at all. Right guard, DJ Campbell, was the lone bright spot. The bright spot. And, Steven, we have not talked about recruiting. We will get into that. That is a great question as well. But DJ Campbell was the lone bright spot. I mean, he didn't even grade exceptionally well. He was average to slightly above average, but he looked like a Hall of Famer because the other four linemen were doing traffic cone impressions. At right tackle, you have Brandon Baker, who I don't think I've said this enough, should be playing guard, but he's playing tackle because the roster construction and everything, the way this offensive line unit is supposed to look in year 3 of Arch Manning, year 5 of Steve Sarkisian, it's so bad to where he has to play tackle, right? So that's what's happening. Connor Stroh, Nick Brooks, I mean, they were so bad the number 33 for Florida can probably call the family and tell them he's getting drafted because he might have gotten drafted just off that performance. I mean, it was horrible. Like, seriously, I know I keep saying this, but, I mean, outside of DJ Campbell, there isn't much that, if anything, anyone on that offensive line can hang their hat on. They got dominated from when the clock started to where it ran out. It was just flat out bad. And their running backs, you know, they definitely could have performed better. They should have performed better. Where can they run through, though? You know, so you look at, okay, what can we dock them for outside of the run game that was non-existent because the offensive line was poor? Well, they're pretty damn bad in pass pro. Pretty bad. Christian Clark gave up a pressure and I believe a sack in 3 pass blocking reps. Trey Wisner, Florida literally just started figuring out, okay, which safety, linebacker, edge should we try to scheme open to where they are the person getting blocked by Trey Wisner? Bad. And then Ryan Niblett, I talked about after the Sam Houston game. He needs to get more touches. There's a lack of open field threats on this team. There's a lack of dynamic ability with the ball in their hands. But Ryan Niblett has that. Arguably the fastest player on the team, arguably the fastest 0 to 60 player on the team, and he got 2 carries. Trey Wisner had 8. Christian Clark had 1. And of the offensive line, 4 of the 6 blockers that played whatever the minimum snap criteria is had a PFF run blocking grade of under 60. 2 committed penalties in the run game. One of them was from Jordan Washington, though. In the running back numbers, 11 yards on 8 carries for Trey Wisner. He averaged 0.75 yards per carry. Or 0.75 yards after contact per attempt. My bad. And, I mean, yes, the line is bad, but you need more out of Trey Wisner with that, especially with C.J. Baxter out. And, you know, why is he the only player seeing carries?
Yeah.
Why is Wisner the only player seeing carries? Jarrett Gibson didn't have a snap.
It's probably the trust that they don't have in the rest of that room. I mean, so you look at Jarrett Gibson and some of the bad performances he's had already this year. Now, granted, I thought he did enough to build some of that trust back against what was Sam Houston, where he had a good effort, but I don't blame them for not throwing him out there because he hasn't earned that trust necessarily.
That is a good point, but whenever you quite literally cannot run the ball,
that's fair.
You got to try something different, you know.
How much of that, too, was just the way the game had become and, you know, having to push the ball downfield?
I mean, I think that's a part of it as well, but like eventually it felt like they just abandoned the run play and are just abandoned the running game, and we're like, all right, we got to pass. And I mean, they were down the entire game. That makes sense, but at some point you have to show a threat of running the ball, or they can just pin their ears back and go after Arch, which is what they did. And you couple that with the fact that the RPO game was non-existent, the screen game was non-existent. There was nothing in the short or intermediate passing game, so where every play is dialed up to be a deep shot when the O-line can't block and give Arch enough time to do it, to where there's pressure in his face every single throw. And on top of that, he's still kind of in the mindset where he's trying to hit a home run every at-bat.
Yeah.
You know, it was not good. It was not good. The tight ends, they continue to try to run 12 personnel. I do not know why. Texas's tight ends cannot block anyone on the Florida defensive line. And I know Florida, they kind of have a heavier D-line than most. I mean, like their edge rushers are at 270. But Jack injuries, I mean, I know you were never brought to Texas to be a blocker or a primary blocker or anything like that, and he was showing effort. But, I mean, at this point, they should have abandoned 12 personnel. And I would love to see them try to spread it out more. You know, maybe Andrews can line up in line sometimes, but, I mean, he can provide value if you spread everything out. And, I mean, I don't see a ton of value in running 12 personnel, continuing to do that.
Oh, man, the trick play where injuries leaked out. What was it, Wingo that overthrew him? That was tough. That was tough because that could have been a real momentum swinger, and then they didn't end up getting any points on that drive.
It would have been. It would have been a great momentum swinger, but, I mean, hey, that's what happens when receivers throw passes with gloves on or just receivers throw passes. The thing that I found the most frustrating, just the abandoning of the short and intermediate passing game. Like, I know you had to pass to get your way back in the game. I still think they should have run a little bit more, but man, like every throw, every pass play should not be schemed up to where the ball is traveling at least 10 yards. Receivers, I think, were better than I expected. Got more separation than I expected, to be honest. But, I mean, like with that offensive line, you can't scheme the majority of your offensive passing plays to go deep because you don't have time to block for them. Your QB's trying to hit a home run every play and is holding the ball too long still. Like a mix of everything that can go wrong is going wrong. Yeah. And it's just – it's bad. It's so bad. It's such a bad product to watch. And on defense, like I arguably have as many questions on defense. Why does Lance Jackson and Zena Umeozulu have a higher snap count in a arguably must-win SEC game? Why is that happening?
Yeah.
Why is Zena Umeozulu and true freshman Lance Jackson having more?
What's funny is that's my dog that he's watching. I know my dog's bark. Huncho, shut up.
For real. Yeah. Huncho's barking. I mean, that's how I felt at the TV Saturday. But yeah, I mean, Ethan Burke, why is he seeing less snaps than Zena or Lance Jackson?
Yeah.
And not even that. Why did Lance Jackson and Zena play as much as they did? Why is he he's great. He's going to play in the NFL and he's going to be drafted high one day. His brother's already there. He has every tool he needs to play in the NFL for a long time. But Lance Jackson, as an 18, 19-year-old, should not be playing the snap count he did versus an SEC team on the road in what's the first conference game of the year.
Yeah.
Just ridiculous. And he came into the game like the third drive, the third series. Why is that a thing? Who else had some questionable snap stuff? Kobe
Derek
Brown.
Williams. Derek Williams not playing basically at all.
I think Derek Williams, I was looking at PFF this morning. I think Derek Williams played 3 snaps on defense.
What is going on there?
I don't know.
Is that more Jelani McDonald just taking over that room, or that's weird.
I don't know, because Xavier Filsaime played a fair amount.
Yeah.
Played more than Derek Williams did.
Yeah.
And Derek Williams at this point, if they continue giving him less than 10 snaps a game or even less than 15, he's not going to be on the team next year.
Yeah.
Like Miami almost got him out of high school. They're a much better program now, a much more structured, financial department. They can figure it out. Or LSU. You can go back home. I don't know. But, there has to be frustration there from Derek Williams. And, again, why is Filsaime getting that snap count and Derek Williams is not? I will say Filsaime showed some flashes, but if you're going to take Michael Taft or Jelani McDonald off the field, why is it feels to me going in and out Williams?
Matthew Caldwell legacy game.
Yeah, he was good. He was good. We will give him that. Came in and with all the ads stacked against him, threw a fucking rope. Wingo got out of bounds. I mean, a great play, seriously. And without him, Texas obviously would not have had a shot at the end. Same without Billy Napier calling a dumbass timeout. I can't believe he did that.
Yeah.
But hey, that's the Billy Napier experience at Florida. That's why their fan base hates this guy. Cade Phillips had some, rookie first-year moments. Should he have been playing that much? I don't know. It's hard because you almost want to be like, why didn't Kobe Black play more? He barely had more snaps than what Cade Phillips had. But, oh, my God.
What's going on? Are there like people nearby?
Huncho's like barking at everyone that walks by.
Yeah,
okay, where is this with Kobe Black? I had this jotted down somewhere. Kobe Black gave up 2 touchdowns and 11 coverage snaps. So like, it's almost like, why isn't Kobe playing? But at that point, I mean, I was cool with Cade Phillips playing because he's going to be starting next year. I keep saying that. It's happening. Grayson Littleton, some bad moments. Nearly forced a fumble, or I mean, he did force a fumble the first play of the game. It was obviously recovered by the Gators. That could have changed things a lot. But I mean, hey, this is what happens. True freshmen are going to get beat. That's what happens when you put them on the field at corner, playing against Florida's receiver room, which has NFL players. And I mean, their best player is Dallas Wilson. I said that was their best receiver going into the game. He led them in everything. 6 catches. I think he had like 116 and, a touchdown. So that one's hard to fault Texas. What film did they have to go off of besides a bonkers spring game that, was a spring game? That's the first time he played all year. So with Dallas Wilson, you can't fault him much for that. However, like Kobe Black, you have to be better. You can't get shoved down on a press like that and just disregarded.
Yeah.
God, it's just one of those days.
Why don't you close the blinds?
Well, then it's all dark in here. It's fine. We'll be all right.
Everything is dark, Jordan. That's what we're talking about.
That is true. That is very true.
Play into the bit.
Yeah. But, man, Kobe Black, though, like, you are 6'2", you're over 200 pounds. You cannot be pushed to the ground like that on a press attempt by a true freshman. That cannot happen. I don't care if it's DeCorian Moore, Jeremiah Smith, or Dallas Wilson. You can't give that up to a true freshman. And by the way, Littleton, 4th in outside corner snaps. I thought at times when Phillips was on the field and Littleton was off, they probably would have been better flipping that. But, I mean, hey, these guys got to play to get better. And Cade Phillips is going to be very good when it comes together. And, I mean, I don't think Texas fans have ever realized until this weekend how much Malik Muhammad actually matters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
don't know if the game's that different with or without him, but, you would at least like to think that he wouldn't have given that up to Dallas Wilson or the other catches and things that happened on young corners. Again, Derek Williams, 3 snaps. Phil Smith played a lot.
Can I open a potential optimism box here? I thought Arch played fine.
Yeah.
I really did. Considering all the circumstances, the offensive line in front of him, I think the Arch trajectory is going up. I think he is getting better. And honestly, dude, if this is a situation this year where they have to go 7-5, 8-4, and Arch just has to sit and learn behind a putrid offensive line, so be it. Then go in the portal and rebuild that offensive line, go get him a stud wide receiver 1, and then, reapproach it next year with different personnel around him. But I thought he played well, and I thought he played much better than he did, let's say, against Ohio State or UTEP. I'll say that by a large margin. So, you give him some pieces around him. I think he's not the reason that the result is what it was.
Yeah.
CB Quinn would not survive behind this offensive line.
Yeah.
They'd have to care flight him out of Gainesville.
For real. I will say, like, for Arch Manning, not, far from the best performance, but I think he was good enough for them to win the game. You can say that. The O-line's blocking better. If there are better play calls, I think they win the game. Now, not all that is on Sark, not all that is on Arch, not all that is on the offensive line. As a team, they have to play better. You cannot let a Florida team that was, I think, 0 of 16 on third down versus Miami 2 weeks before do what they did to your team on third down. Like, top to bottom, there is necessary improvement at every position unit on this team. But the spot it's amplified the most, because it makes everything else much worse, is the offensive line. That's the worst part of this Texas team. For example, shout out to David Eckert of the Austin American Statesman. I'm going to put up a pretty damning fact here on the screen. There are 10. These are the 10 highest single game pressure rates faced by SEC starting quarterbacks this year. Arch Manning's number 1. Arch Manning versus Florida, pressured on 59.5% of snaps. Lagway versus Miami, 55.2. Lenore Sellers versus Mizzou, 54.3. Lenore Sellers versus Kentucky, 52. Jackson Arnold versus A&M, 46.5. Chapin versus A&M, 44. Jackson Arnold versus OU, 43.8. Marcel Reed versus Auburn, 42.9. Marcel Reed versus Notre Dame, 42.5. And Diego Pavia versus Virginia Tech, 42.1. Out of all the games that have been played in the SEC or with an SEC team in 2025, no quarterback has been pressured more in one game than Arch Manning versus Florida, who was pressured 59.5% of snaps, 60% of snaps. And to dig deeper, only one starting Power 4 quarterback has faced a higher pressure rate than what Arch Manning faced against Florida yesterday. Utah pressured UCLA's Nico Iamaleava at 62.5% of the dropbacks. There's a 3% difference between the most pressured quarterback in a single game this year and the second most pressured quarterback in a single game this year.
Yeah.
Plays for UCLA, which has an interim head coach, was in the second year of the Foster era. The other one is in year 3 of his career, playing for a staff that is in year 5 of their tenure, and this is the result.
Yeah. Yeah, that's bad.
So, I don't know. Let me look at my notes real quick to see if there's anything else I want to hit on before getting into some big picture stuff here. All right. Way too much containment. Way too much. Texas very rarely blitzed. When they did, it was like containment blitzes. Why the fuck are you doing a containment blitz for a quarterback that is playing on one ankle and was clearly told do not leave the pocket? He did not run at all. DJ Lagway did not have a single rush attempt this game. And they were running contained blitz for what felt like at least like 25% of the defensive snaps. Why is that happening?
Yeah.
Why are you running a 4-man contained blitz or 5-man contain and running man in the back end? You know, like Pete Kwiatkowski has done remarkable things at Texas, especially after that first year. This is one of the most confusing defensive game plans, or whatever you want to call it, that I've seen out of Texas in the last few years. I mean, it was baffling, some of these decisions. And Florida's 2 true freshman receivers, Vernell Brown III, Dallas Wilson, they went into this game 4 combined starts between the 2 of them. All 4 were Browns because Wilson had not played up until Saturday. Well, Nick, they finished with 9 receptions for 183 yards and 2 touchdowns, including gains of 55 and 60. And, you have to give a lot of credit to Lagway. Obviously went into the medical tent, came out, played on a hobbled ankle, clearly wasn't 100%. But, man, some great throws. He had a sidearm throw that was exceptional at one point in the game. And, I mean, he rose to the occasion. You can't say anything about him besides that. And Nick, he went into this game, Lagway did 1 of 7 on the year with deep balls, 41-yard completion. That was his only successful deep ball pass attempt.
Again, is that qualified as 20 plus or 25 plus?
20 plus.
Okay.
He was 1 of 7 going into this game. He was 2 of 5 versus Texas for 115 yards, both of which were the 55 and 60-yard gains by Florida's 2 true freshman receivers.
Yeah.
So, yep. And, I mean, the Texas defense, front 7, it has to be better. I thought Anthony Smith was awesome. I thought Anthony Hill probably had the quietest 14-tackle game you'll ever watch in college football. Not bad at all. Young Lafau, on the other hand, not good. Trey Moore, not good. There's a reason Anthony Smith played the amount of snaps he did. It's because he was playing much better than those guys. And again, Anthony Smith, what a game. 7 tackles, 1.5 for loss. And, I mean, how different is this game if he doesn't punch that ball out?
Yeah.
What a play by him, not giving up on the play and chasing him down and punching it out. But the rest of the front seven, that D-line, they have to be better. Texas had 6 pressures, 1 quarterback hit, no sacks. Florida, 22 pressures, 6 sacks, 5 QB hits. And Florida's D-line didn't do jack shit this entire season before this game. They didn't do anything.
This Texas offensive line is like the antidote. It's the get-right game for everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, truly. So, and again, got to tip your hat to Lagway. Highest yards per attempt since week 8 of last year. Highest average depth of target of the entire season. Didn't take a sack. Only really made 1 turnover-worthy play. And, I mean, he left points on the board still. So, yeah. All right, going to hit on some of these comments and questions. Give me a sec to scroll back up. Okay, where is this CB question? Sorry. All right, CB said, Jordan, you cover recruiting. Did we overrate Tashard Choice and Kyle Flood because other than Wisner, the running backs he left haven't been good and the offensive line is horrendous? How much time do I have?
On Choice, I'm just going to go ahead and veto that. No.
Could Choice?
That room's gotten hurt. If CJ Baxter is fully healthy, the run game looks much different than it did.
This is what I'll say. Every single running back to Tashard Choice got drafted, signed to play for Stan Drayton. Now, I'm not taking anything away from Choice, but you have to remember, as much credit as he's been given, he did not recruit those guys. He did help with developing them. Now you look at the running backs Choice has brought in. He got there after the first year, so that would have been like January 2022. So the 22 running backs, Jam Miller, they obviously lost him. Savion Red, we're going to ignore that class. In 23, you had CJ Baxter, Trey Wisner. Trey Wisner committed out of the blue at a spring game, low-hanging fruit. I don't know where he would have ended up, but I remember that being a surprise to everyone because it's like, oh, Texas is taking him. Obviously, Baxter was the number 1 guy the whole cycle. They ended up getting him that July. Next year, Jared Gibson and Christian Clark. Jared Gibson, Texas led the way for over a year. Once Choice got that job, he honed in on Gibson, both Florida guys. Worked out well. He beat out Georgia, Florida State, Florida, Miami, and Tennessee, and Ohio State for Jared Gibson. That was a big-time recruitment. Christian Clark, 3-star. Not ranked super highly, but was coveted. Texas beat out Oregon, Florida State, Georgia, and I think it was Ohio State for Christian Clark. Those are the 5 OVs he took. And then in 2025, James Simon, Ricky Stewart. It was a very bad 2025 running back class. Ricky Stewart was kind of low-hanging fruit. We talked about that last week. They always knew he'd commit if they offer. That's why they waited. And then James Simon, not a horrible take. Kind of fell in Texas's lap, though, because LSU filled up at 2 running backs. So those are the guys Choice recruited. And I think the Baxter recruitment has been awesome. When he's healthy, he helps the team a lot. The problem is he has not been healthy. He has missed either half or over half of the games he is supposed to have played at Texas up to this point. That isn't good. And, I mean, early on we saw the signs. He was limping damn near after every run he had as a true freshman. So there's that. Has he been overrated? I don't think so. I think he's a phenomenal coach, a phenomenal recruiter. He helps so much in recruiting outside of just his position. And he also obviously, helped develop a lot of players. He's a good coach. Whenever it came out he was leaving for Detroit, I mean, I wrote that like, hey, it's going to be kind of impossible for Texas to upgrade here. Whoever the hire is, it's going to be a downgrade because it was Tashard Choice. I still think that. Like Chad Scott, I don't think he's done a bad job. The things that have happened this season, they have not been on him. But we'll give it a little bit more time before we can say Scott or Choice. Flood, on the other hand, woof.
Yeah.
Great at Alabama. In 2022, signed a great class. Kelvin Banks, Cam Williams, Cole Hudson, Connor Robertson, Malik Agbo, DJ Campbell. I think that was it. It was either 6 or 7. Great class. Kelvin Banks, Cam Williams, Those guys were going to be draft picks out of Oregon for Mario Cristobal had he not taken the Miami job. So kind of looked into the two best examples of recruiting and developing on his, when it's actually him at Texas. And they left after 3 years. Malik Agbo could never actually play offensive line. The only time he ever played at Texas was as this jumbo tight end that all he did was block outside of catching that pass versus Washington in the Sugar Bowl. Connor Robertson has been a career backup. Fourth-year center, backup to Cole Hudson. Cole Hudson started year one, obviously, lost his spot, got it back as a senior. And then DJ Campbell, a lot of potential there, but hasn't really lived up to it. Hasn't gotten that much better throughout the years. And then who else am I missing from that group? I think Nato Yumio. He was in that class as well. What the hell has gone on there? Seriously. One of the highest floor line prospects to come out of the state in recent cycles and has not played at all. I would love for someone to ask Steve Sarkisian about what's going on with Nato Yumio in the press conference.
Yeah.
So to answer this question, did we overrate Tashard Choice and Kyle Flood? Choice, I'd say no, or at least not yet. Flood, I'd say yes. Because after that 2022 group, what did he do in 2023? He signed Trevor Gooseby, Peyton Kirkland, Andre Kojo, and Jaden Chapman. Kirkland, we don't have to say anything about him. Transferred out after 1 year, was never going to work. Stevie Wonder could have saw that. Gooseby, on the other hand, was a prospect who was turned out to be by far and away the best O-line prospect Texas has landed outside of that 22 cycle. And Flood and Texas didn't even want to recruit this kid originally. They waited until June going into his senior year to offer him. He was committed to TCU. And they whiffed on someone else or multiple other guys for them to even pivot to Gooseby. And that has rewarded them a lot. But they were reluctant to go after him because he was too skinny. Look at us now, right? The other guys, Connor Stroh, has basically been unplayable, but you constructed the room so poorly, he's had to play. And then Andre Kojo. That one was always going to take a long time. This is a kid who enrolled at Texas in January of 2023 at 16 years old. He was young for his grade and then skipped a grade as a kid because he's really smart. It was always going to be a long burn for him. He was never going to play until year 3 at the earliest. So the 23 class, that's what it's been. In 24, you signed 3. Brandon Baker, Nate Kibble, and Daniel Cruz. Brandon Baker, I said it a lot. Texas won this recruitment because they came with the largest NIL offer. Or at least that's how pretty much everyone covered this at the time, and even looking back, that's how it's been covered. And he only ever played a right tackle in high school. He could only play right tackle in college or guard. To be honest, I've said this so much, he should be playing guard. He would not be playing tackle if they had a competent way to construct this roster. So he's playing tackle. And then Daniel Cruz, I think that was a good take. He hasn't played yet because there's depth in the center room, but I think he can be a 2 or 3 year starter eventually at center. And then Nate Kibble, he's actually been a lot better than I anticipated. Still has not played very much, and has been leapfrogged by Nick Brooks, who played as true freshman this weekend. But I mean, Nate Kibble, they weren't really high on him either. Like, they wanted Makai Sena, who ended up at USC out of Arlington Martin. He ended up elsewhere. And then Nate Kibble was always going to A&M. Those were his leader. And then they took Cohen Brown, a commitment from Cohen Brown, who later ended up at LSU. But A&M took a commitment from Cohen Eccles, which filled up A&M. So Kibble had to pivot and had nowhere else to go. His only OV setup was the A&M. Texas needed a guard, and they called Kibble and got him to campus that weekend. That was his first time visiting Texas in over 2 years. They had not talked to him. They had not really recruited him. And then he was committed about a week after the OV, or he committed on the OV. So some more low-hanging fruit. 2026, John Turntine. Texas led the whole way. If they lost that one, it would have been a huge deal, especially with how the Felix Ojo recruitment ended. You have Nick Robertson, who, to be honest, was like a kid everyone knew was going to Texas as long as they would take him. Very easy recruitment. Same with Max Wright. Very easy recruitment. And they missed on Ojo. Zayden Krempin did not offer enough offensive tackles, and right now they're trying to flip Michigan offensive tackle commit Malachi Lee, who's all the way out in Hawaii and has only ever been to Texas twice and once in the last year. So, no, Yes, I think Kyle Flood has been overrated to some degree.
I agree.
I don't know how we got here. Was this after 2022? He had a conversation with Sark and was like, hey, let me make my own evaluations. Let me build my own board. Because it seemed like the whole big human, large human mantra really became a thing in the 2023 cycle. Whenever Gooseby, Stroh, Chapman, and Kirkland all committed within like a week of each other, right after Arch committed. It has not been good. Recruiting has not been good. They've not landed enough offensive tackles. They have targeted these big humans that are tackle size, 6'4", 6'5", 6'6", but they have guard feet and guard athleticism and cannot play tackle. So what happens when you take, half your offensive line room are offensive tackle, guard tweeners that can really only end up playing guard? Well, you then have Brandon Baker playing tackle, who should be playing guard. And, outside of Baker or outside of Gooseby, how many other true offensive tackles are on this team?
Yeah.
Andre Kojo, Jaden Chapman has only ever played guard up until these injuries forced him to play tackle.
Even Kojo has the body type of a guard.
Yeah. I think Nick Brooks is really a guard and not a tackle, but he has to play tackle. I mean, I played guard on Saturday, but you get what I'm saying. So it has not been good. Look, do I think Kyle Flood should be fired? Hell no. Who is Texas going to go out and get that has a better resume than him? No one. So I think he should stay. But there needs to be a hire made in the front office, or there needs to be a scheme personnel change in the front office with how they've gone about this process, how they've landed guys, and which guys they're targeting. They've casted a wider net than they ever have for offensive line and offensive tackle recruiting, but they need to do a better job because they lost out on Ojo. Okay, who's next? Well, now we got to flip Malachi Lee. Last year they lost out on Michael Vasusi. Who's next? We ain't flipping, Lamont Rogers. They didn't do that. Ty Haywood never recruited him, and they tried like hell to flip Vasusi, but it didn't work. Vasusi took less money from Oklahoma twice, and it was a big difference. And why did he choose OU? The relationships. He had a much better. Him and his family felt like they had a much better relationship with Bill Beatenbaugh, Brent Venables, and that staff than they did with Kyle Flood, Steve Sarkisian, and the Texas staff. Without Chris Gilbert getting hired back at Texas after leaving for UNT, and without Chris Gilbert going out to Louisville and working the phones nonstop throughout the fall, Texas doesn't even have a shot to flip Michael Vasusi last year. Yeah. They don't even get him to campus for that Georgia game without Chris Gilbert, who's a support staffer. So, again, I don't think we should even entertain the conversation of getting a new offensive line coach, but something needs to change. It has to change. Because if not, and this strategy on the offensive line continues, Texas will start going around 500 or under because the offensive line play is this bad. Because at the rate they're playing at in 2025, it is very realistic Texas could finish under 500 with the current offensive line unit. So I know that was kind of all over the place, but those are my thoughts on, Choice, Flood, and the problems at Texas with roster construction.
They really need to figure out how to rebuild it in the portal, and that's going to be something unique that they haven't done during the Sarkisian era, at least on the offensive line. They're going to have to figure out how to make that work this time around because it's you have to, and if you don't, then I think you start talking about jobs being on the line for the offensive line.
And like the two most or the most concerning things about Saturday, man, they had a bye week before this game. They had a bye week.
Yeah.
And showed up in Gainesville.
They really had 4 bye weeks.
Yeah. It showed up in Gainesville not ready to play and lost to a coach that is going to get fired, regardless of what happens Saturday. Also, man, this is year 5 of the Sark era, year 3 of the Arch era. They knew this was coming. They knew the entire time this is when it would be Arch's turn, whether it would be in 24 or 25. They knew this time was coming. And they have failed to properly build an offensive line room to protect Arch Manning the correct way. He's a franchise QB, and he's not protected and is less protected than Quinn Ewers was. So that's concerning. And also, I know the transfer portal doesn't have as much talent as it used to, and the price for these guys is higher than it's ever been. But how did this staff look at this group in spring ball And, throughout last year and the 2s and 3s in practice behind the 1s through, January winter conditioning and then again spring ball, how did they look at this group and go, yeah, we're good. We don't need to spend money in the portal on O-line?
Yeah.
How did that happen? That's very questionable. So, yeah, we only got a few minutes left, so I'm just going to scroll through these comments and stuff. Rob Latendre, how can Texas fix the penalties in the O-line? Is this a case of Sark having too much on his plate? No, I don't think it's a case of Sark having too much on his plate. The penalties, I don't know how the hell that gets fixed because this is the 5th game in a row. It's been a problem.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to say. In the O-line, what I would try, Connor Robertson at center, Cole Hudson at left guard. Because, while Cole Hudson is kind of was getting his teeth kicked in at center, he is an upgrade over Nick Brooks, Connor Stroh, and Nato Yumio-Zulu at this point at left guard. Or try Jaden Chapman. He was healthy. He could have played. Try Nate Kibble. Try literally anyone else except Connor Stroh and Nick Brooks, please. Yeah. Connor Robertson can hold down the center job. If you look at the 5 offensive line positions, the closest gap in talent between starter and number 2 is at center. And that is not debatable. And yes, PFF gave Nick Brooks a 0.0 pass pro grade. Yeah. Doza said Texas has to start dropping bags like Tech to get some elite tackles. Correct. Very correct. I would love for them to get 2 offensive tackles so Brandon Baker can play guard. But I don't know if that's on the table. How many missed tackles from the defense? Great question. Longhorn Bear said 8. Yeah. Unfortunately, that Dallas Wilson touchdown up the sideline was very similar to Crabtree. CB said, where are the stud freshman receivers? Why aren't they playing more? Great question.
They're not studs. I think that's the problem is they're not studs. Like I mentioned on Friday, if we're talking about 5-star receivers, then you need to be talking about the Jeremiah Smiths and the Ryan Williams of the world and the impact that they had last year. None of those guys are those guys. I love Khalil Lockett. I love Jamie French. I'm a big Jamie French guy. I don't see either of those guys being in that echelon, personally.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Khalil Lockett has a skill set that can help this team right now. The other guys, I don't know. But Khalil Lockett can definitely help with playing more snaps.
I still believe in Jamie French, damn it.
I do too, but he's a year away. But with Lockett, he can help. And it's like, man, Texas just got their ass tore up by 2 true freshman receivers. Do you think those dudes combined even knew 30% of the Florida playbook? Not a chance. But they played, and they killed Texas. Khalil Lockett can help this team. These other freshmen can help this team if they rotate in. I'm not saying give them even 10 snaps a game, but give them something, try different things. Jake Bayless said Florida pressured Arch 35 times, which is the most allowed by Sark, or most allowed in the Sark era by 7 in the Georgia game last year. Yeah. And think about, some of the pressure Arch avoided from having legs and athleticism. Nick, if you got to run, you can go ahead and hop out. I'm going to just hit on all these questions so we can talk.
No, I can stick around.
Okay, cool. Archer's throw to Livingston got him hurt. That trick play was done poorly. Agreed on the trick play. What an effort by Livingstone, especially trying to come back and play on that injury. Got a lot of respect for him for that. But, offense needs to be better. Jose said, Jordan, tough question, but does Matthew Caldwell give Texas a better chance to win? He had the only completion on the final drive and looked good. No. The answer is no today, and it will be no the rest of the year. Arch Manning's the guy. Whether you're someone that thinks he should or shouldn't be playing and Caldwell should or shouldn't be playing, it doesn't matter. Arch Manning's the franchise. He's going to start, and the only reason he won't be playing is because he's hurt, or if he gets pulled, it's for only a series or 2, like when Quinn Ewers is pulled versus Georgia. He is the guy. He is the starter. He is QB1. End of discussion. And you are correct, CB. Trey Owens did not travel to this game. Yes, JW Crunch. That was Kobe Black that fell down. What else do we have here? JW Crunch said Arch did play well, but he should be much further ahead than what he is. I don't know about much further ahead, but I say further ahead. It's just hard with this unit. Everything surrounding him has not been up to par. And I keep asking myself, I mean, it's the dumbest exercise possible because it'll never happen. What if Arch played this season with the supporting cast from the 2024 season versus the same opponents?
Yeah.
Would they beat Ohio State?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I think they do. Even with Arch playing as bad as he did in that game.
Yeah, and I can tell you damn well Texas isn't losing to Florida in Gainesville. If Jade Barron, Drew McCougar are back there, that Dallas Wilson touchdown does not happen. It doesn't. So, and, I'm not trying to put this all on the coaches. I think play calling, scheming could have been better, but they didn't execute. What does this look like with Blake Giddy and Terry Joseph back there? It's an interesting question. What other stuff do we have here? Sticky, can y'all really see us turning it around? Something like Ohio State last year after that Michigan loss. And everyone wanted Ryan fired and all hope was lost. Ask me this question on Sunday or Monday of next week because they got OU this week. It's not looking good for the Horns. If they show up like they did versus Florida, they will lose in Dallas versus Oklahoma. So I think that is Saturday can be the real turning point for better or for worse for how the rest of the season goes because, just how bad Oklahoma wants to beat Texas after not getting in the end zone once last year. So, yeah. Yep, Naaman Roberts, that's the most frustrating point. Can't have your head coach, QB coach, special teams coach, defensive coach, and O-line coach be together 5 years and they play like this. It's unacceptable. Naaman Roberts, good point. He said, Jordan, I do believe the elements did bother us playing on grass and it was raining. True, but Florida had to play on the same surface in the same weather. And I know they're obviously more used to it than Texas will be, but it is what it is. Both teams had to deal with it. And yeah, not a good stat for Texas. Texas is now the fastest team in college football history to be number one and then unranked this early in the year. So, yeah. How does Gibson not get one run at home in Florida? Like Bucky said, that's bad for recruiting. To be honest, I don't think the recruiting part matters that much, but I do think it's ridiculous. Screw all the Gainesville stuff, the fact that he's from there, screw the fact that he was committed to Florida. Throw all that out the window. He still should have played or gotten at least one carry or a snap, Jake Majors is sorely missed right now. Correct. Daryl G said Flood and Sark need to give up play calling so they can concentrate on their actual jobs. Flood does not contribute to play calling. It is all Sark. He just has the OC title so they can pay him more money. But hey, the more and more performances we see like this, the more and more I'm considering actually talking about getting an OC or letting Milwee call some plays. Other stuff here. Cruz is on kick units, like field goal PAT, but he doesn't play outside of that. He might on punt, but I don't think so. Agreed. They should have taken at least 2 offensive line from the portal. Casey Giles said having the ball in the fourth with a chance to tie in a one-score game equals crush, ? Manhandled, yes. The score was closer than the game was. I think everyone will agree with me on that, Florida running back is a dog, though, correct. Jaden Ball is going to play in the NFL. He will be drafted into the NFL. Jake Bayless, the offense is 4 rushing plays of 20-plus yards, 0 which have come from running backs, and we have committed 20 more penalties than our opponents. That is fugly. Yep. And Naaman Roberts, I agree with you on this part. Kyle Flood, people asking, hey, how much credit can we really give him on the resume? How hard is it to recruit to Alabama or Texas? It's a good question. Yeah. Yep. Sorry, I agree with so many of these comments. $20 million waste of a roster, if you ask me. Man, it's north of 30. It's easily north of 30. I can't give you the exact number because I don't know what it is, but I would bet my life Texas roster is at least $30 million. just off some of the names I know, and what those specific guys are getting. I mean, I don't know. Maybe at least 25. I don't know about betting my life on 30, but they're at least at 25, and I really think at 30. Yeah, Antoine said we took offensive tackle Calvin Anderson from Rice for 2018, and he's still in the NFL. That is true. That was the Herman staff that took him, though. And he's also a Westlake grad. Anything else we got here? That's pretty much it. Antoine, I know about Jackson Coke at Westlake, but I don't know much past that. That's more Hank's territory. I'm on the good side of the lake, you know. Speaking of which, Lake Travis, not one, but 2 freshmen playing varsity snaps this year. 2 of only 4 freshmen that have played varsity as freshmen at Lake Travis in the last 10 years. One of them is Garrett Wilson. So, Mary Thomas, I'm not answering that question. But shout out to you. Good troll attempt. Yeah. All right. Well, that's all we got. Tomorrow, gonna be on here with Colin Kennedy talking some Texas OU, some broad picture college football. Wish we got to talk more from this weekend. It was a great weekend of football outside of the Texas loss. But hey, when you lose to a team on the road that I think you were 7.5 favorites by, and that team has a coach that's about to be fired, well, we will spend 50 minutes talking about everything that went wrong and what has led to this moment. So. Yeah, but everyone who tuned in, appreciate it. I know it was far from the most positive episode, but hey, we're all, I guess, doom posting, doom scrolling, whatever you want to call it together. So it is what it is. Up next, the Third and Longhorn postgame show following Texas's loss at Florida. You want to check that out. And then Chip and Zay will be back on the live stream at 2, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get a live stream. Again, everyone, thanks for tuning in on what will be a rough week going into OU. Jake Bayless, Rob, Derek Vendetta, Naaman Roberts, Mary Thomas, Antoine, of course, Patrick. Appreciate the whole crew, CB. Y'all are awesome. Y'all have a great Monday. Hopefully it's better than Saturday. And, hey, hook 'em